Things are never what they appear. I still remember when I was a normie as a teenager. I basically believed all the normal things for a person who grew up in our society. Then, as I looked for the truth, I started falling further and further down the rabbit hole. Every few years, I've had a major realization that has separated me from the world I thought I knew. I look back upon the boy I was at age 15, and I wish him luck for the adventure ahead. I think this is the third video in a row that's really paradigm destroying. What you're about to learn here might intuitively make sense to you, although you never had the words before to explain it. It could shatter how you view the world. You might just not believe any of it, and you'd be within your rights there. This is the sort of thing you only hear about in science fiction, but the crazy thing about the world is that reality is stranger than fiction if you know where to look. Part 1, Project Gateway. Hi everybody, I'm Rudyard the Woodafaltist guy, and much as you may choose to not believe me, I do actually have a life outside of this show, and so when I go to parties or dates, it's good to dress well, but also to smell good. And on that second thing, Scentbird is a great solution. Fragrance for every month. Out of time, one. There, you brands like Heretic every sizes. Size bird. It's just over $7 for your first month. Thank you to Scentbird for the sponsorship. Be sure to check them out at the link below. The CIA had decades of research projects into the spirit world from the 60s through 70s. The thing is that they consistently found it was real. They did it since they knew the Soviets were also researching the exact same thing, the results of which we'll talk about later in this video, and they didn't want the Russians to get a strategic advantage. A lot of you might know some of these projects, many of which have basically become cultural memes. People have known about Operation Paperclip, with there being a movie called The Men Who Stare at Goats. The stuff that came out earlier about this largely portrayed the CIA as kooks or weirdos who were investigating things that were inherently strange or silly. It is shocking to see how much the CIA did mold the mid-20th century culture. For example, they astroturfed the entire modern art movement, with most of the early painters being CIA agents, and the art paid for by the CIA. This was since they wanted to show the Soviets and the global left that capitalist America was also capable of cultural innovation. They were also big drivers of the early feminist movement, with Gloria Steinem, the most important feminist of the time, being a CIA agent. Margaret Mead, the top anthropologist of the last century, who pushed incredible pseudoscience, was also funded by the CIA. Operation Mockingbird was the CIA's involvement in controlling the media and its narrative. Keep in mind this was an era in which there were only 3 news stations. The CIA experimented a lot with LSD and supposedly dealt crack in inner-city neighborhoods and cocaine in Central America. To be honest, when you look at the mid-20th century, it almost begs the question, what things weren't government psyops, and if anything was actually authentic? It helps me understand that era of history's obsession with authenticity, since so much of the culture was either managed by large corporations or the government. It sounds like I'm making this stuff up, but I'm not. Look it up. I find it remarkable America is the kind of country which would actually release all the meddling that its secret police was doing. In Russia, China, or I'd even guess Germany or France, this stuff would happen and we would never know about it even today. This also makes me wonder what the CIA is doing now and how much of our current culture are psyops. I think it would surprise a lot of us. It reminded me of something my father, who's an expert in Marxist literature, once said, in that only the most far-right fanatics were right about what was going on behind the Iron Curtain. The thing is that the CIA was doing that stuff, which was ridiculous, but also at the same time, they were doing some incredibly profound things as well. Open onto Project Gateway. The CIA released the documents for this in 2016 to the public, and the results are astounding. The CIA had decades of research in astral projecting. What they did is they would play certain sound frequencies for people, and then they consistently got got hundreds of people to visit the spirit world. In the spirit world, they would speak to different intelligent beings who would talk to them and explain the rules of the universe and the meaning of life or death. The brief for Project Gateway is around 10 pages and it's all free online, the link to which is in the description. I'm honestly shocked no one has tapped into this more, and I'll explain why I think that's the case at the end of the video. Almost everyone they put through Project Gateway visited the spirit world, and this was replicable for decades. The military's independent assessment of the science involved said that it was all correct. They were running multiple forms of scientific tests at the same time on the people involved. They would interview them after, they played sound frequencies for the people, with the sound being the trigger, alongside using meditation and hypnosis to get them to visit the spirit world. Before we get started explaining this in more depth, I'd like to say, I am not a scientist. Science is not a topic I've studied in great depth. I'd like to believe that I've gotten to the other side of the Dunning-Kruger in the humanities, in which the comprehension of the same historical time period between a person who, say, read 10 books on a topic versus 100 is truly vast. In that, once you understand the topic in greater depth, even the most elementary concepts appear different. That being said, I know that I have not hit that in the sciences. There will be people in this audience who know much, much more about this topic than I do, and I'd like them to hold me accountable if I'm wrong. That being said, the reason I'm making this video is I don't think anyone else will. If you're not going to die over it, it's always better to try something than to not try anything. I hope that with this video, I can start a conversation amongst people who know more about these topics than I do. They can correct the things I get wrong. As I like to say, my job is betting against God, so there are a million ways to be wrong and only a handful to be right, so YOLO. I consider myself generally well-read on a variety of topics. I think a big reason people like What a Fault-Hist is I'm capable of pulling together ideas in an interdisciplinary manner between history, philosophy, anthropology, biology, psychology, religion, and more. That's something our society is truly terrible at, given we've divided academia up by subtopics so much. Thus, I can cover this scientific topic with a context based out of religion or anthropology in a way that I think would be rare for someone coming from a physics background. Also, a sad truth about the world is that in each topic, there are only a handful of experts who can truly understand that field on an intimate basis. The thing beyond that is that those experts are often either a high priest pushing some agenda that they'd like to indoctrinate you in, or they're finding some way to rent seek, using their knowledge to raise their social status. This is why experts have consistently given incorrect answers over the last century, as you can see in this text wall. It's my goal for What a Fault-Hist to be a person my audience can trust to do neither of those things. I don't believe in worshiping experts, since every class, if you give them power without check, will turn cancerous. So I'm going to give this my shot in the dark as an amateur. The idea behind Project Gateway is that we have right and left hemispheres to our brain. This is somewhat controversial as a theory today, but here's my text wall to explain my perspective on the matter. The left hemisphere creates logical constructions and can only see the world through autistic logical chains or money and power. The right hemisphere can see truth, love, emotions, context, things flowing through time, the world holistically, and more. The left hemisphere can literally only draw half of a painting, while the right hemisphere can do the entire thing. The right hemisphere, when tested, can get the entire answer, while the left will get it wrong. However, the left hemisphere is completely confident in its answer, while the right is humble. The book on this topic, The Master and His Emissary, alludes to this theme, with the right hemisphere being the master, who's better at setting goals, and the left hemisphere being the emissary who must carry them out. When someone is disconnected from the right hemisphere, they become socially awkward sociopaths. For the left, they can't really do anything, but they feel a profound sense of inner peace. What all these methods that Project Gateway were using exist to quiet down the left hemisphere. By removing the logical structure through which we interpret the world, we are capable of seeing what are effectively dimensions that we would never notice before. The left hemisphere tethers us to a comprehensible dimension through which we can understand the world. Through hypnosis, the sound frequencies, and meditation, they all quiet down the logical brain in order to open ourselves up to things we would never consider before. These are themes that are common in Eastern religion for millennia. There is a monkey brain, or the chattering inner monologue of useless minutiae which fills our lives. By silencing the monkey in the cage that is our mind, we can open ourselves up to the divine in the true form of the universe. In Eastern religions, all the things that Project Gateway had been using have been in use for thousands of years. What we've found from studying Buddhist and Hindu holy men is that their minds literally work differently than most people. For the very holy who have attained high spiritual level, their Their neurological structures are actually different, and this gives them the incredible physical abilities which we'll hear about, like being able to walk over burning coals, standing on top of pillars for years, living in a dark cave without external stimuli or light for years on end. This leads to one of the big themes that Project Gateway teases out, that we have far more range in how we wire our minds than what we believe. Let's look over history, in which I will use examples of how mental illnesses change over history. Something I've read is that we don't really have records of autism, allergies, or schizophrenia from the pre-modern world. Instead, you have mental illnesses like entire towns breaking into dance, demonic possession, or witchcraft. What this shows is that different societies with different psychological pressures can wire the human brain towards radically different psychological dispositions and create different neuroses and mental illnesses due to different psychological pressures. One of my good friends is a professional anthropologist who lived in rural Cambodia for many years. He said the people there literally believed in magic and actually saw it in their daily lives. They knew of spirits as real physical things. The thing is that this is the way that a vast majority of people over history lived, and probably still a majority of the world's population today. Hell, even in the most advanced industrialized societies today, most people believe in the paranormal. Until the start of the 20th century, the most educated people in the West also did. For all these cultures, they viewed the spirit world as significantly more real than the sensory world itself. What psychedelics are is that they create new neural pathways inside the mind. Our brains develop different neural highways over the course of our lives. As an example, for addicts, the reason it's often so hard for them to get over addiction is that they've spent their lives using drugs as a way to cope with life itself, and thus they didn't develop neural pathways for other things. The movie Inside Out by Pixar actually does a great example of showing this, with a teenage girl who has neural pathways to her friends, family, hobbies, and dreams. As each of those gets taken offline by personal daily stress, her life falls apart. We only use a pretty small amount of our total brain power in conscious thought. The rest isn't being wasted, but it's being used for the subconscious, which probably makes up something like 90% of our thinking. Our conscious minds are only a very thin veneer. What psychedelics like DMT, LSD, mushrooms, or ayahuasca do is they connect different parts of our brains together in ways that they didn't before. This is why people who use these substances say it's so meaningful and it makes them so creative. Project Gateway never used drugs, but what these substances do neurologically is the same process as what Project Gateway did do, in that they block out the left hemisphere to open up to new possibilities that we wouldn't think about otherwise. The theory of mind posited by Project Gateway is that reality is like a radio setting. Think of it this way: bats use echolocution, or the ability to sense the world through putting out what is effectively sound waves like radar. You and a bat can inhabit exactly the same physical place, but your conception of what you see being reality is totally different. Likewise, when Columbus discovered the New World, the Spanish and the natives were standing in the same places geographically, but their comprehension of what was going on was completely different due to their vastly different worldviews. There's a theory that's being batted around for generations in physics. This is the argument behind Schrodinger's cat, or that in quantum physics, a particle can inhabit two separate locations at once, but that's not actually how the world exists for us. Thus, the cat, or the particle, exists wherever someone's looking at it. Secondly, the scientific tests we've run have shown that particles move differently based on whether or not we're looking at them. What that proves is that consciousness exists independently, and it does change the material world around us. We've done tests in which we've seen how plants have reacted to the emotions of people who are watering them, and you can tell that the plants are aware of the emotions around them, and they change their structure due to it. Something I'd like to throw out is that our society has no concept about what consciousness is. We don't really have any theories to explain it. And because of that, we're running into all these issues with AI. If we don't know what consciousness is, can we create consciousness? And that's kind of a big deal, because consciousness is what our entire lives are. And when we don't know something, it means there's a theory or paradigm about the world that we're not tapping into. So we should expect that there are things we don't know here. The last Nobel Prize in Physics shows that reality does not exist locally. What that translates to is that by perceiving things, we get them to exist. Without perception, reality does not exist. The thing which is so incredibly important about this is that this is what the mystery and esoteric schools of the pre-modern world taught. The Hindus, Chinese, Babylonians, or Westerners all believed that consciousness creates reality. As a general rule, when everyone in history believes in something independently, as is the case with this and the spirit world, that means it's probably true since they're all stumbling upon this shared fundamental reality of existence. The conclusion I'm surprised people haven't reached from this, which the ancients all believed, is that if consciousness creates reality, that means there must be a perceiver to the universe. We've found from geology that the universe has existed for at least billions of years before life. I could be wrong here since I'm not an expert on the topic, but what this has done is prove the existence of God. If someone has to perceive the universe even before life, that means God is perceiving it. And this is the argument the ancients used to justify the existence of God. The ancients said that reality is a dream by God. Before religious people get too excited, everything in physics is fluid and gets very easily disproven. For example, there's lots of people who don't believe in quantum theory and say it's based off a couple of faulty experiments. And I'm not a physicist, so I can't speak on this topic with authority either. For a side note, if this is true and we've proven God, that would make this one of the most momentous events in all of world history. What would happen if science proved God? I think a lot of people would deny it. I think a large part of the population would become religious. I think the social ramifications would ripple across almost every aspect of life for centuries afterwards. An interesting thing is that a world in which God is seen as a scientific fact is called most of history. Go back 400 years and that's the world. The next question is the one which has vexed history, in that if God is real, what is the correct way to worship God? And the experiments here don't give a clear answer for that. With all of this, what Project Gateway says is that reality is like a radio, and you can turn it to different frequencies. What the author says is that we gradually engineer our brains to different settings. What heaven and hell are is that we've gradually set our brains to good or evil frequencies. Effectively, once they hit infinity, which we'll describe later in this video, you see your neurological structure naturally form around you. Let's say, if given infinite time, will you turn good or evil? Hell is the cage you build for yourself in your own mind. Hell is when you're forced to inhabit your mind forever. This is why so many mystics and Christian authors like C.S. Lewis say that we cast ourselves into heaven or hell. There are countless different settings in the spirit world to which someone can wire their minds, which we'll talk about next. For a shameless plug, you guys should check out my podcast, History 102, the link to which is in the description and is on Spotify. We cover historic topics with Eric Torenberg, where I explain things like World War I, the Vikings, or the fall of Rome being topics, and our goal is to cover the entirety of human history.
We're a community of over 22,000 doctors. We practiced at all top 20 U.S.
Part 2, Robert Monroe. The guy who started and led Project Gateway was Robert Monroe. The biggest source for this video is the trilogy he wrote about how he did it, of which I've read the whole thing. It's hard for me to summarize everything he talks about since it's like 1,000 pages. So if you're interested, I'd recommend reading it. Robert Monroe was a businessman from Ohio who moved to Virginia. In the 1950s, he started having strange experiences in which he started floating outside of his body, or at least his mind was. He went to multiple doctors and psychologists who basically had no idea on how to deal with this, or to help him. He kept on having these problems, so he decided to go on a journey of self-discovery to see what was going on. Monroe went through this bizarre journey of discovering the spirit world. He would go on trips through the spirit world, speaking to different intelligent species and beings, which would give him information on how the spirit world worked. He started out by doing this himself, and over decades, built the Monroe Institute, which was being funded by the CIA secretly for decades. Everything in this video, which I'm talking about with Project Gateway, is Monroe's baby. The Monroe Institute still exists today, so you can go to visit them in Virginia or download their sound frequencies for Project Gateway off the internet. However, please watch until the end of this video before you decide to do so. Monroe says he never studied world religions, and all the things he talks about are unique to himself and his journey. I genuinely do believe that, and having read 1,000 pages of Monroe, and as a person who has studied world religions, he doesn't draw logical conclusions in his writing that would be obvious to a person who had studied religion. The things Monroe saw are almost identical to Indian religions such as Hinduism and Buddhism. Reading Monroe is strange in that he'll make very 20th century acronyms for what are concepts that I see as being ancient Hindu things from 2,000 years ago. Monroe saw a spirit world in which different kinds of souls were constantly reincarnating into human bodies. The Earth is a brutal place of Darwinistic struggle, which chews up souls, but who are addicted to the struggle and excitement that is human life. Once a soul gets tired of this endless wheel of life and reincarnation, they can graduate to the next level of development, which is a higher, holier place. A point Monroe makes is that there is a geography to the spirit world. He imagines himself driving down a highway, and there are different off-ramps which lead to different spiritual countries. One is the Abrahamic spirit world, which he never visited. Another is what turned into the Indic spirit world that he saw. There is a large population of ghosts who hover around the earth, incapable of coming to terms with dying. Monroe spoke to dozens of these ghosts, helping them onto their next place. This fits very closely with Buddha, who said some people go to hell, others heaven, some enlightenment, some reincarnation, and others stay around as ghosts. Buddha didn't believe other religions weren't valid. He just wanted to explain the way to his heaven, that being nirvana or enlightenment. The way I imagine this is as if the Europeans in the 1490s, before they discovered the New World, had different ways of going west to reach the Americas. The Spanish sailed west to the Caribbean, the Portuguese to Brazil, and the English to Newfoundland. The inconsistency of the reports might lead some people back in Europe to think that the Americas didn't exist at all. In reality, these different sailors were just using different routes to reach different areas. If the spirit world exists, why wouldn't it be truly massive with different kinds of geographic regions? The inconsistencies of world religions maybe aren't due to people making this up. Rather, through using separate spiritual methods, they were going to literally different continents in the spirit world. There are concentric spiritual rings around the earth of higher and higher abstraction. The further you astral project out into the spirit world, the more things change from the base reality you and I know. So, for example, if you visit your neighbor's house, it will be identical to our reality. However, once you go further back into history or different planets, things start to be very different from our world. This fits exactly into what the pre-modern esoteric tradition believed, where planetary was synonymous with perfect. This is easiest to see in Dante's Inferno with the layers of hell. The pre-modern esoteric tradition believed in the 7 planetary gods, being Venus, Uranus, Saturn, Earth, and as you ventured further out into space, you saw different spiritual forces before reaching the ultimate, which was God. The reason the ancients thought heaven was in the sky was they conflated this spiritual esoteric map of the cosmos with the actual physical world. The reason the CIA was researching this was to use this research in order to spy on the Russians more effectively. Classic US government. Rather than usher in a profound spiritual revolution, which could completely change the course of history, they were trying to use this to look at Soviet stuff. An ironic thing is that when the CIA released Project Gateway, they removed the page in which they talk about how these discoveries could be used to benefit society and world religions, which Monroe independently released without their consent. The scary thing is that astral projecting was pretty successful. A couple times they were able to get people to completely draw government installations they would have no knowledge of from blank. They could also mentally project movie images at people and often get them to say exactly the movie that they were showing. They could get people to read statistically significant numbers in rooms on the other side of the country. The problem, and probably why the government dismantled this project, and they might not have, and they're just keeping it secret, is that they could get occasionally incredible breakthroughs that were statistically impossible, but it wasn't consistently effective enough to warrant its continued use. They had hundreds or thousands of examples of finding information through this which would be physically impossible in any other way. Monroe would spy on his neighbors and later ask them about specific details that only they would know through astral projecting at that very time. He used it to occasionally unearth facts from dead souls from previous lives, and then he checked the historic data and saw it was correct. The reason the CIA was interested in this stuff was because they were able to use it enough to learn random things about the world. I've read books which have covered the statistical chances that you can randomly do stuff like this, and it's so low as to practically be impossible. One of the things which really shocked me in researching this video is that we've actually had a significant amount of research into psychics, and the research has basically proven that they exist. With exercises like guessing cards or gambling, people's passive psychic ability will increase the success rate a few percentage points ahead of what would statistically make sense. That sounds unimportant, but it's statistically incredibly significant and would not happen without humans having at least some latent psychic ability. That being said, what the research found is that most people are only very weakly psychic. However, there is a tiny part of the population which, due to genetic abilities, is vastly more powerful. This is something like 1% of the population whose psychic gifts are stunning. These are the people who are drawing secret government installations, foretelling the future, and probably those who are going the furthest into the spirit world. They were probably called wizards in previous eras of history. Keep in mind, every single society before in history, before ours, believed in magic, and we also never disproved magic as a society. Rather, we said it just didn't fit into our mental model. It wouldn't surprise me if in something like a million years, we look back on the present and realize that we were in the process of evolving a new genetic ability, that being psychic abilities, in the same way that millions of years ago, we evolved the ability to think rationally or to speak through language. And over the course of human history, we've been able to evolve to have new neurological abilities. So why should that stop now? There is some evidence that you can use the spirit world to figure out how the real world works. We saw this with the Hindus in the ancient world. One of my favorite books is The Eye of Shiva by Amaury de Riencourt, which talked about how the Hindus reached conclusions about the universe in physics or psychology that we're only just discovering now. Also, the Hindus predicted an age called the Kali Yuga. The Kali Yuga is an age of feminine destruction in which the divine appears to be distant. Amaury was an expert in Indian history and religion and wrote about how they had a scientific method of religion, how they had holy men who did all of these processes and over centuries compared their findings with each other to create a understanding and map of the spirit world. One of the points Monroe talks about is that the main communication method of the spirit world is NVM. This is communicating psychically through vibes. You know when you have a brilliant idea which just hits you and you immediately envision it. Imagine if you could share all the distraught and pain of when your parents died with a friend. That's NVM. What the other intelligent species Monroe talked to said is that this was their main form of communication. They said humans are strange for not evolving it naturally, as our ecosystem was less cloudy than normal planets. Thus, we evolved to communicate through sight and sound and not psychic abilities. They said humanity had cut itself off from most of the other dimensions and different worlds through not evolving psychic abilities, which are normal in other species. They said the reason we never found aliens is because we were on different wavelengths. Us sending out radio frequencies to discover aliens, they said, would be the equivalent of aliens trying to speak to us through car exhaust. Monroe and his crew consistently spoke to different intelligent spiritual forces. In the spirit world, you'll find some humans going between lives. Also, living humans have multiple layers of consciousness. You can speak to someone's subconscious even when they're awake and talking, and they won't know. Then there are non-human species, which Monroe saw as aliens, but are basically angels or demons. They're often happy to talk to Monroe and his crew and explained how the spirit world worked. Monroe built friendships with many of these beings, seeing them dozens of times repeatedly. The spirit world is largely chaotic, like a jungle or our real world. It's not orderly or safe like we like to imagine, but a natural ecosystem in which creatures have their own motivations, goals, they eat each other, some are stronger than others, and more. It's not a place of peace and serenity. That being said, there are very clearly some stronger and better types of creatures than others. Some of these things were benevolent and helped Monroe, and others were monsters who attacked him. The main way the spirit world operates is that it exists in opposition to our world. Our world is hard, difficult, brutal, and very real and tangible. It's often too hard and too real as we struggle every day to make ends meet. The spirit world doesn't have time. It's infinitely large, and thought creates action. The second you think something, it comes into existence. The thing is that this is incredibly boring, and the spirits envy the toughness of our lives. We have reality and thus have to test ourselves. Thus, the spirits are always struggling to have bodies to inhabit. Some try to demonically possess people, some act like parasites, and they're all happy to incarnate and enter human bodies. Although we may not feel like it, the spirits view our hard lives with jealousy. It's ironic that for much of human history, through religion, has been an attempt to escape to the spirit world. I think the spirit and material worlds exist in critical tension, and like a duality such as men and women, war and peace, or day and night. The spirits explained life in the universe to Monroe and his crew. The interesting thing is that it basically perfectly mirrored what traditional religion says. They said that we should try to uplift our souls, that we should move past base materialism and survival, that spirituality would make us happy. Monroe saw heaven and spoke to God, while the spirits gave assurance that God existed. The Monroe spirit world is not a Christian one, it being incredibly similar to Indian religions, but they do talk about different aspects and regions of the spirit world which match up with the Abrahamic. The spirits Monroe talked to are basically giving him notes, which perfectly match up with Stoicism and some Eastern religions. These spirits were literally writing essays through Monroe on teachings for mankind, while Monroe himself had no experiences in those topics. Monroe's moral system is that you need to add to the learning in life, which is the universe. Evil things are those which drag us down towards base levels. For example, a war purely to justify your own greed is wrong, but a war to spread moral goods or advance technology is justifiable. The universe is learning through life itself. Thus, it's our duty to live life and experience it. Learning and having adventures for God. We really learn through emotions. We need to teach our emotions to develop through life experiences. The human soul gets reincarnated again and again, and we all have an immortal soul which exists in infinity. This soul helps us out throughout our lives and is an accumulation of all of our reincarnations. It keeps reincarnating until it gets bored of this life, and then it reaches enlightenment. Death is an illusion which forces our souls to try harder in our individual lives so we can learn for God as best as possible. Love is the force which bonds the universe together, in that when we die, we bring the essence of everything we love with us into the afterlife. To finish, infinity is an incredibly important concept for Monroe's worldview. Outside of all of these dimensions is infinity. The universe is predicated upon the existence of infinity. Infinity is the timeless in which quantum physics atoms jump in and out of. Infinity is God. It is the place of peace which all mystics talk about, in which everything is unified. The disunity of our world is predicated upon infinity. This is a concept all religions talk about, but is closest to the Indian. Infinity is true peace. Part 3. Before you get too excited. I know what I said here might get a lot of people really pumped. That being said, before we get too far, I do want to throw in some mitigating statements. The first being 2 stories from Monroe himself. Monroe saw that a more advanced species harvested our emotions and life experiences, called Lush, in a farm which they used to power their civilization. He saw the entirety of human existence being created and formed so as to be farmed by this society. The second story is that Monroe ran into a society that was on the edge of heaven, but was all based around committees, where their pastor kept them busy with church activities rather than just walking over through the gates of heaven. The reason I'm highlighting these 2 stories, I think they're symbolic of a very important point. These stories are great symbols of the issues of the society that Monroe lived in. The first one with Lush is that industrial civilization is actually about harvesting our emotions for the wealth of others. Advertisers look at our life experiences and emotions and then commoditize them. The government and powerful subtly manipulate us in 100 different ways to manufacture consent. This is even more true today with the internet. When Monroe was looking at Lush farming, he was seeing a representation of his own society shown through symbolic form. This is something the spirits actually told Monroe. They said what he saw was a representation of the truth, but a skewed perspective on it. The truth is a cone, and we all hug different parts of it. Let me give an example. To the Native Americans, the United States of America was a demon which ravenously destroyed their civilization and their environment for gain. For the Europeans in World War II, we were angels who saved them from the Nazis and then Soviet conquest. The thing is that we're looking at the same country. Both of these perspectives were valid in their own turn. The Hindus talked about a spiritual dark age called the Kali Yuga, of feminine chaos that would destroy civilization. Their dark age was the golden age of our civilization. This is an issue with the spirit world. As you stare into it, you're also staring at yourself. We reflect our own psyches into the spirit world. Dreaming is a great example of this, where we don't really have any good explanations for why we dream, except the spirit world. Monroe and Amaury say it's a daily reconnection to the shared unconscious which keeps us sane. That being said, we all know our dreams are representations of our psyche, which is something Freud and Jung wrote extensively about. In the same way where we don't take our dreams intensely seriously, where if I have a nightmare that a giant dinosaur is going to kill me, that does not inform my analysis that a giant dinosaur will kill me in my real life. And so I think that's a useful principle to apply here as well. We see this in world religions in which they all believe in the divine, but have wildly different conclusions. Go back 2,000 years, and you have hundreds of local religions which taught different things about the spirit world, all created through authentic experiences with the spirit world on the part of that society. I think the spirit world reflects back a level of complexity appropriate for the societies involved. The God of the Old Testament was so brutal since it was a society where the only motivator that would work would be brutality. That being said, when you're staring into the spirit world, it's not objective at all. What Monroe says is that things exist in the spirit world in a dimension we can't comprehend, so they translate them to physical forms comprehensible to us. If someone from the ancient world saw a spiritual tank, it would translate into a fiery chariot in their vision. The second dream of the town in the Virgin knowledge of heaven is symbolic for the church in the mid-20th century. Most Christians weren't religious in the way they were before, and didn't really believe in God. Thus, the church became about itself, effectively turning into a social club and not really believing in God. The church had rejected the insanity of the God of the Bible, instead creating a tame white bread version. The second point I want to make is that for a lot of this, we're dependent upon Monroe. Although he had hundreds of people independently go to the spirit world, the only one we have in-depth writing from is Monroe. Most of the theology here reflects the mind of one man. To be honest, that's true of basically all religions, but it's still something to be aware of. There were similar experiments behind the Iron Curtain at the same time in CiA, which used large amounts of LSD, which came to the same conclusions. They interviewed people off LSD and found basically the same exact stuff as what Monroe did with different details. The Russians had research into this, which I can't find good results for. That being said, Putin's government publicly still says they use psychics and astral projectors even today, so I can imagine the results were successful. Thirdly, as a word of caution for the people who are discovering this, I know a lot of people who have used the Gateway protocol unchaperoned. I've personally had some spiritual experiences when I wasn't ready for it, and it can be horrible. I know some people who were already not in a good headspace when they started doing this stuff, and it pushed them over the edge. Some other people where it put them through some weird personality transitions. This stuff isn't bubblegum, so be careful with it. We should develop institutions to deal with this sort of thing to make sure that it's done safely. I know my audience is young men, often of an intrepid and entrepreneurial mold, so you'll do this anyway. But at least your blood's not on my hands. If you do go onto these spiritual journeys, don't take everything you see as complete truth. There will be strange dreams which might haunt you, but are really symbolic of something in your subconscious rather than an external reality. If the aliens tell you you're in the Matrix and you need to start killing people to break out, you are just being paranoid, and it's not the perfect truth. Stay rooted to the earth. For a final brutal example, to look at a society which gave mystics of much of Monroe's vein total power, look to Indian civilization. There is much to admire in Indian civilization, as I said before in this video, but there also is an implicit criticism. India is a civilization run by the mystics and priest classes, and
you want to be a software engineer, right? Go to algoacademy.com. Use our step-by-step coding tutorial.
India is the least militarily, economically, technologically developed society of the big four Eurasian civilizations, and India had an oppressive caste system and was the society that treated women the worst. And if these mystic teachings were the keys to everything, India would be the most successful civilization, but the West, who studied the outside world empirically, was the one which dominated. Part 4. Why haven't I heard of this? For some frame of reference, all of human history believed in this extra dimension Monroe talks about. The only exception is the 20th century. Even in the 19th century, the occult was incredibly popular, in which people like Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, many presidents, and Karl Marx were obsessed with the occult. So, is it too crazy to believe that the 20th century found that this thing that every society believed in was actually true? The thing I find shocking is how little of a wave that this has caused. We literally have multiple government agencies from the world's two most powerful countries saying that we discovered the spirit world. If this is real, it's an event of the importance of the discovery of the Americas, or one of the most important events in history. Meanwhile, almost no one has heard of this. The news never covers this publicly. I only heard about this since one of my friends watches the Y-Files, which made a video on this topic. None of my other friends, many of whom study spirituality professionally, had ever heard of it. I think there are two reasons why this didn't make much impact in our culture. The first is that by 2016, when this was released, our society had other issues. We've become so polarized that we didn't really care about anything new. It's crazy to think that we drowned out the news of this due to the Trump election and the years of insanity, including COVID, which have followed since. We are a very short-sighted and foolish society in general, so I'm not too surprised. I once asked my fan base what they would do if God spoke to them through a burning bush like he supposedly did with Moses. Most said they think that they were crazy or they'd ignore it as a hallucination. That's sad. A society that the divine can't reach is a doomed society. We will possibly be known forevermore as those who dawdled on stupid distractions while ignoring that which is truly important, which lay right before us. The second reason, and a big part of why the government was hesitant to release this, is that our leadership doesn't want there to be a spirit world or God. If I was in charge of the government in the 60s, I would immediately declassify this, since I would want to help people by bringing them inner solace. One of the points Charles Taylor talks about in his book, A Secular Age, which is about the decline in religion we've seen since the Middle Ages, is that one of our biggest reasons is that authorities, like in government and science, didn't want religion to be real, since if it was, they couldn't get power as easily. If there was a God, there'd be standards they'd have to be held against. The ruling class of our society rules through scientism, or the external appearance of science. If you bring God back from the dead, it might make things complicated. This triggers a chain of mass social changes, which would probably destabilize those in charge. Keep in mind, those in charge largely don't want changes, given when you're at the top, the only way to go is down. In the 1960s, people were largely happy with modernity. It was the wealthiest era of history. Society was unified, peaceful, and metrics of happiness, social connections, and sex were the best in history. The post-war period in the West was the best period to be a normal person ever. At that point, questioning the assumptions of modernity looked like madness. You wanted to throw away a good thing? However, today we live in a failed society. Nothing works anymore. Under those conditions, you see people questioning the assumptions of a scientific society, since they know something's just not right. This is why Joe Rogan's constantly talking about the spirit world and psychedelics. It's why this research is coming out in physics, and possibly why Gateway was released at all. As life gets harder, we need the divine more and more. Much like the Bible and the classics of Greco-Roman civilization have been lying around for millennia, but the right confluence of variables resulted in them erupting into the Renaissance or Reformation. I very rarely end my videos on a positive note, but if things play out right, we might live to see something stunningly beautiful and wonderful in our lives. Imagine a spiritual revolution, various techniques, possibly machines and others, so that we as humans could interact with the spirit world and divine on a regular basis. Imagine that. Before we finish, thank you to Scentbird for sponsoring this video, and check them out at the link in the description. Peace.
Your thoughts, expert panel, non-panel, on what we just reviewed there? Did the CIA discover the spirit world, or is it yet another PSYOP? So we went over Project Gateway. We went over a lot of things here. Let's see here. All right, so we went over the Gateway Report by Monroe, Journeys Out of the Body by Robert Monroe, Far Journeys by Monroe, and Ultimate Journey by Monroe. And then Stalking the Wild Pendulum by Bentow, Conscious Universe by Dean Radin, Sacred History by Mark Booth, Secret History of the World by Booth, How God Becomes Real by Lurhmann. I'm not familiar with about half of these names, but The Web of Meaning by Jeremy Lent, Recapture the Rapture by Jamie Wheal, The Eye of Shiva by Amaury Riencourt, The Soul of India by Riencourt, Forgotten Truth by Houston Smith, Religions of the World by Houston Smith. There's something else by Houston Smith that I've reviewed before. It's neither of these. I don't think, unless it's Forgotten Truth, possibly. Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis, The Great Divorce by Charles Taylor, A Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking, the guy who's on a wheelchair and seemingly pressing buttons that are articulating his thoughts. Many people think Stephen Hawking is a PSYOP. That's a conversation for another time, perhaps. The Master and His Emissary by Ian McGhilchrist, A Secular Age by Charles Taylor, and Spiral Dynamics by Ken Wilber, better known as the Tattooed Monkey, if I'm not mistaken. The guy who, what's the name of his channel? Theosopher something. I'm sure someone knows here in the chat. But oh, okay, I see you. The part about, oh, I'm not sharing a screen. I'm not sharing the screen. See, that usually helps. If you share the screen, that you're, fuck, man. I'm still learning, folks. I'm still learning every day. This was what I was reading here, though. All this here. Yeah, interesting Video, a lot to take in. New channel I discovered there. I checked out some of his other videos. I didn't actually watch them, just kind of got a feel for what he usually covers, what kind of topics he usually covers. And they're not usually on that topic, so. Yeah, so the part about deciding your own path, it's a build your own character game. Right, manifest your destiny, as this channel used to be called. Well, the URL used to be at Manifest Your Destiny 6. Here's a good one for you, though. I might as well, since we're done with the main event, pretty much. Now, if I can find it, that would be amazing. But I'm not sure I will be able to find it. Let's see. It's not a very popular remix. This is a song I really used to enjoy covering with a band I used to be in back in the day. In the early 20s, I really should get back into the band gig. I'd have to find some like minds though, because the last couple times I was in a band, it's hard to hang out with people who want to chug sodas or beers and smoke cigarettes all day and talk about nonsense. Makes for a toxic mixture. All right, this might be it. I might be wrong, but let's see. I'll be right back, folks. I'll drop the link too, because why not? Why the fuck not? Keep this one short tonight, though. Hope y'all are doing well.
If I'd made me, would have been made somehow. If I hadn't assembled myself, I'd have fallen apart by now. If I'd made me, I'd be more than going to be what I want. That's more than I can. If you let them make you paper mache. At a distance you're strong until the wind comes and you crumble and blow away. If you let them fuck you, there'll be no foreplay. Rest assured, the screw you complete toy our house is blue and gray. You shouldn't make them as we did. It's only for better health. But if you really want to live, why not try and make yourself, make yourself. If I'd made me, I'd have fallen apart by now. Oh, let make me, it's all that I can allow. So when I make me, all people on my side, and I'll fuck me in my own way. 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 Fuck me in my own way. You should make your man's with you. If only for better health. But if you really want to live, why not try and make yourself, make yourself, make yourself, make yourself, make yourself.
Yeah, it might sound like a lot. It might sound like a lot. Make yourself, but it can really be that simple. Can it not? Create your life as you'd like to see it. It's possibly easier said than done at times, but I think when we step into the creator role, the manifestor role, some don't like that word. They chalk it up to Luciferianism. They chalk it up to New Ageism, right? But I think it really is that simple. Like, things don't really have to be so complicated. Things don't have to. Not everything's a psyop, right? That's something that I've had to I've had to realize myself. Not everything's a psyop. Not everything's a conspiracy. However, a lot is. Granted, a lot of things are psyops. A lot of things are distractions. A lot of things are meant to harvest our loosh. Some say this is a loosh farm. That is hard to argue. It's a hard to argue point there. It is possible to be part of the program and not be programmed. Well said, sir. Well said. Have I dropped the link? No, I haven't. Why? Because I'm distracted and I'm cutting up some natural tobacco to pack into my bowl here. Here's the link. If anyone wants to join for some fucking reason to talk to me, I wouldn't know why, but hey, go for it. In the channel. Got Mr. Wolfie in the house. I wonder sometimes when new peeps come up in here and they see all the wrenches, because I know myself, when I've gone on channels, when I drop into channels that it's just all mods, I won't even comment, because I'm like trying to get a feel for the channel. And then a lot of times I'm totally not interested in whatever the fuck they're talking about and I just leave. But anyway, yeah, one of my favorite bands, honestly, of all time, Incubus. But I can't deny the optics, if you will, with, again, is he in the club? Let's see. Brandon, what again? Bedowen? Is it Brandon Bedowen? I might be wrong. Brandon Bedowen, that's someone else. This is Brandon. Okay, Autistic Man Missing. No, this isn't. This isn't him. Holy crap. Jeez. Let's see here. Brandon Boyd, my bad. Brandon Boyd. Let's just see. Illuminati. Symbolism. Again, the name of the band, Incubus, like succubus. That's a winner picture right there. Winner chicken dinner picture right there. Holy crap. But yeah, some might say an ultra beta male. Some might say that. I wouldn't say that necessarily. I think this guy definitely pulls the ladies. But yeah, shit like this right here. Is this showing the bigger picture too? Let me see here on my end. Oh yeah, it does show the bigger picture. That's dope. Yeah, lick the clink, people. Lick the clink, please. I need some company. I'm lonely. No, I'm not lonely. Yeah, I actually just had to go to a mainstream allopathic, so to speak, hospital. Not a hospital, but a rehab rather. And I mean, I hate everything about it. I just hate it. I hate it. But the one thing I will say that's redeeming is all the free food. Because basically what happens is, all these people that are staying there, you figure out of all the people that stay there, a third of the people probably don't even touch barely touch their food, or don't even touch their food. At least a quarter of the people in there don't even touch their meals, right? And then you figure the other quarter touch it a little, barely eat anything. The other quarter eat a good amount, and then there is probably the quarter of people who eat basically all their food. But anyway, so near the cafeteria, near the kitchen, they just have all these fucking carts with all the trays, right? So I just look through to see what trays are untouched, and I just take one, maybe two if I'm really fucking hungry. And yeah, so I had some wild rice, some and I overheard these people talking, and all I heard was, "Oh yeah, I don't know, maybe he's homeless or something. So someone must have seen me or something, like taking. I mean, I know, what am I saying? I know people saw me because I saw them see me. I saw a couple people see me, like taking the, like fishing through, looking for a tray to take. But yo, it's like I don't even care. Like call me home. Think I'm not even homeless, but call me homeless. Even if I was homeless, even more so, I would probably go out of my way to go there when it was dinner time, just to catch a free meal. Yeah, but it's a lot more, I'd say, honorable than, say like shoplifting at a grocery or farmer's market or something. Why am I talking about this right now? Why am I talking about this? Lick the clink, people. Jeez. There's your one eye symbolism. Show you I'm in the club there. Yeah, what did I have? I had some wild rice, some tomato soup, some veggies. I had some, what was that thing? Oh, like this cranberry muffin. It was good food, dude. It would have cost, you know what I mean? Like if I would have got that at a restaurant, it would have cost some money, man. So for every meal, for every free meal, I mean, honestly, I would imagine people, like if someone like Rick Ross can still eat at fucking what's it called? Wings. What's that wings place called? Whatever. If he can own a bunch of wing joints and still eat there, and if these celebrities could still eat McDonald's, then yeah, I don't see why I can't get some free food that's actually decent. You wouldn't think there'd be anything decent at a allopathic medical establishment, but there's some good stuff. You just got to know. So why was I looking at? Oh yeah, I guess just wanted to see the optics. What is this about? Oh, okay, this looks interesting. There you go, Brandon Boyd of Incubus, Illuminati. Is it just going to be his song playing over a fucking one eye symbolism? It's only 30 seconds, so let's see. 31 seconds, like my age. Let's see what this is about. But yeah, Pardon Me by Incubus, I think, was the first song I ever sang in public.
Brandon Boyd of the band Incubus.
Oh,
One eye symbolism.
oh no.
One eye symbolism in front of the all-seeing eye.
Optics high, folks. Optics
There's
high.
his artwork of Satan's eye. The devil horns.
You got it, Wingstop. Yep.
One eye symbolism. 3 6s over one eye.
Ruh-roh.
God bless you, brothers and sisters.
Ruh-roh. Optics high.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Brandon. Nice to talk to you.
Nice to talk to you too. Thank you.
So you're probably best known as the lead vocalist of Incubus, but you're also an artist, author, and now stage musical act.
All right, we're not going to get like too far off. I actually wouldn't mind bringing it back to Gateway Process, and Project Gateway. So let's see here. Let's see what we can find when we look up Project Gateway. I would imagine the Y Files video is one of the first, if not the first things that come up. Let's see. There you go. Over 3 million views. Now the question is, do I even want to watch this? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? How about a vote? I'll give you 4 options. A 1, if you want to watch this, the Gateway Process, the CiA's classified space and time travel system that you can learn really by the Y Files. Or drop a 2. I actually like most stuff that comes from this channel here, from Video Advice. I honestly think the people behind Video Advice are the same people behind Be Inspired channel and Motivation Manifested. Like there's a very similar style and presentation style and whatnot, and organization to their videos. I'm just theorizing here, but there definitely seems to be a correlation. Anyway, so drop a 2 for this one here. CiA full report on brain synchronization, energy, manifestation, and the holographic universe. Or drop a 3 for... We're definitely not going to do this one because this is 3-something hours. The Gateway Experience, Hemisync, full audio session, Monroe Institute. Huh. This might be the here. I'm gonna add this. I haven't actually done the gateway process in quite a long time, but I'll admit it was extremely interesting. I don't know if there's anything I could actually articulate that I remember experiencing necessarily, but there was definitely something profound to it. So I might do it again tonight. I'm gonna do it again tonight. I'm gonna try it out. I might as well. So yeah, drop a 1 for that one there by the Y files. Drop a 2 for video advice. Drop a 3 for this dude's weird to me. This Morgue guy, this gothic. I mean, his channel name is Morgue Official, so he's kind of just like a closeted homosexual goth tard. That's what it seems like to me. I haven't watched his stuff in a long time. So drop a 3 for him, or drop a 4 for the Get Out optics here. The Gateway Experience. It's dangerous. That's a short one. So we'll watch that one anyway. So forget this. That's not 4 actually. We're gonna play that one anyway. So yeah, again, 1 for this one, 2 for this one, 3 for this Morgue one. I'm gonna play this one anyway because it's short. Or drop a 4 for one of Aaron Dottie's videos. I used to watch his stuff as well. Yeah, I'm gonna add this one as well from video advice because it's short. Those are your 4 options, folks. 4 for one of Aaron Dottie's videos. 3 for Morgues. 2 for video advice. Or 1 for the Y files. I hear the one eye means they do the ... anal eye. The all-seeing booty hole eye. Thoughts. Your thoughts? Your THOTS people? No, anything? 3. What number is that? 3,000,001 views coming up. No, that would be 3 million. That would be 3,100,000 and change. But yeah, shout out to 11 in the chat at 1 hour and 1 minute. There's your synchronicity, sir. Happy Pi Day, by the way, as well, folks. Happy Pi Day, 3/14. So I'll probably maybe do a Pi review on the movie Pi. If you guys aren't familiar with that movie, it's quite a doozy. You choose. That's you. All right, sir. Maybe I will choose. The butthole is the gateway into your stink soul. That's deep, sir. Literally, figuratively, hypothetically, metaphorically, anatomically as well. All right, so we got a 2. Yeah, I like that. Oh, I like that. Or 5 to drop it low, girl. You know what? I need the soundboard. Let's see if there's a drop it low. Drop it low. Oh, I still got my meme creator here. I'm exposing myself on how I do what I do. Let's see here. What is it called again? Sound. Fuck. Oh, there we go. All right, so what are we doing now? Oh, right, drop it low. Okay. Well, let's see what we can find here. Drop it low, girl. Gotta be something. There's gotta be something. No results for drop it low, girl? Come on, man. Let's see here. Man.
Bruh.
Yeah, I know. Whatever.
Yeah, boy.
Right. What am I doing? Is this real? I don't know.
Bruh.
Daddy, chill.
Oh, I've been married a long time ago. What you to come from? What year to go? What you to come from?
Right.
Oh, I've been married a long time ago. What you to come from? What year to go? What you to come from?
Right. Yeah, sometimes I do wonder if this is real. Have to ask myself. Do you guys think that I might have
Emotional damage.
or just psychological? You think it's just psychological, or do you think it's like just Asperger's or autism? Again, I think these are all cop outs. Yeah, it's kind of gay. I agree.
Treat me like white teeth. Don't get.
We do not care.
That's you. Got Mandela. Yeah, that song does slap. You know what's really disturbing is when there's like a dozen people here and 2 are commenting, and you just have to wonder who the fuck is watching the circus. All right, we'll try a couple more. How about drop it low? Just drop it low, not drop it low, girl. Drop it low. No, nothing for drop it low. Fuck, man. Come on, man.
Daddy, chill.
Bruh.
Yeah, fuck. How about gateway? Gateway problems, not process, but close.
We have some problems with our gateway.
Okay, then. Right. It's coming out.
It's coming out here with no gateway.
Alrighty then. Right. How about CIA? CIA. Gonna be a lot for this, I'm sure. I'm CIA. I'm not saying I'm CIA. That's the name of the clip. I promise.
Pavel, I'm CIA.
I'm not. I'm not. You would know, guys. Okay. Definitely not. COINTELPRO. Definitely not.
Shut up! My dad works for the Central Intelligence Agency and can get your entire neighborhood addicted to crack!
That is an incredible soundbite. Okay. You know what? I have to add that to the soundboard, but I'm not logged into my fucking... Okay. Not logged into my account. CIA top secret.
Dwayne's a bitch. Dwayne's a bitch.
What? What is that even saying? This one's called CIA top secret information, and I have no idea what it's saying.
Dwayne's a bitch.
All right. Good stuff. CIA funded trots.
CIA funded Trotskyists.
Right. All right, I think we're gonna move into the next segment because yeah, there's nothing here. All right. We're moving to the next segment. Let's move on. What do we got? Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. Everyone's pretty much gone. I scared off the audience. That's good. Now the core peeps are here. CIA full report on brain synchronization, energy, manifestation, and the holographic universe. Gets into a brief introduction to the document. A word from our sponsors, which I'm going to skip through, of course. Gateway and Hemisync. Lamp versus laser. Frequency following response, or FFR. Role of resonance. Brain stimulation. Energy entrainment. Consciousness and energy. Holograms. The part encodes the whole. The consciousness matrix. Brain in phase. Evaluation. Gateway method. Hemisync introduced. Advanced techniques. Problem solving. Patterning. Color breathing. Energy bar tool. Color breathing is very interesting. I will say that much. Energy bar tool. Of course, remote viewing is as well. I mean, all this stuff is. Living body map. Focus 15. Travel into the past. Focus 21. The future. The out-of-body movement. The role of REM sleep, or rapid eye movement sleep. Information collection potential. Belief system considerations. Motivational aspect, and a conclusion following these steps. This is one of the most interesting reads I've come across. It's rather complex and takes a while to digest, but it's 100% worth it. Let's get into it. Much love. Much love, much love. CiA full report on brain synchronization, energy, manifestation, and the holographic universe. Shout out to Video Advice. And Chris, if you're out there, question, sir. Am I no longer on the premium account, sir? If not, I was thinking of asking if you'd be willing to have a proposition, potentially to chip in for the cost of the premium and share the account with you, sir, because I really appreciate the having me on there for a little bit. It does help to not have the ads and whatnot. It definitely does help. I enjoy the fluidity that it gives to the broadcast without the unnecessary noise added. So it looks like I scared off a half dozen of the dozen, but that's okay. How am I not subscribed? I thought I was already subscribed. Wow, they have over almost 3.5 million views now. That's crazy. Shout out to Benton, Pirate Radio for the zombie apocalypse. Truth or naughty? Truthering out there. Let's get into it, peeps. I may have watched this one before, I'm not sure. 59,000 likes on this video. Wow.
This is one of the most interesting reads I've come across. It's rather complex and takes a while to digest, but it's 100% worth it. It's an official declassified CiA document, and a terrific analysis of consciousness and beyond, known as the Gateway Process. While it's an older document and has been declassified for a while now, the fact that modern developments in science, quantum physics, psychedelics, and neurobiology confirm what's written within those pages is nothing short of outstanding. It explains consciousness in a profound and analytical way and merges knowledge from mystics from Hindu, Buddhist, and Tibetan cultures to contemporary scientific knowledge of Planck distance, Einstein's theory of relativity, and the works of Niels Bohr. The cosmic spiral and torus is everything, and everything is one. It seems as though individual consciousness is pulled from the collective consciousness using the frequency vibrations of the being. This applies to humans, whales, fungus, and amoeba. Mystics of past and present, including all ancient religions, understood these concepts thousands of years ago. Still, it takes much to open the minds of the most pragmatic, self-conscious, and uptight people.
This is the first step along your path to a gateway beyond which is discovery. Your own discovery of reality, of truth, of who and what you are.
You all know who today's sponsor is, Skillshare. I initially joined Skillshare to take classes on video editing and then also found myself taking classes on personal development. Recently, I took this class in modern meditation, Discover Your Potential, Power, and Purpose by Justin Michael Williams, because I felt like I needed to balance myself. Whoa. Even though I've always believed mindfulness and meditation are beneficial to me, I often put it on the list of things I will do someday. So I decided to take this class, and I'm glad I did. By taking this class,
have any of you guys ever used this Skillshare? I've considered it before. I never have to my memory, but curious. Anybody at all? All right, let's continue.
I was able to identify the areas of my life that needed the most attention and break through self-sabotage and fears. This made a huge difference. It really helped. Therefore, I strongly recommend taking this class. Once you're done, you'll have a practice you can use on your own without any guidance. Skillshare is an online learning community for creatives, where millions come together to take the next step in their creative journey. The first 1,000 people to use the link on my description box or my code will get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare. Now let's get back to the video. Introduction. In order to describe the Monroe Institute technique for achieving altered states of consciousness, the gateway experience involving brain hemisphere synchronization, or hemisync, the most effective way to begin is to briefly profile the basic mechanics which underlay operation of related methods such as hypnosis, transcendental meditation, and biofeedback. It is easiest to effectively describe what gateway is by beginning with a short description of those associated techniques that share some common aspects with the gateway experience, but which are nevertheless different. In this way, we can develop a frame of reference at the outset, which will provide useful concepts to explain and understand gateway by comparison as we proceed.
That is true, sir. That is very
gateway
true.
And hemisync.
Well
Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres, so as to alter consciousness, moving it outside the physical sphere so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. The participant then gains access to the various levels of intuitive non-universe offered. Gateway experience from forms of meditation is its use of the hemisync technique, which is defined in a monograph by Monroe Institute trainer Melissa Jager as a state of...
All right, whoa. Did you just say monograph or monograph? Snafu, did you catch that, guy? Is this guy a pogo? Pogo optics in play, sir? Anybody? All right, let's get
consciousness to find when the EEG patterns of both hemispheres are simultaneously equal in amplitude and frequency. Although hemisync seems to be rather rare and of only short duration in ordinary human consciousness, Melissa Jager states that audio techniques developed by Bob Monroe can induce and sustain hemisync with the Institute's basic Focus 3 tapes. She also notes that studies conducted by Elmer and Alice Green at the Henniger Foundation have shown that a subject with 20 years of training in Zen meditation could consistently establish hemisync at will, sustaining it for over 15 minutes. Dr. Stuart Twemlow, a psychiatrist and researcher of the Monroe Institute, reports, in our studies of the effect of the Monroe tape system on brainwaves, we have found that the tapes encourage the focusing of brain energy. It can be measured as with a light bulb in watts into a narrower and narrower frequency band, unlike the pointedness, which we may translate in Western terms as single-mindedness. Dr. Twemlow goes on to observe that as the individual gets into the tapes beyond Focus 3, there is a gradual increase in brainwave size, which is a measure of brain energy or power. 6. Lamp versus laser. Melissa Jager uses a metaphor to help clarify the process involved in the use of hemisync in the gateway experience. She points out that the human mind in its natural state may be likened to an ordinary lamp, which expands energy in the form of both heat and light, but in a chaotic, incoherent way, which diffuses its energy over a wide area of rather limited depth. On the other hand, the human mind under the discipline of hemisync acts in the fashion of a laser beam, which produces a disciplined stream of light. The stream of energy surface area of billions of times the concentrated energy found in a similar surface area on the sun. Gateway assumes that once the frequency and amplitude of the human brain are rendered coherent, it is possible to begin accelerating both, so that the human mind is soon resonating at ever higher vibrational levels. The mind can then bring itself into synchronization with more sophisticated and rarefied energy levels in the universe. The mind, when operating at these increasingly rarefied levels, is assumed to be capable of processing the information thus received through the same fundamental matrix by which it makes sense of ordinary physical sensory input to achieve meaning in a cognitive context. Such meaning is usually perceived visually in the form of symbols, but may also be perceived as astonishing flashes of holistic intuition or even in the form of scenarios involving both visual and oral perception. The mechanics by which the mind exercises the consciousness function will be addressed in more detail later in this paper.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga.
7. Frequency following response. To achieve synchronization of brain hemispheres, the hemisync technique takes advantage of a phenomenon known as the frequency following response, FFR, which means that if a subject hears a sound produced at a frequency which emulates one of those associated with the operation of the human brain, the brain will try to mimic the same frequency pattern by adjusting its brainwave output. Therefore, if the subject is in a fully awake state, but hears sound frequencies which approximate brainwave output at a theta level, the subject's brain will endeavor to alter its brainwave pattern from the normal beta to the theta level. Since the theta level is associated with sleep, the subject concerned may progress from a fully awake to a sleep state, providing that he does not consciously resist, as the brain strives to entrain its wave frequency output with one which the person hears. Since these brainwave frequencies are outside of the spectrum of sounds which can be heard in pure form by the human ear, hemisync must produce them based on another phenomenon known as the brain's capacity for deducing beat frequencies. If the human brain is exposed to one frequency in the left ear, which is 10 hertz below another audible frequency played in the right ear, rather than hearing either of the two audible frequencies, the brain chooses to hear the difference between them, the beat frequency. Thus, availing itself of the FFR phenomenon and using the technique of beat frequencies, the gateway system uses hemisync and other audio techniques employing the FFR phenomenon to introduce a variety of frequencies which are played at a virtually subliminal, marginally audible level. The objective is to relax the left hemisphere of the brain, place the physical body in a virtual sleep state, and bring the left and right hemispheres into coherence, under conditions designed to promote the production of ever higher amplitude and frequency of brainwave output. Audible and perhaps subliminal suggestions by Bob Monroe accompany the various brainwave frequencies, which are sometimes rolled in together with other sounds, such as sea surf, to mask the sound frequencies where desirable. In this way, Gateway endeavors to provide the subject with the tools by which he may alter his consciousness based on his own volition over time, through the repetitive use of the tapes, so as to access, via intuitive means, new categories of information not available to ordinary consciousness. 8. Role of resonance. However, brain coherence through entrainment to beat frequencies introduced via stereo headphones is only part of the reason why the gateway system works. It is also designed to achieve the physical quietude characteristic of deep transcendental meditative states, which bring about a complete alteration of the fundamental resonance pattern associated with the sound frequencies produced by the human body. Yoga, Zen, or transcendental meditation, if practiced long enough, will produce a change in the sound frequency with which the human heart resonates throughout the entire body. According to Bentow, this change in resonance results from the elimination of what the medical profession calls the bifurcation echo, so that the sound of the heartbeat can move synchronously up and down the circulatory system in harmonious resonance approximately 7 times a second. Bentow describes the role played by the bifurcation echo as follows. When the left ventricle of the heart ejects blood, the aorta, being elastic, balloons out just beyond the valve and causes a pressure pulse to travel down along the aorta. When the pressure pulse reaches the bifurcation in the lower abdomen, which is where the aorta forks in two to go into the legs, part of the pressure pulse rebounds and starts traveling up the aorta. If in the meantime the heart ejects more blood and a new pressure pulse is traveling down, these two pressure points will eventually collide somewhere along the aorta and produce an interference pattern. By placing the body in a sleep-like state, the gateway tapes achieve the same goal as meditation, in that it places the body in such a profoundly relaxed state that the bifurcation echo slowly fades away as the heart lessens the force and frequency with which it pushes blood into the aorta. The result is a regular, rhythmic sine wave pattern of sound, which echoes throughout the body and rises up into the head in sustained resonance. The amplitude of this sine wave pattern, when measured with a sensitive seismograph-type instrument, is about 3 times the average of the sound volume produced by the heart when it is operating normally. 9. Brain stimulation. Bentow's biomedical model shows that this resonance is of considerable importance since it is directly transmitted to and impacts upon the brain. The resulting vibration is received and transmitted into the brain itself via the fluid-filled third and left ventricles located above the brainstem. An electromagnetic pulse is then generated, which stimulates the brain to raise the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output, just as Dr. Twenlow observed in his research on the effects of the hemisync tapes. Also, the brain is contained in a tight membrane called the dura, which is, in turn, cushioned by a thin layer of fluid located between it and the skull. As the coherent resonance produced by the human heart in a state of profound relaxation reaches the fluid layer surrounding the brain, it sets up a rhythmic pattern in which the brain moves up and down, approximately 0.005 to 0.01 millimeters in a continuous pattern. The self-reinforcing character of resonant behavior accounts for the body's ability to sustain this movement despite the minimal level of energy involved. In this way, the entire body, based on its own micromotion, functions as a tuned vibrational system which transfers energy in a range between 6.8 and 7.5 Hz into the Earth's ionospheric cavity, which itself resonates at about 7 to 7.5 Hz. Of this process, Bentow states, this is occurring at a very long wavelength of about 40,000 kilometers, or just above the perimeter of the planet. In other words, the signal from the movement of our bodies will travel around the world in about 1/7 of a second through the electrostatic field in which we are embedded. Such a long wavelength knows no obstacles, and its strength does not attenuate much over large distances. Naturally, it will go through just about anything: metal, concrete, water, and the fields making up our bodies. It is the ideal medium for conveying a telepathic signal. Consequently, the gateway process is designed to rather rapidly induce a state of profound calm within the nervous system, and to significantly lower blood pressure, to cause the circulatory system, skeleton, and all other physical organ systems to begin vibrating coherently at approximately 7 to 7.5 cycles per second. The resulting resonance sets up a regular, repetitive sound wave which propagates in consonance with the electrostatic field of the Earth. 10. Energy entrainment. As the body is tuned into a coherent oscillator vibrating in harmony with the surrounding electrostatic medium, the specific exercises included in the gateway tapes enjoin the participant to build up the energy field surrounding his body, presumably by using energy from the Earth's field, which the body is now entraining because of its ability to resonate with it. This puts the body's energy field into homogeneity with its surrounding environment, and promotes movement of the seat of consciousness into the surrounding environment, partly in response to the fact that the two electromagnetic medians are now a single energy continuum. Thus, the same process which moves the brain into focused coherence at steadily higher levels of frequency and amplitude, so as to entrain analogous frequencies in the universe for data collection, also promotes the enhancement of bodily energy levels to a point adequate to permit the subject to experience an out-of-body movement when he is ready to do so. In addition, by resonating with the Earth's electromagnetic sphere, the human body creates a surprisingly powerful carrier wave to assist the mind in communication activity with other human minds similarly tuned. 11. Consciousness and energy. Before our explanation can proceed any further, it is essential to define the mechanism by which the human mind exercises the function known as consciousness, and to describe the way in which that consciousness operates to deduce meaning from the stimuli which it receives. To do this, we will first consider the fundamental character of the material world in which we have our physical existence, in order to accurately perceive the raw stuff with which our consciousness must work. The first point which needs to be made is that the two terms, matter and energy, tend to be misleading if taken to indicate two distinctly different states of existence in the physical world that we know it. Indeed, if the term matter is taken to mean solid substance as opposed to energy, which is understood to mean a force of some sort, then the use of the former is entirely misleading. Science now knows that both the electrons which spin in the energy field located around the nucleus of the atom and the nucleus itself are made up of nothing more than oscillating energy grids. Solid matter, in the strict construction of the term, simply does not exist. Rather, atomic structure is composed of oscillating energy grids surrounded by other oscillating energy grids, which orbit at extraordinarily high speeds. In his book, Stalking the Wild Pendulum, Itzak Bentow gives the following figures. The energy grid, which composes the nucleus of the atom, vibrates at approximately 1022 Hz, which means 10 followed by 22 zeros. At 70 degrees Fahrenheit, an atom oscillates at the rate of 1015 Hz. An entire molecule composed of a number of atoms bound together in a single energy field vibrates in the range of 109 Hz. A live human cell vibrates at approximately 103 Hz. The point to be made is that the entire human being, brain, consciousness, and all is like the universe which surrounds him, nothing more or less than an extraordinarily complex system of energy fields. The so-called states of matter are actually variances in the state of energy, and human consciousness is a function of the interaction of energy in two opposite states, motion versus rest, in a manner described in the following paragraph. 12. Holograms. Energy creates, stores, and retrieves meaning in the universe by projecting or expanding at certain frequencies in a three-dimensional mode that creates a living pattern called a hologram. The concept of the hologram can be most easily understood by using an example cited by Bentow, in which he asks the reader to visualize a bowl full of water into which 3 pebbles are dropped. As the ripples created by the simultaneous entry of the 3 pebbles radiate outward towards the rim of the bowl, Bentow further asks the reader to visualize that the surface of the water is suddenly flash frozen, so that the ripple pattern is preserved instantly. The ice is removed, leaving the 3 pebbles still laying at the bottom of the bowl. Then the ice is exposed to a powerful, coherent source of light, such as a laser. The result will be a 3-dimensional model or representation of the position of the 3 pebbles suspended in midair. Holograms are capable of encoding so much detail that, for example, it is possible to take a holographic projection of a glass of swamp water and view it under magnification to see small organisms not visible to the naked eye when the glass of water itself is examined. The whole concept of holography, despite its scientific implications, has only been known to physicists since the underlying mathematical principles were worked out by Dennis Gabor in 1947. He later won a Nobel Prize for his work. Laboratory demonstration of Gabor's work only occurred years later following the invention of the laser, as biologist Lyle Watson explains. The purest kind of light available to us is that produced by a laser, which sends out a beam in which all the waves are of one frequency, like those made by an ideal pebble in a perfect pond. When 2 laser beams touch, they produce an interference pattern of light and dark ripples that can be recorded on a photographic plate. And if one of the beams, instead of coming directly from the laser, is reflected first off an object such as a human face, the resulting pattern will be very complex indeed, but it can still be recorded. The record will be a hologram of the face. 13. The part encodes the whole. Of further importance is the fact that even if we dropped our frozen hologram of the ripple pattern on the floor and broke it into a number of pieces, each individual piece would recreate the entire holographic image all by itself. The smaller the piece, the fuzzier and more distorted would be the resulting holographic projection. But the fact remains that a whole projection would nonetheless be made. The key to creating any hologram is that the energy in motion must interact with energy in a state of rest, or non-motion. In the foregoing example, the pebbles represent energy in motion, while the water, before its agitation by the pebbles, represents the energy at a state of rest. To activate, or in effect, to perceive the meaning of a holograph, energy, in this case a coherent light source such as a laser beam, must be passed through the interference pattern generated by the interaction between the moving energy and the energy at rest. In the simple example given by Bentow, this requirement was fulfilled by holding the frozen interference pattern in front of the coherent light to project the 3-dimensional holographic image, its meaning, into space. As Marilyn Ferguson, editor of the Brain Mind Bulletin, tells us, another feature of a hologram is its efficiency. Billions of bits of information can be stored in a tiny space. The pattern of the holographic photograph is stored everywhere on the plate. 14. The consciousness matrix. The universe is composed of interacting energy fields, some at rest and some in motion. It is, in and of itself, one gigantic hologram of unbelievable complexity. According to the theories of Karl Pribram, a neuroscientist at Stanford University, and David Bohm, a physicist at the University of London, The human mind is also a hologram which attunes itself to the universal hologram by the medium of energy exchange, thereby deducing meaning and achieving the state which we call consciousness. With respect to states of expanded or altered consciousness, such as gateway uses, the process operates in the following way. As energy passes through various aspects of the universal hologram and is perceived by the electrostatic fields which comprise the human mind, the holographic images being conveyed are projected upon those electrostatic fields of the mind and are perceived or understood to the extent that the electrostatic field is operating at a frequency and amplitude that can harmonize with and therefore read the energy carrier wave pattern passing through it. Changes in the frequency and amplitude of the electrostatic field, which comprises the human mind, determine the configuration and hence the character of the holographic energy matrix, which the mind projects to intercept meaning directly from the holographic transmissions of the universe. Then, to make sense of what the holographic image is saying to it, the mind proceeds to compare the image just received with itself. Specifically, it does this by comparing the image received with that part of its own hologram, which constitutes memory. By registering differences in geometric form and in energy frequency, the consciousness perceives. As psychologist Keith Floyd puts it, contrary to what everyone knows is so, it may not be the brain that produces consciousness, but rather consciousness that creates the appearance of the brain. 15. Brain in phase. The consciousness process is most easily envisaged if we picture the holographic input with a three-dimensional grid system superimposed over it, in terms of three-dimensional geometry using mathematics to reduce the data to the two-dimensional form. Bentow states that scientists suspect that the human mind operates on a simple binary go, no-go system, as do all digital computers. Therefore, once it superimposes a three-dimensional matrix over holographic information it wishes to interpret and reduces that information mathematically to two-dimensional form, it can completely process using its fundamental binary system, just as any computer made by the hand of man can process volumes of data and make various comparisons between the data and information stored in its digital memory. Our minds operate in the same way, perceiving by comparison only. Bentow states the proposition this way. Our whole reality is constructed by constantly making such comparisons. Whenever we perceive something, we always perceive differences only. In states of expanded consciousness, the right hemisphere of the human brain, in its holistic, nonlinear, and nonverbal mode of functioning, acts as the primary matrix or receptor for this holographic input, while, by operating in phase or coherence with the right brain, the left hemisphere provides the secondary matrix through its binary, computer-like method of functioning to screen further the data by comparison and reduce it to a discrete, two-dimensional form. 16. Evaluation. To the extent that Gateway succeeds in bringing about a refinement in the energy matrix of the mind, it succeeds in expanding or altering human consciousness so that it can perceive without recourse to the intercept, not, of course, accessible by sense perception, can ultimately be perceived and understood. Marilyn Ferguson has written that the theories of Pribram and Bohm appear to account for all transcendental experience, paranormal events, and even normal perceptual oddities. She goes on to say of Pribram, currently he is proposing a startling, all-encompassing model that is generating considerable excitement among those intrigued by the mysteries of human consciousness. His holographic model marries brain research to theoretical physics. It accounts for normal perception and simultaneously takes the paranormal and transcendental experiences out of the supernatural by explaining them as a part of nature. Like certain strange discoveries of quantum physics, the radical reorientation of this theory suddenly makes sense of paradoxical sayings of mystics throughout the ages. 17. Self-cognition. To complete our outline of the process by which the mind achieves and exercises consciousness, we must also describe the mechanism which accounts for the aspect of human thought that differentiates it from the consciousness of plants or animals, i.e., self-cognition. Humans not only know, but they know what they know. They are able to monitor the process of their own thinking and maintain an awareness of it. Moreover, they conduct a comparative assessment, evaluating the functioning of their thought processes against various objective standards they have adopted. Human consciousness can do this because it has the capacity to duplicate aspects of its own hologram, project them out, perceive that projection, put it through comparison with the memory aspect, where its evaluation standards of measure are stored, of its own hologram, and measure or sense the difference using three-dimensional geometry and then binary go, no-go poles to yield verbal cognition about the self. 28. Gateway method. Having put the gateway experience in context by postulating a structural outline of how and why it seems to work, and having shown what it is designed to achieve, the time has come to examine the specific techniques which comprise the gateway training process. These techniques are designed to enable the user of the gateway tapes to manipulate the high energy states, which can be achieved if the user continues to work with the tapes over a period of time. The amount of time required to reach advanced energy states and to fully exploit the techniques varies with the individual. The sensitivity of his nervous system, his general state of may have previously developed facility in related techniques, such as transcendental meditation, are all pertinent factors affecting the speed at which he may expect to progress. The gateway process begins by teaching the individual participant to isolate extraneous concerns in a visualization device called an energy conversion box. Next, the participant is introduced to a method of encouraging his mind and body to strive to achieve a state of resonance through the utterance of a single tone, a monotonous, protracted humming sound that sets up a feeling of vibration, particularly in the head. He engages in this resonant tuning, as it is called, by humming along with a chorus of such sounds that are contained on the gateway tape. Following this, the participant is exposed to the gateway affirmation and is encouraged to repeat it to himself as he hears it repeated on the tape. This affirmation is a statement to the effect that the individual realizes that he is more than merely a physical body and that he deeply desires to expand his consciousness. 29. Hemisync introduced. After that, he's exposed for the first time to the hemisync sound frequencies and is encouraged to focus on and develop a perception of and appreciation for those feelings which accompany the synchronization of brainwaves that result. Next comes the technique of progressive and systematic physical relaxation, while the hemisync frequencies are expanded to include additional forms of pink and white noise, designed to put the physical body at the virtual threshold of sleep, as well as to calm the left hemisphere of the mind while raising the right hemisphere to a state of heightened attentiveness. Once all of this is achieved, the participant is invited to envisage the creation of an energy balloon, comprised of an energy flow beginning at the center of the top of the head and extending down in all directions to the feet. The energy involved in this flow then proceeds up through the body and back out into the balloon pattern again. The energy balloon, which sets up a pattern very reminiscent of the cosmic egg discussed earlier, not only enhances bodily energy flow and encourages the early achievement of a suitable resonant state, but is also designed to provide protection against conscious entities possessing lower energy levels, which the participant might encounter in the event that he achieves an out-of-body state. It serves as a precautionary purpose in the unlikely event that the participant's first out-of-body experience involves direct projection outside the terrestrial sphere. 30. Advanced techniques. Having reached focus 10, the participant is now ready to endeavor to achieve a state of sufficiently expanded awareness to begin actually interacting with dimensions beyond those associated with his experience of physical reality. This state is called Focus 12 and involves conscious efforts on his part, while additional forms of pink and white noise enter the sound stream being directed into his ears from the gateway tape. Begin employing a series of specific techniques or tools, as the Monroe Institute characterizes them, which enable him to manipulate his newly found expanded awareness to obtain practical, useful feedback of value for promoting self-discovery and personal growth. The specific techniques involved are described individually below. A. Problem solving. This technique involves identifying fundamental problems which the individual wishes to see solved, filling his expanded awareness with his perception of these problems, and then projecting them out into the universe. In this way, the individual enlists the assistance of what Monroe Institute calls his higher self. In other words, his expanded consciousness, to interact with the universe may be used to solve personal difficulties, technical problems in the realm of physics, mathematics, practical administrative problems, and so on. Responses to the problem-solving technique may be received almost immediately, but often they come based on developing intuition over the next 2 to 3 days. Frequently, the response comes in the form of a sudden, holistic perception in which the individual suddenly finds that he simply knows the answer in all of its ramifications and completely in context, sometimes without even being able to put his newly found perception into words, at least initially. In some cases, the response may even arrive in the form of visual symbols, which the individual will see with his mind while he is in the Focus 12 state, and which he will have to interpret after he returns to normal consciousness.
The practice you are about to learn is almost never described publicly. We will explore 4 major secrets of sacred geometry. These secrets will guide us into learning a very powerful method, which can activate a wide range of new powers, abilities, and states of consciousness. You'll learn how to apply this method to activate the most important energy center in the human head.
focus 12 state, and which he will have to interpret after he returns to normal consciousness. B. Patterning. This technique involves the use of consciousness to achieve desired objectives in the physical, emotional, or intellectual sphere. It involves concentration on the desired objective while in a focus 12 state, an extension of an individual's perception of that objective into the whole expanded consciousness, and its projection into the universe with the intention that the desired objective is already a matter of established achievement, which is destined to be realized within the time frame specified. This particular methodology is based on the belief that the thought patterns generated by our consciousness in a state of expanded awareness create holograms which represent the situation we desire to bring about, and, in doing so, establish the basis for the actual realization of that goal. Once the thought-generated hologram of the sought-after objective is established in the universe, it becomes an aspect of reality which interacts with the universal hologram to bring about the desired objective, which might not, under other circumstances, ever occur. In other words, the technique of patterning recognizes the fact that since consciousness is the source of all reality, our thoughts have the power to influence the development of reality in time-space as it applies to us, if those thoughts with adequate intensity. However, the more complicated the objective sought, and the more radically it departs from our current reality, the more time the universal hologram will need to reorient our reality sphere to accommodate our desires. Monroe trainers caution against attempting to force the pace of this process, because the individual could succeed in dislocating his existing reality with drastic consequences. C. Color breathing. The next technique is called color breathing and is designed to use the expanded awareness and highly focused attentiveness associated with a focus 12 state to imagine various colors in a particularly intense and vivid manner so as to use them to resonate with and, in turn, to activate the body's own energies. Fundamentally, in terms of practical application, it is a healing technique which is designed to restore the body and to enhance its physical capabilities by balancing, revitalizing, and returning bodily energy flows. It is predicated on the principle that the body's electromagnetic field is capable of altering its resonance pattern so as to entrain energy from the Earth's electrostatic field for its own use. The various colors envisaged in the imagination as part of the technique cue the mind as to which frequencies and what specific amplitudes are desired in connection with this entrainment and the subsequent alterations in bodily energy flow patterns. That color has the capacity to affect the human mind is well known, and the effectuality of color in certain kinds of healing is a demonstrable fact. For example, the application of intense blue light to an area of physical tumescence leads to a relatively rapid and easily observable reduction in the swelling, while red, and to a lesser extent, yellow, has quite the opposite effect. However, in the hemisync application of the technique, external light sources are not involved. Rather, the mind is the sole agent of healing and revitalization. D. Energy bar tool. Magic wands and enchanted scepters have been part of the folklore and occult practices of many cultures. The scepters, staffs, and maces carried by monarchs and high priests alike occur with such frequency in the history of bygone eras as to suggest that, at the very least, these items are aspects of some type of archetypical symbol which the human mind seems to appreciate, perhaps subliminally. In any case, the energy bar tool technique involves envisaging a small, intensely pulsating dot of light, which the participant charges in his imagination with enormous energy until it is virtually pulsating. The participant then extrudes the dot into the shape of a sparkling, vibrating cylinder of energy, which he then uses to channel force from the universe to selected parts of his body for purposes of healing and revitalization. E. Remote viewing. In addition, the energy bar tool is used as a portal for initiating a follow-on technique called remote viewing. In this context, the participant turns his bar of energy into a whirling vortex through which he sends his imagination in search of new and illuminating insights. The apparent purpose of the symbolism involved in the vortex seems to be to cue the subconscious and to convey its instructions as to what the participant wishes to do, but in terms of nonverbal symbols which the right hemisphere of the mind is capable of understanding. F. Living body map. This technique provides amplification for the application of the energy bar tool as a means of healing specific areas or systems of the human body. The configuration of the participant's body is imagined, and then the various major systems, such as the nervous and circulatory systems, are envisaged in appropriate colors within the confines of the outline being held in the imagination. The energy bar tool is then applied to energize, balance, and heal in whatever manner the participant desires. In the process, the participant visualizes various streams of colored energy flowing out of the tool into the organ system or area upon which the revitalizing or healing application is being made. Since colors are the results of different wavelengths of light, which is to say, energy at various frequencies, this technique operates on the assumption that as the human body is composed of energy, it can be vitalized and healed through the additive application of additional energy, provided that the energy is applied in the appropriate form. G. Focus 15. Travel into the past. All of the preceding techniques are conducted at the level of expanded awareness known as Focus 12. However, the technique of time travel into the past involves a further expansion of consciousness through the inclusion of additional levels of sound on the hemisync tapes. Some of the sounds are probably merely an intensification of the basic hemisync frequencies, being designed to further modify brainwave frequency and amplitude. Other aspects of the added sound patterns appear to be designed to provide subtle, almost subliminal suggestions to the mind as to what is desired by way of further expanded consciousness, so as to support the verbal suggestions and instructions also contained on the tape. Even the instructions are highly symbolic, with time being visualized as a huge wheel in a universe with various spokes, each of which gives access to a different part of the participant's past. Focus 15 is a very advanced state and is extremely difficult to achieve. Probably less than 5% of all participants in any given gateway experience actually fully achieve the Focus 15 state during the course of the approximately 7 days of training. Nonetheless, Monroe Institute trainers affirm that with enough practice, eventually Focus 15 can be achieved. They also state that not only the individual's past history, which the individual himself has had no connection, may also be accessed. H. Focus 21. The future. The last and most advanced of all the focus states associated with the Gateway Training Program involves movement outside of the boundaries of time-space, as in Focus 15, but with attention to discovering the future rather than the past. The individual who has achieved this state has reached a truly advanced level. Except in unusual circumstances, it is probably not attainable except by those who have conditioned themselves through long application of meditation, or by those who have practiced long and hard through the use of the hemisync tapes for a period of months, if not years. 31. The out-of-body movement. This remarkable phenomenon has been saved for discussion in detail until last because of the interest in which occasions and special circumstances involved in its attainment. Monroe Institute stresses that the Gateway Program was not established solely for the purpose of enabling participants to obtain the out-of-body state, nor does the program guarantee that most participants will succeed in doing it during the course of the training at the Institute. Only one tape out of the many which make up the Gateway experience is devoted to the techniques involved in the out-of-body movement. Basically, these techniques are merely designed to make it easier for the individual to achieve the out-of-body state when his brainwave pattern and personal energy levels have reached a point that he is in apparent harmony with his surrounding electromagnetic environment, such that he feels that he has reached the threshold where separation is a possibility. To facilitate achieving the out-of-body state, Bob Monroe, the founder of Monroe Institute, is quoted in a recent magazine article as saying that in order to assist the participant, the particular hemisync tape concerned with that technique employs beta signals of around 2,877.3 CPS, or cycles per second. Since 30 to 40 CPS is considered to be the normal range for beta brainwave signals, those associated with the wakeful state, it is apparent that the Monroe Institute is convinced that the same heightened state of brain which promotes altered states of consciousness is also an important consideration in assisting in the achievement of out-of-body states. The actual techniques employed for separating from the body involve such simple maneuvers as rolling out, lifting out after the fashion of a telephone pole, wherein the individual separates in a rigid, head-first manner, finds himself standing at attention at the foot of his physical body, and sliding out through either end of his body.
Are you interested in starting your own faceless YouTube automation channel, but all people do is tell you to go to frickin' Fiverr and Upwork and hire?
32. Role of REM sleep. It is interesting to note that Bob Monroe informed the Gateway class that finished on the 7th of May, 1983, that an ex-trainer of his operating in Charlottesville, Virginia, found that he could guarantee out-of-body down into a rapid eye movement, REM, state of sleep, and then use the hemisync tape technique. This may well be a function of the fact that most, if not all people, reputedly go into an out-of-body state during REM sleep. REM sleep is the deepest possible level of ordinary sleep and involves complete disengagement of the body's motor cortex functions from the neck down and nearly complete the suppressedness in the left brain hemisphere. The effect of this is to put the body in a state of complete stillness so far as the skeletal muscle structure is concerned, thereby further promoting the state of rest needed to eliminate the bifurcation echo. In addition, it leaves the right hemisphere of the brain free to respond to the instructions and suggestions contained on the Gateway tape. However, the use of the hemisync tapes at this factor in actually achieving the out-of-body state, then it is a matter of focusing the brain enough so that a residual memory of having naturally achieved an out-of-body state is carried into the waking state. Indeed, it may be postulated that some dreams associated with deep levels of sleep are, in fact, functions of the same kind of altered consciousness involved in interaction with the universe that plays a role in all of the Focus 12, 15, and 21 states described above. The difference between those states and the condition of the mind in REM sleep seems to be that the left hemisphere is almost totally disengaged in the latter experience, such that memory of what was achieved in the altered states of consciousness cannot usually or its location in the right hemisphere. Admittedly, some people can be trained to remember their REM state dreams through intense conditioning in the waking state, but even that may be more a function of establishing pathways in the right hemisphere, which the left hemisphere can access the following re-entry into the wakeful state, than it is any indication of any specific left hemisphere conscious involvement in the process during REM sleep. In any event, the three apparent conditions required for voluntarily inducing an out-of-body state in most individuals seem to be: 1. Achievement of a state of profound quiet in the body, such that the bifurcation echo fades and resonance at approximately 7 Hz is established. 2. Synchronization of the two brain hemisphere wave patterns. And 3. Subsequent stimulation of the right hemisphere of the mind to attain a state of heightened alertness, which, of course, interferes with brain hemisphere synchronization, but not until a sufficient level of enhanced frequency range has first been established to help achieve the out-of-body state. 33. Information collection potential. The information acquisition potential associated with the out-of-body state seems to attract the most attention from the standpoint of developing practical applications for the gateway technique. Unfortunately, although the out-of-body state can apparently be achieved by many people without excessive expenditure of time or effort, the purposes to which it can be put are currently limited by the fact that although individuals in that state may travel anywhere on an instantaneous basis in either the terrestrial or in other spheres, information distortion in the former context remains a major concern. To date, according to one of the trainers at Monroe Institute, numerous experiments have been conducted involving persons moving from one coast to the other in the out-of-body state to read a series of 10 computer-generated numbers in a university laboratory. Although most have acquired enough of the digits to make clear that their consciousness was present, none have ever succeeded in getting all 10 correct. This seems to be a function of the fact that physical reality in the present is not the only holographic influence which the individual may encounter in an out-of-body state. There are also energy patterns left by people or events occurring at the same physical site being viewed, but from the past rather than the present. In addition, since thoughts are the product of energy patterns and energy patterns are a reality, it may also be possible that individuals encounter thought forms while in an out-of-body state, which mingle with physical reality and are not easily differentiated. Finally, as Melissa Jager writes, there is another potential problem area in the sense that holograms can be viewed pseudoscopically, that is to say, inside out or backward, just as just as well as they can be seen in perspective. Some of the situations occur and may ultimately be traceable to this cause, because in the out-of-body state, an individual may perceive the holographic energy patterns given off by people or things interacting in time-space reality in a somewhat distorted form. 34. Belief system considerations. In 1967, Alexandra David Neal and Lama Yongden wrote a book entitled Secret Oral Teachings in Tibetan Buddhist Sects, from which the following quote is taken: "The tangible world is movement, say the masters, not a collection of moving objects, but movement itself. There are no objects in movement. It is the movement which constitutes the objects which appear to us. They are nothing but movement. This movement is a continued and infinitely rapid succession of flashes of energy. In Tibetan, sal, or chu. All objects perceptible to our senses, all phenomena of whatever kind and whatever aspect they may assume, are constituted by a rapid succession of instantaneous events." The classic description of the universal hologram is to be found in a Hindu sutra, which says, "In the heaven of Indra, there is said to be a network of pearls so arranged that if you look at one, you see all the others reflected in it." I have cited this quotation because it shows that the concept of the universe, which at least some physicists are now coming to accept, is identical in its essential aspects with the one known to the learned elite in selected civilizations and cultures of high attainment in the ancient world. The concept of the cosmic egg, for example, is well known to scholars familiar with the ancient writings of Eastern religions, nor are the theories presented in this paper at variance with the essential tenets of the Judeo-Christian stream of thought. The concept of visible reality, i.e. the created world, as being an emanation of an omnipotent and omniscient divinity who is completely unknowable in his primary state of being. The absolute at rest in infinity is a concept straight out of Hebrew mystical philosophy. Even the Christian concept of the Trinity shines through the description of the absolute as presented in this paper. The description of energy totally at rest in infinity fits the Christian metaphysical concept of the Father, with the infinite self-consciousness resident in that energy providing the motive force of will to bring a portion of that energy into motion to create reality corresponds with the sun. This is so because in order to attain self-consciousness, the consciousness of the absolute must project a hologram of itself and then perceive it. The hologram, mirror image of the absolute in infinity, still exists outside time and space, but is one step removed from the absolute and is the actual agent of all creation, all reality. 37. Motivational aspect. It is a step-by-step procedure which involves repetitive practice of the techniques concerned, using each new insight as a means of penetrating further during the next practice session. But the rate of progress is so much faster with the gateway approach than it is with transcendental meditation or other forms of mental self-discipline, and its horizons seem to be so much wider than the discipline needed to practice it would seem to be within the means of even the impatient, results-oriented, skeptical pragmatist of our society. Unlike yoga and other forms of Eastern mental discipline, gateway does not require infinite patience and total personal subservience to and faith in a system of discipline designed to absorb all the individual's energy over most of a lifetime. Rather, it will begin to produce at least minimal results within a relatively short time such that enough feedback is available to motivate and energize the individual to continue working with it. Indeed, the speed with which an individual may expect to progress seems less a function of the number of hours spent practicing than it is a question of the speed with which he or she is able to use the insights gained to release anxieties and stresses within both the mind and the body. These points of energy blockage seem to provide the principal barriers to achieving the enhanced energy states and focus of mind needed for rapid progression. The more compulsive, the more uptight the individual may be at the outset, the more barriers he or she will initially encounter to achieving a deep or immediate experience. But as the insights begin to come and the blockages begin to dissolve, the way ahead becomes increasingly clear, and the value of gateway moves from the status of a matter of intellectual assessment to one of personal experience.
When I saw this, I was like, whoa. This actually might tell me exactly what I need. And it did.
The world's first portable device to accurately measure metallic.
38. Conclusion. There is a sound, rational basis in terms of physical science parameters for considering gateway to be plausible in terms of its essential objectives. Institutional insights of not only personal but of a practical and professional nature would seem to be within bounds of reasonable expectations. However, a phased approach for entering the gateway experience in an accelerated mode would seem to be required if the time needed to reach advanced states of altered consciousness is to be brought within more manageable limits from the standpoint of establishing organization-wide exploitation of gateway's potential. The most promising approach suggested in the foregoing study involves the following steps. A. Begin by using the gateway hemisync tapes to achieve enhanced brain focus and to induce hemispheric synchronization. B. Then add strong REM sleep frequencies to induce left brain quiescence and deep physical relaxation. C. Provide hypnotic suggestions designed to enable an individual to induce a deep auto-hypnotic state at will. D. Use auto-hypnotic suggestions to obtain much enhanced focus of concentration and motivation in rapidly progressing through Focus 12 exercises. E. Then repeat steps A and B following the use of the auto-hypnotic suggestion that an out-of-body movement will occur and be remembered. F. Repeat step E to achieve facility in gaining an out-of-body state under conscious control. Alter hypnotic suggestions to stress the ability to consciously control out-of-body movement and maintain it even after the REM sleep state ends. G. Approach Focus 15 and 21 objectives. Escape from time-space and interact with new dimensions from the out-of-body perspective. H. Use a multi-focus approach to solve the problem of distortion in terrestrial information gathering trips. This approach involves the use of 3 individuals in the out-of-body state, one viewing the target objective here in time-space, one viewing it at Focus 15 as it slips into the immediate past, and one viewing it at Focus 21 as it slips from the immediate future. Debrief all 3 and compare data gathered from the 3 points of view. If care is taken to ensure that the 3 all go out of body together in the same environment, their consciousness energy systems should resonate in sympathetic oscillation. They can tune into the same target on different planes, dimensions, with greater effectiveness. I. Encourage the pursuit of full self-knowledge by all individuals involved in the foregoing experiments to enhance objectivity in out-of-body observation and thinking, and to remove personal energy blockages likely to retard rapid progress. J. Be intellectually prepared to react to possible encounters with intelligent, non-corporeal energy forms when time-space boundaries are exceeded. K. Arrange to have groups of people in Focus 12 state unite their altered consciousness to build holographic patterns around sensitive areas to repulse possible unwanted out-of-body presences. L. Encourage more advanced gateway participants to build holographic patterns of successful attainment and rapid progress for advanced colleagues to assist them in progressing through the gateway system. If these experiments are carried through, it is to be hoped that we will truly find a gateway to gateway and to the realm of practical application for the whole system of techniques which comprise it.
Give me a second here.
VHS. I don't know what you're talking about. Interesting. A lot of truth mixed with lies is what I got out of that. I would have stopped to comment, but yeah, it was sounded like a lot of bullshit mixed with a lot of facts. So I don't really know what to make of much of that video. And that's the unfortunate effect of muddying the waters. Here's another deep dive into the gateway process, but it's almost an hour. And I had a couple other ones that were short that I would rather watch first, if at all. If I don't even know if I want to watch that one at all because it's an hour and it's already late. And I was thinking of keeping this one shorter. I'm already at 2 hours. So actually hoping to keep it under 2 hours, but I think I'll play these other two. The Gateway Experience, It's Dangerous by Ravello Project. Again, these channels, I don't know. And then I got another one from the same channel that we just watched, Video Advice. The CIA proves manifestation is real. And we know that when the CIA, quote unquote, proves something, it's to be trusted, right? So maybe we'll skip that one, actually. Maybe we'll just watch this one and then get out of here. It's already 4 a.m. But yeah, no one's clicking the link. So I might as well, I might as well just play another video. Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, so people are still playing Dungeons and Dragons. That's fascinating. Oh, look at that synchronicity with the VHS. Can't make this shit up, folks. You can't make this shit up. I feel dumber for having watching that. Yeah, everything you just heard. How does it go? You are now dumber. We are all now dumber for hearing that. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. Heaven's Gate. That's right, not Hell's Gate. Heaven's Gate. Waiting for How Bop comment. Hold on a second here. They saved quarters for the vending machines in the UFO. Oh man, didn't the main guy supposedly not kill himself though, or something? I don't know. Their existential question was, who fills the vending machine and who takes the money? 4 quarters in an Adidas sweatsuit. Let me see something here. Let me see something here. Where's it at? Ow, stop putting your nail into me, man. You gotta do that shit. I need to cut your nails, bro. Alright, so it's gonna get a little weird, I think, with this next video, with the Get Out thumbnail. I have a feeling. So, yeah, I think it's gonna get kind of creepy. Creepy peepee, maybe. So, please be prepared, folks, if you're not already. I know Isaac said he may or may not have taken a tab of Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. So, let's not freak him out too much here. I said let's not freak him out too much. No, let's not freak him out. All right. All right. I don't know what's going on here, but I didn't say make it slightly different sound in it. Okay, well, that's Hunger Games, so that's kind of different. Oh, Suicide Edition. Oh, that must be. All right. I think I'm just gonna end it there. Christos equals 666. Jack Talcott equals 666. Margot Davy equals 666. Grace Thorpe equals 666. Nude Guru equals 666. P Rex equals 666. Lanzaratum equals 666. Okay. Whoever this is, you're fucking blowing my mind. It's kind of disturbing me as we're at 2 hours and 3 minutes when 2 times 3 equals 6 and there's 6 in the chat. Holy shit balls. All right. Do we have to pull up the gematria calculator now, sir? Hold on. Hold on, sir. I guess we're going to have to, Wait, were you guys even hearing those sound effects? You weren't even hearing those sound effects, were you? You heard none of that. That's amazing. You heard none of what I just played, did you? You guys heard none of the sound effects at all? I was just talking to myself there. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible, dude. You guys heard none of that, right?
They bugging, bro. Why, bro? She made fucking bangs. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. Oh hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. Get your goddamn ugly ass on.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Seriously, is this real, brothers and sisters? Is this real? Is this real? Is this real? Fuck, I mean, getting kind of creeped out, folks. Getting kind of creeped out. I don't know why that wasn't working before. I guess I maybe... Oh, that's right. I wasn't tab sharing properly, I guess is what was going on. But, yeah, I didn't want Isaac to get freaked out is what I was saying. But, yeah, don't panic, people. Please, don't panic. But we have more. There's more. There's more. So, Melanie Moran equals 33. The Machine Lies equals 333. Broadcast 33. Broadcasting 33. JR Filthy 33. Connecticut School of Broadcasting 333. The White Gorilla 322. The Zetetic Warrior 322. Gorilla 444. You're fucking my head up. You realize that, right, sir? Or ma'am? Especially with your name, I see the players. So are we just all playing along in this scripted matrix? I mean, is that what you're trying to bring out, sir? Browns Boy 33, Bex 33, Tarek 33, Jeeps 33, Paula Porter 33, Rob Cleveland 33. Good freaking Lord. This is just... What do I do with this? Other than, like, revel in mysterious mystery goop. I don't know, other than this, yeah, that's hungry. Yeah, that's terrible for my ears, so. But is this real? Seriously, though.
Is this real life? Is this real life? Life?
Is this the real life? Is this real life?
Is this for real?
This is great banter. It really is.
Fingering me. Well, gosh, this is real.
Is this really necessary?
I mean, no. I mean, we could just get to the next video. You know, we could do that. You guys think we should
Is this real?
Yeah, it's real. I mean, it is and it isn't. I mean, it's the metaverse. It's the internet. Skynet shenanigans. Metaversal malarkey, as I like to call it. I coined both of those for the record. If you see them anywhere, call them out. Let me know.
Cool, I get it. This is the real you. It's a pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, folks. All right. Is this real? Is this real? So I really want to like check this. I'm curious to know, ma'am and or sir, what cipher or ciphers are you using? Are these all matches? Are all these matches in the same cipher? I would like to know. or are they multiple ciphers? Same question goes for this here. I gotta know, because you are fucking blowing my mind with this find. These finds, I should say. The men cut their peckers off too. Really? In Heaven's Gate, the men cut their genitals off? Is that for real? Paul enslaved 888, 24 hours in a day divided by 3 infinity. Interesting. Timmy Carini 888. Well, I was just up on panel with them earlier. So that's pretty infinitely synchronistic. This is multiple ciphers, 2 in particular. English and simple. Okay. Wow. Wow. All right. Well, you know what, then I'm going to have to see this for myself, sir. So let's just do a quick fact check. We're going to do a quick fact check, folks. Laguna equals 69. Yeah, well, I'm not very interested. That's not. I'm good. I'm good on that. I don't even know if I'd let her go there, let alone me. I'm not into the tuna fish. If I was, it's got to be wild caught. And, yeah, it's got to not be the tuna fish. All right, so we got Melanie Moran. It's too bad I can't copy this. Oh, I can't copy the comment. I got to go to the YouTube side here. Unfortunately, StreamYard doesn't really allow you to copy comments for whatever reason. But let's see here. All right, Paul enslaved. I don't see. Oh, you didn't say Paul enslaved, did you? You said well, let me see. You said the machine lies is. All right, sir. I'm not seeing your connections here. So let's try this again. Christos. What ciphers are you using, sir? Like, you said English. I see English ordinal. This is simple reduction. So, what are you saying? Let's try. I mean, they got the 111, but I mean, 11 times 6 is 66. But like, where are you getting this? Are you using Sumerian, or like, what are you actually using here? Let's see. The machine lies is 333. They sound like extended ciphers you must be using. Oh, 131 at least once or twice since I started typing, and a 68, I think. 31. There's a 68. So Paul and Slate and Machine Lies both have a 68. $69 dudes. All right. Interesting. Pineal Power and Pineal Power Podcast. Oh, no, they don't. Never mind. I thought they both had the... Pineal's got the 33. People call me Pineal. Must be a Mason. Don't tell me it's going to be 666, folks. Yeah, so what are you broadcasting? Interesting how broadcasting has the 113, the number of deception. Like, not honest. 113. Not true. 113. Dishonest. 113. But yeah, let me check your comments to see. 4ply. Hold on. Multiple sites. So you're saying it's English and simple, but it's clearly got English and simple here. The White Gorilla in English 1032. 172. Gray Store 666111. Saturn Airline Optics. I think you're trolling me, but I'm not sure. That was real. Surprisingly, they showed them laying in their bunk beds on TV is some weird shit. Allegedly, sir. Allegedly. I wouldn't eat that sandwich even with your mouth. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, actually, sir. I was gonna actually say I wouldn't. I don't even know if I would put your dick in her mouth. That sounded wrong, but you get my. You know what I mean. I wouldn't put my. You know how they say like I wouldn't touch her with your hands or whatever. I wouldn't. You get what I'm saying. Oh, Gematrix. Why Gematrix, sir? Why Gematrix? I don't use Matrix. I like the again. I don't like that Derek made the Gematrinator all fucked now, but it's annoying. What's going on here? Not secure. Attackers might be trying to steal your information from Gematrix. Really? Because I don't have any passwords or any of that. What the fuck are you saying? The fuck are you saying, computer? I'm getting doxxed, folks. The government's trying to kill me. What is happening here? That was really strange, dude. That was really bizarre. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. Well, we're off topic now, but that's okay. Let me try this again. All right, let's try this one more time. Jeeps. So Jeeps has the 330. Christos has the 666 and the 111. Oh, snap. And weren't you just saying that Grace Thorpe has the 666-111? But guess what also has 666-111 and 430, like Christos? Strength. Triple overlap with strength for Christos. How about that? But what are these ciphers? Okay, Jewish and English and simple. How is this English? What? How English? What? No, obviously not English ordinal, and then obviously not simple reduction. What is the English gematria? Simple gematria? Jewish? Okay, so see, this is maybe just proving to me more how much different these decoding systems can be, because so they're calling, okay, so this is fascinating to me. So they use what they call Hebrew gematria, English gematria, and simple gematria. Not simple reduction, not English ordinal. I'm so used to gematrinator, man. That's really, and I mean, who are you? Who is this man's? That's your man's in them, or like, who are you? Is that like Sabotage Zevi or something? He doesn't look friendly. But that is interesting with the 666-111. Let's check Grace Thorpe. I thought you said Grace Thorpe. We're on a late night fucking alphanumeric rabbit hole now. Okay, I don't see it here for her, but it's got the 369 thing going on. 399, 696, 116. Okay, let me see what you got here, sir. Machine lies equals boring.com. Yeah, I think he's talking shit somewhat, but we'll fact check. Corn Pop was a bad dude, man. Allegedly. So that's what Mr. Biden says. I'm gonna time him out for talking shit. No, don't time him out. Let's not abuse the wrenches here. You are using the wrong calculator. Am I? Oh shit, it's 420. Oh shit, hold up. Hold up. I stand corrected, sir. Okay, wow. So Christos and Grace Thorpe both have the 666 and the 111. Interesting. So I might need to hook up Christos with Grace Thorpe. They're a similar age range. I know Christos is already kind of got a gal, I think, got a lady friend, but hey man, who said you got to limit yourself in life? So where did the Grace character come from? I don't know. The fucking the YouTube fucking panel verse. I don't know. She looks like a fresh FBI recruit. Wow, sir. I could definitely see that. Indeed. I just had a good hit there. Some decent quality cigar tobacco. I've been cutting this cigar for like months. I just cut off little bits at a time, add it in with my bowl. It's probably not the best type of tobacco for pipe tobacco, but it's not that bad. Yeah, I got it right now, sir. So you're correct. This gematria is goofier than fortune cookies. Well, you'd probably agree with Mr. Machine Lies. He calls it goimatria. Some might call it gaymatria, you know. Gematria, gamatria, gaymatria, goimatria. I did it already. He can do better. She seems unclean. Well, that's another one I don't know if I would touch, you know. I mean, if she hangs out with the Laguna creature, it just speaks volumes. Again, I do think she is an interesting character, and like Paul, I wouldn't mind working with her. She does have something to offer. It seems she's got a light in her eye, but she definitely needs some daddying for one. Perhaps I could lend a hand in that. In some ways, Oracle Technologies traders. Okay, so I'm starting to think I know who I see the players are. They might be part of the truth, yo. They might be part of the crew, yo. So data mining optics in play. You know, I did have Donut on the channel recently, and yeah, something in me does wonder. Is it possible that one of the main reasons Donut did come over, other than that I have met him in the past, and we did have a good meet there. I mean, I'm on his channel often. I know all the people he knows for the most part. I talk to a lot of the same folks, Truth Mafia folks. Shout out to Truth Mafia. But I do wonder if potentially, possibly, if anyone in particular, I won't say names, even though I just did a second ago. If anyone was possibly given instructions, maybe by a Fugal fam, or otherwise AMTV fam, I don't know, to potentially scope me out, see what I'm about, see if I would bring up any optics, which I didn't really for the most part. I did mention, though. I did mention Mike Strutton, Oracle data collection. I did mention it, sir. At this point, you know what I mean? I'm at the point where it is to my belief, if you will, I don't like the word believe, the word with lie right in the middle, but on some level, I understand and overstand and understand that I was very blessed and lucky to survive what was very well a targeted event that happened to me in 2021 when I almost died. I blacked out, fell on my face, and woke up with a pool of blood and a fucked up chin that healed and miraculously. The healing powers of the body are incredible. But yeah, like it's just evident to me that what happened on that day was too many dots connect, you know. When you have the men in black at your door and then just weeks later on the nation's birthday, you know, you almost die. But I'm still here to talk about it, so that's what counts. But my point is, if they're gonna data mine me, they're gonna find a bunch of memes, right? They're gonna find that I don't even go on the dark web. I don't even look at kitty stuff. You know, I'm not into any weird stuff. I'm a pretty normal dude who just likes to maybe dive down some rabbit holes at times, and expose some of that stuff. And so, if they do want to see what optics I have, what a potential blackmail I have, they're not gonna probably find all too much because my job isn't necessarily bringing down any global syndicates at any time soon anyway. I'm not Liam Neeson in Taken. You know, so while I may have a lot of optics, I don't necessarily plan on taking down any 3-letter agency. So, yeah. Facade was way cooler. Stage show channeling distractions for time looshing. Yeah, I mean that's a good way to put it, man. That's a good way to put it, actually. Optics are parallelogrammatical. All right, you guys are spooking me out now. Like you're actually kind of creeping me out. So I think I'm just gonna do the thing where I kind of just leave out the back door, kind of end the stream before I acknowledge my favorite lady in the chat there. But yeah, it's getting kind of creepy. So I don't know. I'm gonna get out of here, I think. Or do we want another video? What do you guys think? Or do you want more Goy Matria? I mean, what's really happening here? What are you guys actually interested in? What is this? What is this ad? And now I got this ad on another tab? What are these full-sized ads here? All right, anyway, so Jackie, we just found out, if you just got in here, we just found out that Grace Thorpe equals 666 and 111 on the Gematrix website anyway. I usually don't use this site, so their ciphers are different. I'm not sure. See, this is the thing, right? So the simple gematria it does look like simple reduction, so it is the same thing because A is 1, Z 26, so it is alphabetical order. But then English ordinal is this the same thing? Let me see. Let me see here. But okay, before we go, what I was showing though, Jackie, as someone in the chat here is pointing out, who is a mysterious character at this time, but Grace Thorpe equals 666 111. Christos 666 111. So is it possible that Christos and Grace are both somewhat akin to this here? This where's it at? What Mr. Tribe was saying here? Where's it at? Would you delete the comment, Tribe? Oh, here it is. Yeah, a fresh F B-I recruit, referring to the Thorpe creature. But by simple connections, that would also kind of point to potentially Christos being part of that 3-letter agency as well, would it not? Let's try that one out. Let's see. Okay, interesting how it has the 17, like Q is the 17th letter. Q, trust the plan, trust the FBI. They're gonna do the right thing. It also has a 201 mirrored. What were some of the other ones you said? Melanie Moran. Oh wow. Oh wait, no, that was. Never mind. She's got the 113 mirrored. Yeah, I'm curious to know though if the English gematria cipher on Gematrix is the same as English ordinal on Gematrinator. What was another one? Lambda Radum? How you spell it? Something like that. Oh, there it is again. Wow. That's crazy, man. You're finding some crazy shit here. There's another 666111. What the fuck? Is this real? Brothers and sisters, is this real? Fucking A, man. We got tribal creature in the house. How are you, sir? How are you, brother?
Howdy.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay for
Greetings,
work.
greetings.
It's weird because you don't
Yeah,
look
so-
muted, but I don't hear you. Oh, hold on a second. My fault. All right. I had this. I didn't realize I had StreamYard muted. My fault.
Greetings. Although it is kind of late, but yeah, I'm still up, man. For some reason, just been busy-minded, busy working, and it kept me from sleeping. But that's kind of good because you're still up here, huh?
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think I'm Liam Neeson? Is that what's going around now? That I'm actually like Liam Neeson's grandson or something? Have you heard that?
Really?
No, I'm asking you. Is that what's going around now?
It's the first I've heard of it, but it sounds plausible.
I'm all about entertaining Jackie, sir. And on that note, she is here. So you're waiting for my command.
What?
What?
Hey, Jackie.
How's your
Hey,
work?
tribe.
How's your work night
It's
going?
good.
I'd say work day, but how's
It's not
the graveyard?
been bad. It's been actually quite nice.
Did you hear me at all talking earlier about how hospital food can actually be pretty decent, even though hospitals are shitholes in many ways?
Yeah, I
Not
did.
hospitals just hospitals per se, but allopathic establishments
I'll
in
agree.
general. Yeah. So you heard that like earlier, like an hour ago, hour or
No.
two? We're just talking shit. Okay. Margot Davy equals 666. All right. So everyone
do me,
is.
do me.
I should, right?
Yeah. You got to do me both ways, though.
Why are they all? Okay, there must be something here. Wait, what is that now? Say that one more time.
I feel like it's a glitch.
No, I'm wondering if I forget how English and simple correlate, but they always seem to have the same. Everything I'm typing 666111. What's happening? Whoever this is in the chat, I'm starting to think it might just be some type of advanced AI. I see the players. It's kind of creeping me out. If you want to be,
Bot,
if you want
yeah,
to
and
be
this
Hank
is
Frank.
and he created the website just to get you with these ads and stuff. Now they implanted some malware on your computer. So yeah, you're being tracked for sure.
Yeah, this is creeping me out. I
Seems
guess
to be
this is
a
what I
fish.
get for.
Yeah,
So
don't be such an easy fish.
fuck, man, it's creeping me out. He even brought up Oracle and data harvesting. So I'm deep in it now, I guess. So I might as well just I might as well just. What should I just give up or?
No,
No. Hey, I got an offer for you. You can take the red pill or the blue pill right now. Which would you take?
See, I've always said, why not take both?
Well, you got to pick one. You can pick the red
You know what's
pill.
so funny too is, I actually have this tab open, Oracle's Facebook page, literally just from today, because I saw someone. Who was it? Oh yeah, this dude I went to high school with on Facebook, and I was like, oh, I remember this guy, and I saw he works for Oracle, and I was like, so I wanted to just see what I could find on there.
Yeah, so what, man? Oracle's a big company, Pineal. A lot of people work for Oracle. I know people that
Their
work
last
for Oracle.
post was from October.
They don't work for Pogo. It's just a job, man. You know, I mean, it's actually a lot of them are freelance. In fact, let me tell you something. I'll tell you, since Jackie's here too, she'll appreciate this. Probably the most brilliant person I've ever met in my life was this lady. She worked for. She was a freelance consultant for Oracle. Helped do certain kind of contract work for Oracle systems. People, different businesses using it, and she was just brilliant. Fun person to hang out with. Yeah, it was really a cool experience. Now, I mean, it was like she was just too like brilliant. She had dreams about solutions and stuff to get published in their Oracle, their internal journal, and she taught me a lot about data validation stuff just in general that serves to this day. So yeah, I mean, when you really look at Oracle, they got some brilliant people working over there, through the years, but their origins are what's so creepy. But nowadays, man, they're just like any other corporation, probably. I mean, they've absorbed so many other, enterprise solutions like SAS and a few others. So they're kind of like one of those Google-like monopolies right now. So, anyways, did you want to take the red pill or you want to stay on this blue pill shit? You got to make a choice.
I've always thought, why do you have to take one or the other? Why not take both or neither? Why is that never an option?
Well, it's more complicated than that. I can't explain it in the blue pill, but the red pill.
Like when I'm presented with two options, I'm always wondering about the third and possibly even the fourth, fifth, and sixth. So yeah, again, why not take neither? Why not take no pills? No pills. I don't take pills. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't do.
Well, that is the blue pill. The blue pill is the status quo. Do you want to stay in the status quo, or did you want to move towards something more truthful and more revealing about the way things really are? I mean, the choice is yours. That's all you have.
I mean, I just kind of want to fact check some of this, like I don't know if you saw this here. So, what would be significant here? The white gorilla and the Zetetic warrior, but that's the thing. The Zetetic warrior isn't a thing that I know of. Not with the. But this one was interesting. Rob Cleveland and Paul Laporta, and Tarek and Jeeps and Bex. I wouldn't call Brown's boy really a significant person that's come on panel that much, but we got the acid man in the house. What's up, man? What were you gonna say, Jackie?
I said, dude, you're supposed to do me. Put me in.
Okay, all right.
I'm significant.
All right, just don't tell. Well, you're gonna have to tell Josh. So, all right, here we go. We're gonna try this.
Okay.
I'm gonna try both. Got the 333. 984, 504, 84. Let me try with the 333. Oh, why am I thinking? Yeah, I'm dumb. Never mind. So it's, I got nothing. You got anything on this connection? What is your name again? Let me see here. Hold on. I see the players.
Horoscopes. I think horoscopes are more fitting for this conversation here. I'm just kidding. Are you ready for the red pill, Pineal?
I mean, we can get back to the.
There's no
What do
turning
you
back.
have to? What did you have to comment on about what we had watched before the last video?
I'm just saying you could take the red pill, and none of these videos will be the same ever again, or we could just go back to the status quo. Choice.
Isaac wants to know
yours.
if we're real, if this is real right now. He wants to know, is this real? It's basically what
Okay, I will say this. The lady in the top above me, well, now she's over there. I was like, oh, it's real. I know her. I was like, oh, okay, I'm going up.
Yeah, no, this is real, apparently.
Real.
Allegedly.
Yeah. So I was peeking. I think I'm peeking on one square, and I was like, oh, I got to hit some weed. It's not strong enough. It's all funny. Yeah.
All right.
I was
So
streaming. That's how you were all talking. That's why I ended my stream. I was freestyling. Failing miserably trying though.
All right, drop it. I'm gonna play it right now.
No, it won't be synced.
Come on,
Drop
let me
it.
play something.
Put it on.
Yeah, let me play it.
I'm laughing my ass off.
Let me play 1 minute of it. Just 1 minute.
Oh, you could play some of the. Well, I don't know. You got to find where I dropped it if you're gonna find it. I dropped like
That's what
a
I'm
few.
saying. Drop it in the private chat, and I can introduce
You have to
everybody.
skim
You don't
through it and,
realize
like,
that.
You just
You
be
don't realize
laughing.
you might just garner a bunch of new fans. You
Well,
might
no,
be
it
underselling
wasn't.
yourself. Sir.
It wasn't one of the nights I clipped anything. It was like I should have deleted it.
Where are all my good backgrounds? What is this, man?
But I was playing Mac Miller's unreleased songs and trying to like mess with like talk to him, kind of like he's passed away and like I was kind of vibing.
R.I.P. Mac Miller. Yeah, I got a Mac Miller shirt here somewhere. I was in them when I was younger.
Me too.
What do you think? You think he got taken out, or do you think
He did? Yeah, he did.
I used to think
They found the
what
guy.
really used to creep me out, man, was how Ariana Grande would
Me too.
act after he died.
Yes.
She's mad creepy, dude. Mad creepy.
Yes.
She was
I
like
saw that too. I
instantly with
watched her. Yeah.
instantly with the Pete Davidson guy afterwards, like immediately after. It was before. I think it was even before he passed. But the way
Dude,
she was
Ariana
just
Grande
like,
has some weird stuff in her music videos and like trapped by demons and weird symbols and cages and stuff. She's
yeah,
weird.
they're all satanic puppets. So, just another Swift type character.
Yeah. She got me for a while. She got me. I was like, oh, I like her. She's tight.
She went to school down the street. Actually, I know some people who knew her because she went to Parkland, not Parkland High. What was it called? It's one of those bougie private fucking schools that cost a fortune to go to.
Yeah, I have family in
Can't remember what it's
Hollywood.
called.
I'll tell you right now, a lot of it's fake, and they will lie about their whole life, lie about their whole story to make an image and then sell it. It's all like,
which
I came
Hollywood are
from
you
this
talking
town,
about?
this is my last name, and this is, no, I witnessed it firsthand
Yeah,
from my
I don't
cousin
think he's
who was
talking about
in
Hollywood, Florida.
Like, I'm just saying, it's a lie. She's not what she says. Everyone knows her as like this. She was born in this country, and this is her origin. And her last name is not. They all think.
So you're not on Florida, right?
I'm in Cali.
Okay.
I have family that was on Inked a magazine cover. Like, weird shit.
Operation Blackjack. Operation Blackjack.
But I won't get into the MK Ultra stuff related. But
no, why not?
Yeah, but that's for everyone now. It's not just for the tortured anymore. It's for everybody. MK Ultra, the what is it? The
what do you think their
trauma-
studies went to? How to do it how to do it worldwide? Wasn't to do it with a small group of people.
Of course.
It's how to do it worldwide. Yeah.
So I'm wondering if Pineal's ready to take the red pill yet. You think he's ready yet?
I don't know. I've had lucid dreams, so I don't know.
Lucid dreams are great, man. But after that, I'm tired. I want to have just I have to get some sleep then.
No, I was gonna say where they showed me the Matrix was real, but I don't know if that is part of it.
No, it's a concept. It's a concept of. Yeah, there you go.
I am Telbatus of Borka. Resistance is futile. Your life, as it has been, is over. From this time forward, you will service only me. You will be assimilated.
One more.
Scary stuff, man.
Assimilated, but that's
the Matrix, Jack. How could you escape that which you are?
You're correct. Can't deny that.
Hey, wait. The library with Margot. That's the best one.
I want to bring it to order because it's natural. Well, guys, why can't we? Why can't we bring order to the chaos instead of allowing the chaos to order us?
Oh my god. You got to give up the Matrix if you want to be a ghost.
That's how magic works.
In the machine.
I don't exist, and on this world, I am no longer part of this world. I've been excommunicated from my hometown and everyone I know.
I don't blame your town.
I don't exist.
He doesn't. It's true. Jack clearly using let's hear that terminology one more time.
Excommunicated from
X, right. He's trying to show you X, like X marks the spot, the coming eclipse, like how X was just changed to X from Twitter, like how the logo for Neuralink is an X, like how, yeah, again, I think Florida is going to be in the bottom right totality, the totality, right, it's called, of the X. So, oh, my fault. Chris is here. Good to see you, sir. Were you here earlier by any chance?
No, I just got in here. I was looking around for your show and fortunately I caught it, so
yeah, well, I actually brought you up earlier because I had a proposition.
Oh,
I figured since you were so nice to help me out with that free premium, I was thinking, I noticed it's not there anymore, so I didn't know if the time ran out or if your account if you got someone else on your account, but I was thinking if there's still another spot, I was willing to, pitch in or something, because I think I do like to not have the ads and stuff,
Right. So like, what do you use for to watch YouTube videos? You use like a web browser or something? Like, how are you watching it right now?
Wait, how am I watching? This isn't YouTube. This is actually a clip I have down. I have a lot of videos downloaded. So.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep.
You ever use? Okay, like if you want to go on a YouTube, right? Suggest using like Brave browser, right? Use Brave
yeah,
browser?
I need to start using Brave again. I mean, not that it's. I don't think anything that popular is probably as secure as people think it could be, but I did like using Brave. I use I think Microsoft Edge or something.
Okay, if you want something that's a little bit more secure than Brave, suggest using Firefox Hardened, right? HARDENED, Hardened.
What do you think about this Tribe? Do you agree with any of this?
I can't believe you actually use Edge. I thought it was just like window dressing for Windows.
Well, I mean, I don't use Google Chrome, but I'm sure Microsoft Edge has its own 666 symbolism. It kind of looks like it does, actually, now that I'm looking at it, just like the Chrome symbol.
Yeah, listen, are you sure you don't want to take the red pill? You've been taking too many of them blue pills lately.
Well, guys,
sure?
Why can't we? Why can't we bring order to the chaos?
So use
instead of allowing the
use Firefox Hardened if you want a little bit better than Brave.
I'm talking to a Matrix agent just based off the conversation. I don't know what I'm hearing.
I am no longer part of this world.
I just hear software.
Excommunicated from my hometown.
So wrong timing right now, but I was going to come in here and say, Hey guys.
I thought it was the video playing in the back. I'm like, what are we watching? Like, it's about like Firefox and stuff. I'm like, what is going on?
No, that was yeah, you're getting confused with the people on panel and the video I was playing. I get how it could be confusing.
It sounded so bot-like. I was like, what do people talk about nowadays? This sounded so out of it. I was like, it doesn't make any sense. I was like, tripping balls.
But
You might
to
be-
answer your question,
You might be.
yeah, I stopped paying the bill on that, so there's like 0 spots left now.
What do you mean? What do you mean by what you said? I'm kind of retarded.
Oh no,
I think Tribe just
you're
left
just tired. Talking about for YouTube Premium.
And he's back. Yeah. What about it? I'm sorry.
There's no spots left anymore because
Why isn't it letting me add him? Hold on.
I'm not paying the bill anymore.
Ah, I see.
It'll be fine. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that. No. That's gonna be a soundbite.
What's that one
They're
live?
gonna put that to mariachi music.
Whoops.
No. I might have to use Elon Musk flamethrower to light the next joint. I'll take a puff of tobacco, but no, seriously. When it comes to regular
I have some regular tobacco with no marijuana at all. Would you like some?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
I'm sorry,
I
brothers
watched
and
that
sisters,
episode
I don't know
live
why
in
that
my
happened.
bathtub.
Really?
It was so good. I got addicted to the podcast.
Wait, which Joe Rogan?
Yeah, I was like bathing in tea, watching that podcast.
Oh, come on, man.
I thought it would be conflicts in the tub.
Yeah, I like this layout. This is kind of my
And
favorite.
I'd boil like big pots of like tea, put like 8 bags in it, and like bathe in it.
Opera GX? What the fuck is that? Is that a
Opera
browser?
Yeah.
That sounds fucking classy. What does
Yeah,
Ubuntu mean again? What does that mean?
Listen, Pineal, you're in a situation there with your computer where nothing's really going to help.
Ubuntu, that's a distribution of Linux, if I remember correctly. It sucks compared to Debian, right? And then Debian sucks compared to Arch. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with these. Brave is bloated. Use Opera. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Slow and Pointless says Chris Titus Tech, and he's got to be trustworthy because it's the first result on YouTube. I usually go by that. Whatever the first result is on Google or YouTube, I know it to be like the most legit. The first page, the first 10 results, those are the ones to look at.
Hey, Tribe, so I was thinking about a good way to possibly cloud a title. Is file a UCC1 on it, right? And put the debtor as the birth certificate guy, the corporation, and put the corporation underneath that and put some crazy number like 1.5 million or something, that really cloud a
It
title.
sounds like this guy on the phone might be Neo, but he needs to unplug himself.
Yo, I'm sorry, but what is bathtub and cooking? What is this? Is this real right now?
Jack's
Bathtub and
chill.
cooking
Bathtub
equals
and cooking.
Should I do that? Should I incorporate bathtub cooking into my show? I'd probably get a lot of fucking views, honestly. That's very unique, If you bring something unique, you just have a whole fucking channel of bathtub cooking. You'll be that guy. You'll be the bathtub cooking guy. But you'd have to have a hot plate or something next to you'd have to somehow have a hot plate or something. And then you risk, electrocuting yourself. And that could, be potentially how you go out with a bang. But everyone will always remember you as the bathtub cooking guy. You'd be a legend.
Or you do it with gas to be safe and then die of carbon monoxide inhalation on the stream while you're cooking, which would be just as bad as getting electrocuted, I guess. Except it'd be more peaceful. I don't know. I think they're both bad ideas.
All right. Well, I kind of trust Emilios in many ways. I think he's quite a knowledgeable man in many ways, and I don't know about technologically, but considering the first result is telling me like not to use it, that kind of almost tells me to use it. So that's kind of my thinking. That's how I think sometimes. How to use. All right, I'll check this out later. I'm gonna save that tab. Yeah, I had to leave Paul's stream earlier. Actually, I had to take a call, and that took up 15 minutes at least, or 20. And then I came back. I started to catch up, and then I had to leave. So I was catching up on some of it. And yeah, pretty interesting optics, if you will, over there on Paul's show towards the end. I don't know if you guys caught this or not. Did you catch this?
Yeah.
I tried. Paul's doing a good service. I hope he's billing ante appropriately.
Yeah. Why don't we check out some of this here?
No. I mean that was Paul's vocation. Yeah, that's about where it ended, right there. You're at the end.
Yeah.
You have to backtrack it.
Jesus, last time I was tripping, I remember I was on this and yeah, this played and I had to leave. I was tripping so hard. I gotta go.
The Beansel, yeah, that could annoy a trip pretty good.
And it wasn't like I couldn't handle. I was just like, I can't. I left. Like, it was funny.
All right, so here I left the timestamp here.
But now it wouldn't be the same.
Hey, so I got to pose a question, Pineal. Where did this Grace character come from? Seemed like out of the blue.
I've seen her around for a while, maybe a year or something. And I think kind of through the TBE, EBT sector of the metaverse. So you could say I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying what some people would probably call the religious dogmatic section of the panelverse.
Okay, thanks. Next question. Whatever happened to, what was her name? Facade?
Facade?
Is that the name? I forget. It was something like that. Something with some kind of French.
Oh, Lexi? Alexi, yeah, she's last time I saw her, I haven't talked to her in a little bit, but the last time I think I talked to her up I was in Old World Florida's chat, and she's a moderator over there. That's the last time, but she hasn't been over here in a bit. Yeah, I gotta hit her up.
She's got a bit more wit than the latest dregs that have appeared on Paul's panel. It'd be nice if you kind of brought her back, because they had a pretty good dynamic going.
Yeah, a bit more wit than the average. I was gonna say clip, but I'll say bitch.
Well, no, she knew how to build the tension.
Interesting character.
And keep it interesting, and it was good because Paul caught on to it. Who was the other one that didn't? Yeah, the other slow guy was pretty slow on the uptake too. He was quick on the pull, but slipped.
Whoa! I'm trying to figure something out here. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yield.
Did you happen to catch the other day on Paul's when Mad Mystic yelled at me for like 3 minutes? And jumped
I did.
on? I had to clip it out.
What in the hell was that?
Were you there, Tribe?
What was that all about?
She hates me.
I'm down to play it. I mean, this is a stream about.
No, it was terrible. Do you know her in real life, or is that just on the internet?
Yeah, actually, yes. Actually, we were on the same panel back around the same time I met Snafu, when I was co-hosting that one Truther channel. And so she used to come on panel there. So I've known her since then. And then like a couple years ago, Josh and I happened to be down in Georgia. So we were talking to her at the time. So we went and we saw her, and we hung out with her for about an hour, and everything was great. And then she did a couple live streams after that. And then all of a sudden we just decided she was never going to get any better. We were trying to help her out. And And then it was it. She just like turned on me hard. Like in a crazy way.
Yeah, I don't know what she's
Well,
got
she
going
really
on
thinks,
exactly, but
she seriously thinks that I'm a pogo, FBI pogo person. Like
I
I'm
knew
doing
it
intel.
right from the
Doing
get-go.
intel, real intel.
I knew it.
you know what would be really what would be really crazy, right? Is if like everyone on this panel was working for a 3-letter agency.
I know.
That would be crazy, right? Like
Even me.
No, it'd actually be one of the plausible explanations for what you're seeing. Put
Right,
it this
like if
way:
I was
it could very.
CIA
Hey,
and
wait.
Isaac was
Take the
FBI
simulation. Imagine
and
this:
Tribe
how
was
could anyone sit
DEA.
there and acknowledge Jack as a rational being without everything being an act, without Snafu being act? Paul, everyone's in on the act. Moose in the background acting. Everyone's acting it out. Eric was acting out. Everyone was just part of an act.
I'm
Maybe
improving
you.
and I'm acting. So
No, they're given scripts beforehand, and then they freestyle from the script, but they have to work within the script.
Well,
I mean, I could organize it. If my job was to be paid to organize a distraction campaign on the internet and given a certain amount of resources, it'd be pretty simple to do. Look at the tools given,
well,
like
you let one
StreamYard,
through the
YouTube.
fucking slip because I got a tab.
Yeah, you
What's
just have
that?
to keep them
So you
compartmentalized.
guys let one slip, I got a tab. So you are on your shit right.
No, I'm just saying it's not that it would be true, but it is plausible.
Don't know.
Or you got your shit
Or
right,
release
and that's why I got it.
Whoops.
That's funny.
This is Lubass's daughter.
Julianne.
It's not Grace is not Lube's daughter. What's crazy is all I had to look up was Juliana. That's insane. But that may or may not be because the algorithm knows it's what I'm looking for or something, you know, I don't know. But I thought I was already subscribed, but it's probably because I'm on a different I'm logged into a different channel here. But it could be potentially organic. I don't know. That would be crazy if she's the first thing that comes up when you look up Juliana, because there's someone right here with way more subscribers than her, almost 300,000. So why she wouldn't come up first, I don't know. Other than that, the algorithm knows it's what I'm looking for. So yeah, so if you want to look her up, it's just Juliana and she'll pop up. Holy snap. Holy snap, crackle pop. I think you might be tripping, sir. Just popped over to see what you were doing. You know what sucks about StreamYard is the fact that like when I'm over on these tabs, I'm not seeing what's going on the studio side. So it's like there's got to be a way to integrate that somehow.
Yeah, you get the paid version of it, but still, it's a counterparty interloper that's collecting your data, manipulating your contact list, and I guarantee you, it's all being controlled by AI. And I'm not talking Chat GPT language model bullshit. I'm talking real AI.
I know an A+, or someone I know an A+ school that went to.
Yeah, the comment about the ethical hacker.
I used it to avoid breaches.
I'm muted. Oh.
Huh.
You're boring, Jackie, and me too.
I was muted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't come on the panel for tech shit. I could have stayed off and just.
Yeah,
found
so
ways to get paid to talk about that shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
I really came here to deliver the choice to you to have either take the red pill or to continue living the lies in your happiness with the blue pill that so many are content with.
What do you think? Do you think the paid version of StreamYard compares to how much you can do with OBS?
Dude, are you
I
kidding
mean,
me?
that's
You're
the
using
thing
a
is that
third-party interloper.
you can do
There's
a
no
lot with
way.
StreamYard.
Listen, you can't.
Well,
You can't do anything close to OBS
Who's
with
your daddy?
StreamYard. Not even close.
Yeah, not close.
Who did that?
I mean, StreamYard's a toy for non-tech savvy, people coming in for the first time, trying out something. It's not a real broadcasting software. It's a browser-based software as a service. Overpriced subscription.
How is
for
StreamYard a
arcade.
browser-based?
It's an overpriced. You're right. It's an overpriced script that someone made out of like OBS.
It's not even OBS. This is a software as a service. I can tell you exactly how it's working. What really sucks about it's the third-party interloper. You know, you have someone that's basically in control of all your data, and you don't even know. Not only do you not know what they're doing,
So
you're not knowing
what
what they're
makes you
doing
think
with
that?
it.
Most data that's
What makes you
harvested is
think
called to
that?
make
I mean,
AI.
OBS isn't.
OBS
What
is
makes you
open
think
source.
that OBS isn't?
OBS
I
is
mean,
open
does that
source.
mean that
You
it
host it
can be
yourself.
hacked into? That I mean, think about it.
Sure,
I mean,
anything can
either
be
way, you're
hacked
streaming
into.
to YouTube, right?
It
So
means you could also
like,
take the
either
script,
way, you're
copy it,
streaming
make
to
your own,
YouTube, right?
sell it.
But here's the thing: is that with OBS, the way it's set up is that it'd be much more difficult to try to do a unethical hack, so to speak, than with using your browser and a third party. This way, they don't even need to hack with StreamYard.
I'm
Plus,
sure
they're
there's
hacking.
millions of undetected, under the radar hacking people looking into StreamYard out the ass over the whole world. No fucks given.
Well, people that work for
What's the
StreamYard,
point?
somewhere in the back, there's tech. The whole thing's run by an AI. There's no someone at the levers of any of this, but there are tech people that work in the background, and they know where to access certain data points, which could be useful for manipulation. Then again, that defeats the AI purpose of control. It's supposed to be hands off. So you feed it a goal, it decides what to do. You don't interfere. But
So
that's not even.
You're the same dude that I met that one time, and I was like, "Do you separate your room based on the red and the blue?" Was that the same time?
No, I'm just
Someone else
that was
did.
my.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
my bit
someone
for
else.
tonight. I'm trying to give Pineal the red pill, and he keeps refusing it. It's surprising. Most people say, "Yeah, let's hear the red pill thing." How long have I been
Okay,
on
so
here?
check this story out. This guy said he's been streaming for like a year and a half, and he had his room separated from blue and red, and no one ever made the distinguish between red pill and blue pill except for me. And he's like, dude, no one's ever said that, and that's exactly why I do it, bro. And you're the first person. I was like, yes, I got him,
But
motherfucker.
the subtlety's part of the art, isn't it?
That's what he was saying to me. He's like, dude, that's genius, bro.
Yeah, that's slick.
He's like, he was thanking me. Yeah. He was like, thank you. Oh, someone saw that shit.
Who's your daddy?
Yeah, so this is I just could think of all kinds of different ways of utilizing a tool like StreamYard and having AI at disposal to be able to manipulate people through this. There's so many ways of manipulating through these devices. It's just it's just remarkable. I kind of see that Pineal's reaching out here, and it's nice to see a big panel just kind of
Why are you like this?
come out of nowhere like this, which shows a bit of a synchronicity going on. But yeah, that's why it's I can feel the tension here. There's a bit of a lack of permittivity here as far as accepting truth. But we'll get
You know what
through. You get a
I've
hope.
thought about from this is there's probably a lot of activity on StreamYard that's not happening on YouTube in the behind the scenes where it's not being broadcasted. I never thought about that till today, till right now. I never thought about that. Like where is StreamYard being posted and making rooms where other shit's going on that's not being broadcasted to the world because that's like a weird service to have in the background. It'd be like a karaoke room, perhaps.
Well, they're trying to use StreamYard to prevent the internet from doing one of the things it really should be doing. It's using it to make it more back into the panopticon, where everyone's pigeonholed into their own little stream of echo chamber, so to speak, but they can't see the neighboring one right next to them. That's probably a different subject matter, but the same kind of
because
dynamic.
we're separated by servers, and there's a limit to each little node on the brain.
Yeah, but what it's really come down to is the way we approach
There's a
ideas.
billion of these right now. There's a billion icons.
In one way, that the ignorance of the way things are is what keeps people so polarized and creates that separation for each of the cells.
Yes. And I mean, it's feeling detached from the ego though, like, does suck a lot of days, but like taking tonight where I take a neurotropic, it's like everything's pretty clear. I just don't have words.
Yeah, well, that's what it's supposed to get to, that part. But what a lot of people don't realize is that you can't just end up at a part where the words don't have to be there, that the principles are that clear and the truth is that vivid. What really is the problem is that you have to go through the process of learning all the things, all the wisdom of the ages in all the different ways to find their faults. Because there's no ideology. You go back to the ancient Eastern stuff, or the Dhammapada and all these other, the Bible stories. You could go on to any of them, and they're just remixes of the same stories. Some missing parts of others, none of them complete. All of them mere illuminations of the complete, true, ultimate truth. And what you end up finding is that all of them, no matter which one you choose, is the same remix, just for another generation.
Well, what is this remix you're talking about? What is like this basis? Like, what is this?
Every ideology you can imagine. Every single one of them. Name them. Pick one. As communism.
I'm saying
Christianity.
What's the Helios? What's like the? What are you saying? What do you mean?
What I'm getting at is that all ideologies, all of them, are incomplete, and none of them are the ultimate truth, and none of them are the ultimate source.
Is the truth found on the inside?
Yo, he's right up to a point, but where he goes wrong is that he's not realizing that all these mystery religions, you know what I'm saying, are basically the serpent that has woven its way through all religious systems. You know what I mean?
Well, all systems, though, because you could go to ancient times that nobody had it all figured out. But I'll tell you, everyone says that they're coming up with their new thing here, this religion or that ideology or this principle, or they're pulling something up and they're trying to be radical, right? They're just going against the culture, their counterculture, they're this or that. But what's really radical is the last thing I can see that's been a radical change has really been in 1776, when we had that radical overthrow for independence, which a lot of people are afraid of. And that's really, I think, that fear of independence and its consequential fear of rationality that leads to the logical conclusion that men and women should be independent.
What's the point of fighting if you're just gonna have to fight until they give up to like give us our rights, or do we have to like learn a certain like intellectual basis? Like, what's the point of all that?
1776, right, was the birth of the New World Order, right? At the end of the day, yes, this country was designed in a way that would make it appear to be good and righteous, but this country was designed to take all of those freedoms and strip them out from under you. That was the original design. Founding fathers were all hidden hand Freemasons. They were all Luciferian. Their God is Lucifer, not your God. You understand? That's the difference.
Well, I don't know them, but I do know that documents of the time that there was no such thing as founding fathers. The ones I guess you're referring to were just the esquires. But what it was the expression of the will of the people, that the founding fathers were just the ones that wrote it down. They were the ones instructed to do it by the colonists that were here. They're mostly religious people, and they were tired of the bullshit that the British had been imposing on them. And
the people were always good. Right. But the problem is the people were always being controlled by the religious systems. Those religious systems, those leaders were the true evil people. They're masquerading as good people, and as it is above, so it is below. They're running an underground belief system and a hierarchy that they control. For example, you got every Catholic Roman church has a temple of Mithra in the basement.
I get a part of that one idea, that premise you put there, so above is so below and stuff, because no, they're not the same. First of all, what's below is here worldly. What's above is incommensurate. You can't find
you simply don't understand
a way to correlate what you see in the here with what's above. It's
it is above, so it is
that you
below.
can't even compare.
Right?
It's not above and below like it's a mirror image. No,
it means the microcosm mirrors the macrocosm. Okay,
no,
that's what
they're
means.
totally different realms that have no commensurability to them. And that's the first thing people have to see. That's why everyone sees everything is going to be pigeonholed into particles and little ideologies that have to explain everything. It's the unknowing of all this to find the ultimate truths. And that comes, again, an independent discovery that can lead to the true co-creation and the self-actualization. That would be the next level of existence once you blow away this one.
So how's that going for you?
What's it matter to you? I'm bringing forth a concept here. It's not about me.
Well, you got to practice your concept, right?
No, I'm a fool. I'm just bringing this concept. I'm seeing what's your logical.
Well, if you're a fool, I'm going to have to avoid
forth.
you, right?
What's that?
That's what you do. You avoid a fool. If you're a fool,
So I assure you,
I'd say that anyone that judges a fool is himself judged a fool.
I'm just saying, if you don't avoid fools, you become a fool yourself.
I want to bring it to order because it's natural. Well, guys,
The shit is much deeper than a surface level YouTube video. You know what I'm saying? Matrix, Jack. How could you escape that which you are?
You're correct. Can't be nerded out. I want to correct the Matrix. I want to bring it to order because it's natural. Well, guys, why can't we? Why can't we bring order to the chaos instead of allowing the chaos to order us?
Oh my god. You got to give up the Matrix if you want to be a ghost in the machine.
I don't exist on this world. I am no longer part of this world. I've been excommunicated from my hometown. And everyone
I don't blame your town.
I don't exist.
That's fucking gold. I'm just saying. Fucking Talcott gold.
What about the library clip? The library clip with Margot is the best.
What's up with the topic, bro?
Being Talcott from the library.
You guys believe the CIA discovered the
Jack Talcott helped save my life. He did.
I'm looking for my old. I made an old art of As Above, So Below, and I found my first writing to myself when I took my first dose of acid right now. I'm trying to find an old paper. I wrote a note to myself on how to stay like humble in my first dose. It's really funny.
Like, yeah, bro, it's a hermetic principle and shit, but it's also a very valid understanding of the matrix we live in. It's the way it was constructed. It's a fractal. That's why you got, you know, if you take a fractal and you look at it and then you zoom in on one point, that zoomed in point becomes the whole fractal again. And you can continue to zoom in. As it is above, so it is below. It's correspondence. That's all it means. There's a law in this reality called correspondence. It's like gravity. You know what I mean? Whatever you want to call it. It's like buoyancy. I'm just describing a law. You don't agree with it, that's fine. It's still there.
Oh, I've been married a long time ago. What do you come from? What year to go? What do you come from? Bacalado.
Is that
You know
Rob
what I mean?
Cleveland?
For that and
Wow.
been forgotten on Joe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that that's Rob Cleveland. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yo, what's going on? Just
All right,
chilling, I'm at
it is
work.
cool. Salute to you, Rob.
I'm gonna stay on mute because I got a radio and I don't want that topic to come through.
Understand. Thanks, man. No, it's good to see Rob Cleveland. Rob's always been a pillar of how should I say it, of thoughtful contemplation during these long broadcasts.
A pillar of black excellence.
Well, no, it keeps people centered as far as conversation goes, I think, because he doesn't interrupt, but when things get out of hand, he steps in with just the right words at the right time. I think it's more about the timing and the brevity that gives the impact to the way he communicates on the panel. So it's always just nice to break up the monotony of the cacophony that usually accompanies these panels in the daytime.
I just woke up, bro. I got lots of energy. What are we talking about?
You just woke up?
Yeah, I just woke up, bro. 4:20, dog.
That's crazy. What do you work in the morning?
No, I went to bed early last night. I was tired. We went on a mean-ass fucking hike, me and the family.
That's wild. You came on when TML was on and stuff, and Paul was on and stuff a couple weekends ago, right?
I don't think so.
I think you did. It was on a Saturday night. Well, it was actually on a Sunday morning. Sunday. What is happening right now? What am I looking
I don't
for?
remember Paul being on. TML, I think, might have been on.
That was fucking my head up. Okay. I'm pretty sure you... Yeah, well, TML came on, Paul was on at the same time, then Paul left, and then I think you came on.
I haven't seen Paul in a minute. A hot minute. I think I last seen him on Jack Talcott's like 2 months ago or something. I haven't been around.
Some TED Talk here. I don't know what the fuck.
I've been in and out of this made-up panel verse. Trying to be in reality a lot more. It's better.
Reality is definitely a lot better if you're talking about nature and the natural world. Then yeah, I agree.
Yeah, speaking of nature, where were you hiking? If I could ask, what state you were on?
I was in the Ozarks.
Oh wow, that's over in Missouri, isn't it?
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? The only people miserable are the ones that don't know how to, survive in the woods, though.
I thought the miserable ones are the ones that lived in the cities.
No, it's when the city people come to live in Missouri, they're miserable. I'm not going to lie, bro. I had to go through a lot of misery. It's definitely suffering to build anything on your own strength. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent. I like building, but,
It's beyond the building, though. You go from, a nice, comfortable city life where everything is basically, taking care of you with all these luxurious amenities. And then you go out into the woods, right, with nothing. You know what I'm saying? Start shitting in a bucket and making it happen.
Yeah, I guess I did a lot of that when I was younger, so I kind of get the feel for it. I've been through some pretty good disaster situations, so I've had a taste of it. I know what to expect. It's nothing to fear. I'm always prepared because when that happens, you realize what our ancestors went through regularly. You're right. People are
My
spoiled
point I
now.
make to a lot of men is that, look, you could probably survive, right? But at the end of the day, the direction the world is heading. Why are you not starting now? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I always say, even if you do like your style of living, just remember that preparation is the best form of prevention. So if you're prepared, the crisis will probably never happen.
My ancestors came from Sicily, where they fought 1,000 years of war for their land. And then one day, my grandparents decided, you know what? Let's give all this up that we just fought 1,000 years for, and let's move to the United States, to New York City, and start a life. That didn't work out. So now I got to go backwards. I got to get my own land and build that up for my future generations of my children. Otherwise, they're going to be in the same slave system that I was in.
We all will.
Well, they're not doing too well over in the EU and Sicily, in particular those areas. They're pretty not much opportunity for getting land there.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It went to shit. You know, after they immigrated over here, we had, you know what I mean, 2 world wars practically. So they were starving in Italy too. But at the end of the day, they thought this was going to be a, you know, a promising future. They could not foresee that it was a trap. That's what this has always been.
Yeah, but I wouldn't look at it so negatively. I mean, I know it sounds like, I mean, you're in a, maybe not the ideal situation, or maybe you're working towards it. But I mean, there's the big thing here is that you do have a lot more potential, because it used to be you have to wait generations to try to correct what's wrong. Now here, things can happen a lot quicker, but it's more about your choices and intent and how much you want to be distracted away from that.
You're watching a movie right now, believing that you could change the outcome of it. You know what I'm saying? Just because the movie has some nice music on right now and it's not a bad scene doesn't mean that, you know what I'm saying, it's not going to turn into a horror flick in 10 minutes. And at the end of the day, there ain't going to be no rallying, no protesting, no writing to governors or chancellors. There ain't going to be no, you know, arguing or figuring it out logically. This world's going down the motherfucking toilet, no matter what you do. So it's just a matter of positioning yourself for that. You know, if the world's going down the toilet, get on top of the tank, bro. You know what I mean?
Well, bottom line is this. I don't see that the people in charge are
Isaac, you're muted.
I don't think the people in charge. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, Isaac was muted though. He kept talking. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't.
Oh yeah, I'll yield. Go ahead.
What were you saying, Isaac? We didn't hear none of that, bro.
No, I was trying to flow with you, but I only had like 4 words. I don't remember.
You don't understand?
I didn't know I was muted, so it doesn't matter now. I was saying I love everyone, and yeah, with me there'll be hope. That's what I'm saying. So yeah.
I'm not saying there's not hope. I'm just saying that we have to do things. Like we can't just
of course
sit in the frying pan.
Yeah, I am that thing, and I know it exists in other people.
Right. The problem, I guess, that most people are facing is the fact that the system now is at the point where, unlike your ancestors, when they get fed up and just decide to leave, you said Sicily or whatever, those choices aren't there. You're not going to leave America and go somewhere better now. Before they could leave there and go to America, at least have hope. So
we're looking at
what you're expressing is a lack of hope now, because there's nowhere else to go. So it's actually worth fighting for here.
It's one world right now. Like, look at the tech and everything involved. Like, dude, they could connect the whole world with a satellite in the 1 second.
No, it's not one world, because you travel some of these places and you can't carry certain kinds of metal with you, if you know what I mean. And on America, you can. Try that in Britain.
I just mean they have a plan. So I mean, it's even though it might not look like it, it's orchestrated. Whether they know who's going where and what's going on.
The only reason why we can sit here and not be in complete tyranny.
You're allowed to go drink a mimosa overseas, yeah.
The only reason why we could be not completely under the boot of the satanic system is because of God, because of what Jesus Christ did. That's the only reason why we could sit here and have this conversation. But that doesn't
I thought it was
mean
because the other G.
that doesn't mean that this world isn't.
And we're looking at spiritual law, and we're looking at spiritual, like actual origins of curses and real life, like metaphysics. If that, I mean, I believe it. I'm just saying. Then we're going into a whole nother field that we're, you know, where he freed us or something, right?
Well,
well, that's the problem with the beliefs, because they go against logic and insight and reason, and that's the beginning of fear. And the problem with that kind of fear is
in our original nature. It's almost like when I read the book, it was reminding me of who I was and not who the world told me I was. If that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying. A lot of people do read the book, right? And when you read about the prophets and you read about Jesus, you do start to build this connection with God. But that connection is not always with God Almighty.
No. Well, I will agree. Yeah.
There's different parts of a person. If you have that hubris where you think that you actually are the one, right?
Yeah.
And you go into that megalomania, that destructive cycle will run its course through your life.
If you're like say you're going to church and you're like secretly being governed by an entity, you're feeding that source in your ego to that thing instead of like, you're worshiping the true source. Because, you can get 20,000 people in a church, but chances are they all channeling their energy to the one same true, like,
well, that's why you
center
have
of
the
that
priest.
place of worship.
You have the conductor that's telling the orchestra where to direct their energy and in what repetition and in what manner. You know what I mean? They're worshiping. They're not worshiping. They're running a warship.
Well, there's a
you don't think they're all being
a new word for
pulling the oars of the battleship, right? All in sync.
They're just rowing that boat.
Yeah.
That
and the guy's up there with his big stick with a cross on it saying stroke, stroke, stroke.
All ideologies end in warfare, except for some of them that are like, not major world religions.
All the Judeo-Christian ones do.
Well, I mean, even look at the Hindus, right? Their ancient temples show them shooting each other with nuclear arrows. So don't get it twisted. You know what I mean?
You're right. No, they're all full of half truths.
Well, what happened was
they could have been showing a history of where they were attacked and they didn't want to be attacked. You don't know what they're showing.
Here's the reality. All those ancient temples and shit, we don't actually know what religion those people even had. Okay, these were antediluvian fallen angel civilizations that were all essentially occult mystery religions. And then, right after the reset, after the cataclysm, when the world got repopulated, right, they basically attributed different names to these different religions and gave them different belief systems that they could later on weave into a tapestry of a one world religion, Luciferian Satanism. See, there is no real world religions anymore. They've wiped them all out. They've replaced them all with fake real world religions. And they're all control systems at this point. All spiritual texts have been redacted and modified to support their narrative. Now, what they can't really alter and change unless they chisel it away, which they have done, is the ancient tablets and the ancient artifacts. But they even modify those. They've chiseled away pieces of artifacts in Egypt. They've done this so that you just won't know what it says. How could something be that important where they have to literally chisel it out? It's whatever they say, millions of year old artifacts, and they're just over here chiseling pieces off.
Yeah, but there's a more rational reason why I could tell you that.
They don't want you to know the truth.
No, that's not it. I mean, why does everyone have to be a victim? You want to know what the reality is that after there's an earthquake in Cairo, they were too lazy or didn't have the technology or the public services left because they were so successful before that. The pyramids were lined with white marble, and they basically went and scavenged that out to rebuild up Cairo. Because they didn't have the infrastructure, the technology anymore to build up the city the way it was before the earthquake. So
internal carvings, the hieroglyphics, right? The records that were inside to be protected for future generations. What we find is that the early settlers that had discovered it chiseled away what they could on the lower rungs and replaced them with their own gods and their own hieroglyphics. But when you get higher up in the pyramid, you get to the higher portions of the columns, they couldn't reach the people that inhabited these structures after the reset. And these people were not able to alter the higher pieces. So we have different records based on the height inside of the pyramid that you're reading. The shit goes real deep. The Sphinx, they chopped its face off. It used to be Anubis. It was a giant ass dog. And then they turned it into basically Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but let's face it, man. These are a bunch of inbred nomadic tribesmen that barely understood the wheel, living in the Bronze Age. I mean, really, they weren't all that smart. You had later generations that were much smarter. The problem is you had the book burners in Alexandria, and you had the sea people invading every freaking, advanced empire over in Africa. So you really have a problem with what really comes down to is the goat herder population. the pastoral race, they call it, and that's
When
really
you
been
read
the
Plato,
bane
right?
of humanity.
When you read Plato, right, and you read about Solon going to get the mystery religion from the Egyptians, right, and they initiate him as an acolyte, then they explain to Solon that, yo, we got these traditions and this wisdom from your people, okay, from the white people, the Aryans. And so what the Greeks didn't even know is that all their traditions and shit that they were gaining from the Egyptians, they gave to the Egyptians in the past when there was a higher civilization. But it wasn't necessarily the Greeks. It was the Aryans. That was the antediluvian race of these higher beings, giants. Fucking, they called some of them gods. Right? Because
Yeah, well, listen, man, it's getting past my bedtime now, and that story's giving me nightmares. But yeah, I mean, it's using retroduction instead of believing stories is a better way to assess really what the past was, because none of us were here to really assess any of that. It's all hearsay.
It's cosmology.
And you have to use more powerful discernment, and just to kind of rule out the things that it couldn't be this and it couldn't be that, because let's just face it, we've never seen aliens or giants, so to even introduce that as a viable premise is really just getting to be
Bro, the Smithsonian
on the edge of fantasy,
skeletons of giants. We have pictures of giants, tons of them. We have video footage.
I get it. I don't. We is whoever we, but hey, man, that's some. If you're on the good acid, then I get it. But I just don't. I'm not on that vibe, man. I'm about to fall asleep right now.
Look at the size of the bricks. What are you talking about? Look at the
Dude,
size of the doorways
the
on the
bricks are melted mountains. You know
This
that.
shit is not built for human beings. We got giant axes. We got giant trees.
Wait. We gotta get back to the bricks, because we know the mountains are melted bricks.
Yo, I'm talking about look at the
They
blocks.
have to be.
Look at the blocks that the pyramid of Giza is made with. They weigh thousands of pounds.
I'm talking about the bricks in the mountains.
These are bricks.
No, I'm talking about the mountains that are bricks, melted bricks. Put on the melted bricks for a second.
What?
Thank you.
Now?
Yo, just run the memes, bro.
I'm kind of new to the soundboard, yo. My bad.
Yo,
Holy
we
shit.
are being run by L Eats or Lites. The
I'm not.
followers
You
of
speak for
L.
yourself there, sir. You can speak.
No, I'm saying,
for
bro,
yourself there, sir.
as a humanity civilization, bro, we're all being run. You know what I mean? Whether or not you're not fucking, you know what I mean, complying, that's another story.
If
But
Rob
there's
agrees with it, then I might.
Is there not an active fucking, you know what I mean, system working against you at all times? I mean, that shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying?
No.
We shouldn't be born into a world where the world works against us until we die and demands shit from us. That's called slavery, bro.
Sounds like a conspiracy, sir.
It might be.
Yeah, so what's up with the Masonic compass there?
Yo, this isn't even a Masonic compass.
I mean, someone could call me out because the channel banner for my channel is actually pretty much got the fucking compass there, if I'm not mistaken. Still, I've wanted to change the picture, but I just haven't really. It's
So you know
actually
how,
pretty hard to find. You could just go to a website though, but if you try to find the specific thing on a Google search with the right measurements, it's hard. But you have to go to a specific site for.
This was a Masonic compass in an artwork, and I used AI to redesign it. But what it actually is, right? If you look at it, it's the shape of the Earth, and then this is the system in which we have a sun and a moon being produced. So, like, you know how when they show you all these Apollo missions and shit, and then they're all Masons, right? And they got their Mason rings on. That's because they're showing you the lie and the truth, if you're paying attention. And the truth is that the symbol of the Masonic logo is actually the construct's blueprint layout. That's what it really is. You've got a greater Earth. We live in a portion of it. Antarctica is in the center where we have a giant black rock. There's a black sun underneath the plane of existence, and it rotates in circles. Now, it projects an invisible light through the plane of the Earth and also through the hole, right, in the middle. Now, the light that goes through the hole, it is invisible, but sometimes it interacts with gases, causing the aurora borealis in those regions in the upper area. When the light hits the firmament, it creates Polaris, which is Lucifer, the light bearer, right? Because it's not actually the source of the light, but it is a reflection. That light bounces off in two different angles. When the beams that are coming from the black sun that are emanating through the plane of the Earth cross through the beams that are going through the center hole, like a CD disc, bouncing off Polaris, when those beams cross, right, you get a positive and a negative polarity system, a bipolar system. The moon being an X-ray negative and the sun being a positive.
You sound like you may have been reading a little bit of some David Icke, and I'm not even sharing my screen. That's pretty stupid. I do that shit all the time, man.
Yo, just Google black sun, right? Black sun. I can't remember the name of the channel, but there's like a Russian. There's a Russian that breaks it down. It was hidden knowledge. This was hidden by the Masons, but this is the I believe this is the true nature of how the matrix works. You know what I mean? And that's why they're trying to build shit on top of the Earth in certain shapes. It's because they want to alter, like they're altering the energy that's coming from below, right? It goes through the pyramid, and then that gets projected onto the firmament. And so they're trying to alter the way that this matrix constructs works by building these grandiose monuments and pillars. You get what I'm saying?
So what are some, I guess, texts that would confirm your findings there? Like, I'm curious to know where you acquired most of this.
I'm saying, this wasn't acquired from any text. This is just because you got to understand, you got to study the signs and the symbols and then determine the true meaning, which they won't put in. They're not going to write it down. Everything that's written down for the most part is bullshit until you get to like the scriptures, which is not bullshit, but it's been altered and it's been redacted and there's a lot missing. So when you finally put that all together, you know what I'm saying? And then you delve deep into the signs and symbols, you start to really understand. Like, no one will tell you the real secrets of how the alchemist was turning, lead into gold. But it's a very simple bipolar system, anode, cathode. When you have an anode and a cathode in a solution, right, that is an electrolyte and you apply energy, you get what I'm saying? The lead or whatever the anode is going to be sacrificial and the cathode is going to gain mass. The anode is going to lose mass. It's literally converting one metal into another metal. If it's done right.
Man, don't convert metals. You can only, with electrolysis, you can only deposit one metal out of solution.
No,
you don't create new metals. They have to be in solution to begin with in the electrolyte.
You have corrosion on the cathode.
But that comes from the electrolyte again. Without electrolyte, there's no corrosion. Then you have to apply current. So you're going to put the energy in at the right levels, right? At the right rate, the right amount of energy.
What I'm trying to say is that I don't know the exact formula on how they were doing it, but it's through that system.
No, they never did it. That's the whole point, is that if you learn a little bit about chemistry, there's things you can do, but as far as changing one into the other, that's a whole concept of what the matter is. What is matter in the first place? That's a fundamental misunderstanding, dude.
Look into the Bank of England, bro. This is where they got all the gold. They did figure it out. They did do it.
Are you a banker too? I mean, where do you get these ideas? Is what Pineal was asking. I'm curious too now.
They were just inventing gold at one point. All right.
Here's an interesting. I just put. Go ahead, answer, and then I'm going to play this clip because I downloaded it. I haven't watched it yet. It's a minute. So, what were you saying, my bad?
I'm just saying these motherfuckers at one point were creating gold, and that's how they created all these different things out of the Bank of England.
No, they took the gold. They took it from India. They took it from other countries. They Actually, it ended up being that the Rothschilds got it, didn't they? And they took the American gold too eventually. But it's all in the banks. The banks got the gold. Don't worry. They took it out of the ground and now they hold it in reserves. And a matter of fact, they use another metal. They actually use a lead to protect the gold. They don't use to turn it into the gold.
Look into John
that's
Dee
how
and
it
those
works.
other dudes, right? These were all high-level alchemists. They were working on many different things. There was spiritual practices, right? Mingled with, you know what I'm saying? Mingled
No,
with,
I don't. Because where are you coming up with this is the question for the third time. I got to know. I gets to know.
The way that
really
the
gets to know.
alchemists would come to their understandings on the spiritual, they would utilize as above, so below. They would look at the physical reality and they would do things, and then they would try to replicate that in the spiritual reality to achieve the same purpose in the spiritual. So the great work of alchemy is turning the lead into the gold, the physical into the spiritual. But they were also able to perform this with actual lead into gold. All the alchemical things, it's not just masking a spiritual reality. It's both. That's what you don't understand. Most people don't. They take it for one or the other. They don't realize that it is both. They believed in the physical and they took that and used that to create a spiritual beliefs. It's scientism at its finest. You get what I'm saying? Then these alchemists created the fake science so that the uninitiated, the profane, wouldn't know their truth. Then you have the Jesuits.
I don't get it at all, man, because I actually use science and it works rather well when you need to have a particular goal you're trying to do. As far as changing one metal to another, that's a fundamental misunderstanding. Did you know that the different elements, right, the ones that can be pure, right, separated so that each particle is pure as the next, however much you want to divide it up, whether it be lead or gold or aluminum or anything like that. It depends on the harmonic of their energy density. It's kind of like, the difference of their properties are due to a harmonic of nature that we're kind of unaware of. But that's how they're assembled. Tesla predicted, that's how they predicted where they find different elements at different atomic weights, is due to that.
And so where do you find that in like mainstream science right now?
Well, if you go take chemistry, you learn all of them. You learn the Bohr's model. You see, you'll learn simplified models just to get a basic understanding of computation. You do things like quantitative analysis, then you do qualitative analysis, because there's different bodies of
frequencies of the different plants.
I'm just saying that it's a progressive approach. You don't just learn
what I'm saying is they knew the real shit the whole time, and they gave you science, which is fake. And so I'm saying
there's people that
concealed it. This is how they gained power.
You see, what are you calling fake science? I don't know. What I think you're talking about is just another religion, because science is a process. There's no authority in science.
You got mainstream science, and then you got what's real. So
science is an approach. It's called the scientific method. You know about the scientific method. You know, and it's based on a principle of repeatability, right? If I can do it, you can do it. See, these are things that make it so it's an objective use, because science is dealing with things that are in this world, right? Then you got things like the physics. It's how things behave in this world. Then you get metaphysics, to go beyond that. But what you really find out is that metaphysics and physics are really followed by the same principles.
We're talking about
you find inertia, acceleration, pressure mediation, capacitance, resistance, all these same functions in the metaphysical and in the physical. They're exactly the same.
Let me break it down for you, right? So mankind is given, right, a repertoire of knowledge, a corpus of knowledge, but this knowledge is a working system that only Lucifer has the keys to.
I mean, where do you come up with this stuff, man? Wait. Where do you come up with this? I just gave you principles that can be demonstrated over and over for generations and are still being used today. And you're coming up with Lucifer and books and little things like that. I mean, it's not story time, man. I mean, this is the modern age. We got to get things done. If you didn't have computers and science running, you wouldn't be talking to me right now. You'd be on your making smoke signals, and figuring out where your next God fairy is.
Yeah, we've been sitting here trying to get things done, right? With
Yeah, but we can predict an eclipse with science, and you're preaching this stuff that's not going to get you any results.
The
But laying in the
eclipses
bed,
isn't
imagining
even
you're traveling to
scientific.
another dimension. I mean, give me a break, dude.
What do you
Listen,
mean the
I'm about to go to
eclipses?
fall
Hold
asleep
on.
now because you're putting me
Hold
to
on.
sleep with
You don't
about
even know what you're
terminating
talking
lack of
about.
debate type of
You
thing.
don't
You get
even
all
know what
settled.
you're talking about.
No,
The guy who
you're
predicts
reading
eclipses is
fairy
using
tales, man.
Hold on.
I mean, an adult doesn't fall
You
in the
just keep
beliefs. Beliefs are
talking
the
over me.
plaything of
You won't
children.
even let me speak. I'm gonna just talk over you
Yeah,
now.
because you're talking
So here's
beliefs
the
are the
thing.
plaything of children,
The
dude. Listen,
guy
go play with
who
children then. I
created
don't have time.
the guy who created the quote unquote math, right? It's not quote unquote math. NASA has one guy that did 5,000 years of prediction for the eclipses. You see, because the globe model doesn't actually work for the eclipses. You had one guy that predicted the eclipses, and he used an ancient system of predicting the eclipses that was not based on a round Earth model. It was based on a flat Earth model. There's no mathematics behind it. The mathematics are the deconstruction of that system and then the replication of it based on, right, a 13-month cycle. You know what I'm saying?
To me about fucking flat Earth, motherfucker.
Yeah. Let's talk about it.
So it's just flat as fuck.
I don't know why they always running.
I think I'm not much of a shape guy, but because I see people who are really drawn on either side seem to have kind of this tardism going on, and they try to avoid. Again, I get the reality. I see truth on both sides, so that is what makes it really difficult. So I like to think it's potentially a globular in certain aspects, and maybe in terms of the firmament is the and we're on a flat plane. I kind of resonate with the toroidal model. I think toroidal Earth is definitely gaining traction. I think that's where it's at. Crater Earth, skull Earth's interesting. Eyeball Earth is fucking interesting. It's all very interesting. But at the end of the day, we're not going to know. I don't think, maybe some are going to get the blessing of just complete, infinite, omnipresent, omnipotent knowledge at some moment. There's the infinite DMT flash on their last breath, their last inhale. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Maybe one day I will. Maybe in that instant right before that last breath, maybe that's when it. If anything, I would think that's probably when.
Listen, can I break something down for you real quick? Because we just had this dude on here, right? But what he doesn't want to acknowledge, and most people don't want to acknowledge in the scientific community, is that all the eclipse predictions were done by one man for NASA in one shot. And that man himself, right, will admit that he didn't use mathematics. He used what's called as, right, the Saros cycle, the Saros system, which was derived directly from a measure and a number among the Chaldeans called the Suda. And it was a scheme for predicting eclipses that was developed before 575 BC. There's no mathematics involved. You get what I'm saying? They're not using the mathematics of the sun and the moon. If you actually use the globe model, you will not get eclipses. That's why they can't use it to predict it, which is why NASA had to have this guy who is basically like an eclipse fanatic who knew about the Saros cycle, who basically was able to tell them using the ancient Chaldean system of when the eclipses were going to happen, which was a flat Earth model.
Flat earthers are demented. You flat earthers are demented. You flat earthers are demented. You want to talk to me about fucking flat Earth, motherfucker?
You know what I mean?
So it's just flat as fuck.
Flat earthers are just ignorant.
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just a loser.
I think Tribe thinks you're George Soros' son. Is there any potential possibility that you are linked in some way to the open Source Foundation, I think it's called. Sorry, Open. What is it again? Open something Foundation. Is that you by any chance? Sir?
I'm saying that the cycle, bro, that the moon.
You're
know
not
what I mean?
Alex Soros, right?
I'm saying the moon and the
Alex
sun
Soros. I remember I
cycle
saw you one
that was developed by the Chaldeans is called the sorrow cycle, from a Chaldean measure of time called Asura.
All right. Well, we're gonna look this one up really quick, just in case.
Look it up.
Alex Soros. I think it might be Alex Soros. Let's see. 686-768-128. And then we're gonna type in rant. Okay. No immediate connection there. But then we're gonna go look up Alex Soros. And then we're gonna need you to produce a picture, sir. To make sure that you're not Alex Soros.
Look, bro, if you could do the eclipses with just straight math, then why hasn't no one ever done it until NASA hired Fred Espenak? You know what I mean? To do the 5,000-year lunar eclipse diagrams. I mean, that's where they get all of their shit. Any kind of model you look at, if you look at any astronomy clock, Google, any type of simulation that's going to be showing you eclipses and where to predict them, it's not using math. It's literally just using a broken down version of fucking Fred Espenak's 5,000-year prediction cycle. And that's where NASA derives all of its data. And that's where science derives all of its data. And it literally comes from a Chaldean fucking understanding of when these things were going to happen. There's no mathematics involved with this man creating a system other than figuring out how that system worked. And he did 5,000 years of prediction. That's it. That's all you get.
All right, this is the one I wanted to check out. I don't know if it's really on topic. I think it's more about pharmakia, but we were talking about the symbolism, and I meant to check it out anyway. I haven't even watched it yet, so let me see.
I said that the Greek word for sorcery is pharmakia, then translated into English as pharmacy, medicine. Look at the symbolism on his stomach, the two serpents wrapped around a staff. We've seen that on EMTs, on hospitals, on pharmacy, medication. Symbolism is huge. And then there's that right there. People think it's harmless, but look what it's on. Remember what you're looking at, and be careful. We all know what that little swirly symbol is. When is it no longer a conspiracy and it's the actual truth? The information is right in front of your eyes, but it's up to you to believe it or to walk away from it. But don't say that we didn't tell you. Another thing that you must pay attention to is look who surrounded him. It's not adults, it's children. So when we say that they're coming for our children, they're literally coming for our children. You cannot be blind anymore. You have absolutely no excuse.
All right, that was an interesting one. Yeah, it's nothing new. Cult of Baal goes back to how old? How long ago? That's one I wanted to break down as well. There's someone who are you familiar with the Cult of Baal map? Have you seen that?
The Cult of Baal map?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not exactly on point though.
No, you don't think it's a good reference for?
I mean, it's good, but it's not really well researched. You know what I mean? Like, the connections it makes is very limited and vague. There's more connections than it shows. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very limited in its spec because it's trying to look like that's the one that looks like the Kabbalah Tree of Life, right? The Kabbalah map. It's like mirrored after it.
It might be. I'm trying to find it here in my my files.
Like, I think it's decent. Don't get it twisted. But there's a guy, Dustin Nemos at the Serapum, that did an even better map. You know what I mean?
Speaking
like,
of maps, what's up with the panel verse map? What's going on?
Yeah,
With
I was just breaking balls, bro. I don't even care about YouTube like that.
Yeah, you're right. It is. Yeah, it's fashioned like the Kabbalistic Tree of Life or something, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that one. There's a one that Dustin Nemos of the Serapum put out. Look on the Serapum website, and there's it's called The Map, and it's a giant fucking PDF that'll take you like a couple of hours to actually zoom in on everything and figure out. You know what I mean? Like, you can't print it out; it's way too big. It's a massive.
Okay, I was just gonna say the guy who made this actually, I found a video of him breaking it down for like 2 or 3 hours, and I was gonna restream it at some point, not now, obviously, but
It's not terrible. Even Dustin Nemos will tell you that the map is good. It's just it's like old and it's not really showing everything. It's very limited. You know, it's a general guideline. It's good for like a normie to see it and kind of get the connections, but it goes a lot deeper if you want to research deep into it. Check out the Dustin Nemos map. It goes into the biblical aspect. It goes deep. You know what I mean? Shows you the fucking. It's a lot of pictures too, so it shows you like the Nephilim. It shows you the people who wrote the religious history. It shows you the people who wrote the fake science. It goes into each department and then breaks it down into subgroups with images and like memes and like all kinds of shit, charts. You know what I mean? It shows you who's behind everything. You know what I'm saying? Shows you all the little hats, bro, in all the right places.
Yeah, well, who really controls the world?
Yeah, if you don't look, bro, if you've never seen the Dustin Nemos map, it's fucking great. I like Dustin Nemos. I think he's a solid dude.
Trying to remember if I've watched this one. I got so many videos in my files. It's crazy. So what's up with the channel, man? You're not going to launch the channel again, or what's going on? You took it down, you got it on private, or what?
Like, yo, at the end of the day, bro, I was just making that channel to kind of drum up like some fucking like shows with Pops. You know what I mean? Pops wanted to get into YouTube and like do shows. He likes to have talks. I don't really give a fuck about YouTube like that, like putting on a show. You know what I mean? I just wanted to fuck with some people, break some balls, had a good time, but like it's not worth my time to manage a channel. I don't want to make money out of it. You know what I mean? I got way too many other things to do. And at the end of the day, I could still just come out here and drop truth bombs wherever the fuck. There's plenty of people with channels.
Of course.
You know, it don't matter to me where I'm talking. At the end of the day, I like to talk to people who are into the truth because the truth can't be told, you know what I mean? It has to be learned. So I can't just go out and teach people anyway.
This is the 2 known still alive members of the Grand Druid Council. I don't know if you've heard of this group before, but it's an interesting clip. You know about John Todd?
No.
Never heard of John Todd?
No, who's that?
Well, some would say that he was a dark occultist who left and found Jesus, but some would say that it was all part of his act. So there's varied opinions on the guy, but anyway, just check this out really quick. You gotta have the spooky, like, you know, the spooky vibes in the background. So Paul Hewson, a traditionalist and apprenticed under Dr. Raymond Buckland, was handpicked by the Rothschild. This is alleging here. He's a Druid witch who has written several witchcraft books. He leans towards Satanism and says the only initiation required is saying the Lord's Prayer backwards 3 times. So this shows the financial power of the Illuminati. I mean, it's kind of silly, but Rothschild is at the top, which many people would say Rothschild is just inbred of the Orsini family. Pep Orsini allegedly being the Grey Pope, who's actually, many would say the most powerful Pope, but to be a trickle down from the Grey Pope to the Black Pope, who's Arturo Sosa, since Alfredo Nicholas died. And then, of course, the White Pope, Pope Francis. Jorge Mario Bergoglio, all about the 201s, why he lives in Suite 201. It's called the Dome of Sancta Marte, which equals 201. His name equals 201. Yeah.
Yeah,
Inferno
look,
was
I
2 minutes
get
and 1
it.
second long. If you got to watch Inferno, man.
I get it, bro. But at
Let me
the end
finish.
of the day,
Okay, go ahead.
I was just saying, at the end of the day, I feel like this video in particular is just like sensationalized with a few tidbits of information that, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they're relevant if you're going that deep, but there's a certain level of depth that is important to understand how it all works, to understand like the personal lives of these
Powers and
people.
principalities
It'll
is
tell
all.
you know what I mean? It'll tell you like what kind of people they are once you start to get into it. But if you just sit here and focus on like the individuals, then you'll also miss the bigger picture.
Yo, Ephesians 6:12, man. Prince powers and principalities, sir. I'm all about.
Like, yo, I get it.
I'm fully
You know
aware
what I'm
of it. I know that these people are being avatared. They're being avatared.
I get it. You know what I mean? But like all this whole system comes from the ancient times.
They're not my.
You know what I mean? They have an understanding of the spiritual world. They hide that from people. They do their work in the spiritual realm, and they work with dark forces that seek to destroy humanity. You know?
Are you getting feedback on your end or no?
Mm-mm.
You getting feedback? No. All right.
No.
But yeah, so it shows that as Rothschild at the top, and then the Committee of 300, and then Rockefeller, DuPont, Kennedy, World Bank, Chase Bank, Bank of America, First National, Federal Reserve System, European banks. I guess EU would probably fall in there, obviously. World Commerce Market, which I'm not familiar with. World Common Market, and then all the oil companies and whatnot.
They own all of it.
Here, yeah. Let me finish this.
You know what I mean? They own it all.
Why is this not? Oh, I see what I did wrong now. See, so to me, the Council of 13 is kind of like, shout out to 13 in the chat. The Council of 13 is kind of to me like, you have your 13 so-called Illuminati bloodline families, and then you have your actual 13 papal, black nobility the real, the real families, the Orsinis, the Aldobrandinis, the Chigis, etc., that are really running those 13 families. The Rockefellers, DuPonts, etc.
Well, yeah, you got
Rothschild.
13 everything. That's what it is. They're all paying homage to the 13. Right?
Right, which is why, I don't know if you caught all the shit with, not to bring up Taylor Swift, but it is good for the algorithm. So Taylor Swift. Maybe my numbers will double. Yeah, she had this thing where she just couldn't stop bringing up the 13 right before the Super Bowl. And
they're all
and then,
witches.
of course, there was all this shit with.
They're all fucking witches. You know what I'm saying? You got the Astors, the Bundys, the Collins, DuPonts, Freemans, Kennedys, Lees, Onassis, Rockefellers, Rothschild, Russells, Van Duns, and the Merovingians.
Yeah, right. Well, Merovingians would be kind of an outlier in the base 13, but I would say the ones really worth looking at are the ones controlling them. So they're the
I'm
ones
just saying,
who
that's
evade.
13
Seem to
bloodlines,
evade.
bro.
Yeah, well, they're the ones that seem to evade detection the most. So you have We Are Change, fucking Luke Radowski walking right up to. Then again, if considering the controlled opposition aspect of things, if anyone's going to walk up to him, it's going to be controlled opposition, not just someone such as myself. I'm never going to see a Rothschild in my life. It's not going to happen. But
none of that matters,
let alone an Orsini or a Chigi, So
they don't even go by those.
Never.
You feel
right?
me?
Who knows what their actual names are? But
the real controllers, the rulers of darkness, we don't even know who they are. That we're dealing with we're only seeing the puppets and the shells of demonic entities. You know what I mean?
Powers and principalities, sir. They're being avatared. I'm not denying that in any way.
That's what I'm saying.
Is it over? Type beat. But yeah, for many, those power, or all of those groups, if you are a tax following, code following, policy following, crown kissing, bootlicking slave, then you are essentially not even just necessarily a slave to that system, but you're also really partaking in it and feeding it. You're feeding that beast. So
who's your daddy?
Yeah, they're your daddy. They're your daddy.
It's about to get real thick in the mud. People are gonna be hit with the, decision. It's gonna be put in front of them, like, yo, this is actually your daddy, or, you know what I'm saying, or not. That's gonna come. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't gotten to the full autonomy. What is going to happen when they tell people, yo, if you want us to take care of you, you got to give us, you know what I mean, a control over your mind. You know what I mean? You got to sign up. You got to approve our app in your Neuralink and give us control. You know what I mean? We want access to your thoughts. If you want the free bread and circuses. You know what I'm saying? That's where it's going to be.
Yeah, it's all perfectly synced up with Neuralink, man. It's amazing, actually. 7 years.
Bro, they want to turn you into your
they
device.
founded the company.
If you want to know what they're going to do,
implant. I do say alleged.
Right? If you want to know what they're going to do to you, just look at what they did to your phone. Right? How did phones start out? You able to?
Well, that's why I'm so grateful to not have a phone at the moment. Actually,
yeah, I don't have one either.
Yeah, I haven't had one for quite a while.
Me either, bro. I
I'm
haven't
not mad
carried a
about it.
phone in over 10 years, bro. Because I don't want them tracking me. They'll start hitting me with fucking invisible links.
So Neuralink brain control plus Starlink crowd control equals mass mind control. Interesting short.
Newest mass control technology. It's unbelievable. Like something out of a sci-fi movie, but true. Musk's company Neuralink just developed a way to implant microchips in our brains. In our freaking brains, people. Each chip has 1,024 electrodes to monitor.
Allegedly, literally allegedly to everything he
This
said.
shit is all nonsense. This is actually like old tech. The new shit, they don't even have to implant anything. Self-assembles in your motherfucking body. They found that's a way better method. Like, why would you implant it when you could just put something in your body and then it builds itself based on all of the crap that's in our food? Why do you think there's metals and plastics and all kinds of synthetic shit in our food? It's not just to poison you. It's to make it readily available for the fucking, you know what I mean? The thing that's being built inside of you that is not biological. You don't need these things. But what does need plastic and silica and heavy metals? An inorganic system, artificial technology. You see? See, people are so like into just one facet of the conspiracy. They're like, oh, they're trying to poison us to kill us. No, there's much better ways to kill you. The shit they're putting in the food is to flip your gender. It's to make you feel different. It's to fuck up your DNA. It's to change you and also alter you technologically. What I'm saying is the real conspiracies are so deep. They're even
the
deeper
optics are
than everything
transhumanism
out there.
essentially, but much more it's trans everything because
All I'm saying is, yo, if you're looking at what's happening, right, and they tell you the truth on the back end, but they tell you the truth of the past, right, and you've been convinced that the timeline is authentic, you get what I'm saying? You're always focused on something that already happened to you, and you are in the know, but it's already done. That's the problem. Most conspiracies are too fucking old. When we find out about a lot of shit, it's not on the fringe. You have to be on the fringe of the conspiracies. A lot of these videos are compilations of people who just woke up. They're not about people who have been awake with their finger on the pulse of this shit, with their ear to the ground of what is new and what is happening, who have done heavy research into it to know the true ability.
To be fair, this Chad guy here, this Giga Chad, kind of does look like he's probably still in college.
Control
So
our brains
I
remotely.
don't disagree.
He intends to start human trials in 6 months or less. It's not enough that they forced us to wear masks, forced us to lock down, forced us to get vaccinated, and took away what we had left of our God-given privacy. Now they want to hurt us like cattle to the slaughter and control our every move, even our every thought. But if you're like me, you're not going to stand for it either. Because this isn't just a power grab. This is part of the Great Reset, their boldest move yet to gain total control over our lives. America's Last Stand, the documentary, talks about this in depth. How those in control of the global financial power structure are closer than ever to their end game. And why they are brashly and openly making shocking statements like, you'll own nothing and be happy. So if you don't want to be a pawn that is mass controlled by the elite, I urge you to watch this documentary and see the facts for yourself.
Come on, bro.
Do it right now before we reach the point of no return.
He said they're making shocking statements like, you'll own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, that definitely it wasn't a just a obvious script for that documentary. Totally wasn't that. Absolutely.
I'll tell you what happened, bro. This guy used to make fucking bro clips, and then one day he actually woke up. He was like, "Oh shit!" And then he was like, "Bro, this is all happening, bro."
Yeah, he's not anywhere near Jack's level, dude. You know, he's nowhere near Jack's level, man. Honestly.
You are the Matrix, Jack. How could you escape that which you are?
You're correct. Can't be moved. I want to correct the Matrix. I want to bring it to order because it's natural. Well, guys, why can't we? Why can't we bring order to the chaos instead of allowing the chaos to order us?
Oh my god.
You got to give up the Matrix if you want to be a ghost in the machine.
I don't exist, and on this world, I am no longer part of this world. I've been excommunicated from my hometown and everyone I know.
I don't blame your town.
I don't exist. I've escaped the Matrix, I assure you.
You are the Matrix. He's the Matrix.
What character would you say he would be? Like, what, you know, who would he be in that movie?
Bro, I don't even know.
Is he just kind of like a what do you call it? Not Down syndrome, but like a special class, like Neo, but he's special. If you know what I mean by special.
Bro, he's an anomaly.
Have you seen Matrix Cut or no? Did you see the new Matrix Cut by any chance?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Oh man. Well, Paul's played it the last 2 days in a row. So I don't know how many people here have watched it already. Can you guys drop a 1 in the chat if you've seen Matrix Cut already?
What is it?
That was a preview of it. That was a preview of it right there.
I'm gonna have to watch it.
What's funny is it's amazing seeing what just a little bit of a inspired recommendation, and I kind of had I really wanted to see it come to fruition. So, but anyway, shout out to Tap Clip Collection because he made it happen, and he's the fucking man. So why don't you show your working out? I see. What does that mean? You mean like doing the inverted fucking pull-up things that I was doing in that short? 1, you saw it. Fire Drake saw it. It is a masterpiece, sir. I agree. Talcott equals 666. Spokane equals 666. I'm saying Spokane right now. So I was always saying Spokane, but I know it's Spokane. So, and praise be equals 666, and much love equals 666. Wow. Wow. See, that's something else. Because I don't even know if I've heard praise be before Jack Talcott. So, you know what's crazy is I really do think that Talcott is many people's universal daddy, as crazy as that sounds.
Who's your daddy?
Not mine.
Yo, I gotta make a cup of coffee right quick. I literally woke up and hopped on. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm gonna get back to some of the Project Gateway stuff. You think you'd be down to get into some of that? Are you familiar with it at all? I think he's pouring up coffee. All right, so I don't blame him.
Coffee time.
Right. Okay. We get it. He's pouring coffee. Get over yourself.
Oh, be careful with your morning shit. Oh my God, your burn's coming out, honey. Oh shit. I'm trying to figure out a way I can get some of that coffee cream up my ass. Oh shit.
All right. So let me see if this is still here. What is this?
Was what?
What is this? I just have. I'm deleting that. Deleting
I
that
mean,
one.
that guy could definitely skate backwards. You know, it's a little gay, but
That was dope.
you know,
Little gay, little dope.
it was a little gay, little
Um,
dope. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a little bit. So wait, so where are you at again, man? Cali or New York or something?
No,
Oh,
I'm in the
Ozarks.
Ozarks Mountains, bro.
Oh, so you're out of the shitholes. That's good.
Yeah, bro, I've been out the shit for like 10 years, bro. I seen it when I had my first kid. I was like, bro, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Cause you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, at the end of the day, I was making money, doing shit, having a good time. But when I had children, you know what I mean? It changes your outlook on shit. You got to look towards the future because now you have a future to like fix. You know what I mean? You got to set it up. You don't want your kid to go through the same hardships as you. So you want to kind of give them like a better chance, a better fighting shot at the future. You know, I didn't care if a bomb went off, bro, and it went off at my feet, as long as I was having a good time when it happened. You know? But good times leads to children. And then children leads to like perspective. That like, yeah, that's kind of selfish, and you know, we are responsible for the future. It's true. Now, at the end of the day, this world is fallen. It's going to be destroyed. But until then, you know, my kids have to eat. They're brand new. They still have to have life experiences. I can't abandon that as a father, right?
I would hope not, man.
So you have to constantly.
I don't have. Yeah, I don't have any of my own at the moment, but none of my own at the moment. But one day, it's gonna happen, most likely. So,
Yo, our thoughts and our minds is like a radio station, right? If you're not smiling and you're not happy, then you have to make the conscious decision to be that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the frequency or the radio station that God is residing on, where good things are. Kindness, generosity, love. If you're tuned into something that's not that, you're being dragged back into the physical. And we're being bombarded with counter frequencies, negative ones all day, through visual, audio, and also physical radio towers that are just beaming shit to alter your mind state into a negative state all the time, defaulting you to negative. So you have to fight and resist that before you can resist anything. First, you have to become happy. Even if you're not necessarily quote unquote happy, you need physical reasons to be happy. You'll never be happy.
why do you need to be happy? Why is that necessary?
Because if you're miserable, you're not going to be a nice person. You ever dealt with someone who's not
Who
happy?
said you're miserable just because you're not happy, though?
Well, you should be happy.
I mean, if you're
you have to love yourself before.
Perspective.
It's like this. We go out in the world, even people who try to be righteous and do the right thing, we treat everybody else, right? Great. But a lot of times we don't treat ourselves good. You know what I'm saying? And don't get me twisted. Denying yourselves of things you want in the physical, this is actually what builds strength. But at the same time, right, you're not just a physical being, you're also a spiritual being. And so you can't treat yourself like shit. You know what I'm saying? You have the ability to be happy at all times because God created you with the ability. And from that frequency, from tuning into that radio station of love and happiness, right, you will do good things. You won't have to try to be good. You will be good. You ever seen a whole bunch of people on ecstasy, bro? They don't have to try to be nice to each other. You ever seen a whole bunch of people rolling balls? They don't have to try to be nice. It just happens. I've seen the worst people become saints on ecstasy, okay?
Well, what's funny, I can't remember what I watched recently, but the creature in it like subsisted on not phencyclidine, it's PCP, on phenethylamine. which is, you know, what
Listen,
ecstasy essentially, what MDMA essentially is.
listen to me, bro.
You know, it's
What
a
is MDMA?
pathogen
What
and
does it really do? Do you know the physiology of it? What it really does is it causes your pineal gland to secrete serotonin, which makes you happy. So if you
so does,
tune into
you
that
know,
happiness,
so do a lot of things. So does LSD, so does, yeah.
no,
so does a
no,
lot
no,
of
no.
things.
I'm saying that specifically it causes your small muscle tissues, right? Like in your abdomen, right? In your mouth, but in your pineal gland, in your irises. There's these certain muscle tissues, right? And it causes them to contract. And that's why your eyes dilate. But it also causes your pineal gland to just blow wide open. And it releases all of your stored up serotonin. What I'm trying to explain is that you have to tune into that happiness. That's where you don't have to try to be good. You just will be. This is the character of God. This is what Jesus came to explain. He said, yo, God is this. God is this love, this goodness. You know what I mean? And don't get it twisted, bro. You have the right to defend yourself from, you know what I mean, other people, but it's not likely to be even necessary when you're on that vibration. You're not on that negative shit. If you operate on that negative shit or even in the middle, right, you come into contact with other beings, whatever frequency they're on and whatever frequency you're on are going to be either in line and resonate and harmonize, or they're going to be in contrast. And then one of them has to come up to meet the other, or one has to come down to meet the other. And sometimes they meet in the middle after a long battle of frequencies, you see.
So this is really interesting because I'm looking into this gateway project and it's giving me something else called the, wait a minute, I'm confused. Is it Project Gateway? Is that not what I looked up? That is what I looked up. Well, something called the Gateway Project. Are you familiar with this Project Gateway, by the way?
Project Gateway. Not necessarily. Are you talking about that fucking like that raw material type of like fucking CIA program?
Yeah, here we're gonna watch it. But yeah, the thing that's supposedly a leaked document. And what's funny again is if you just saw what I was searching there.
It's got a diagram with like a head, and it's like got like slices of planes through the fucking head that they're showing, like manifestation and all that shit.
Well, this is just what's so funny is that when you play it, the first thing that comes up, and when you search it, I mean, the first thing that comes up is the CIA's.
Are you using Google?
Document. Using
what
Bing.
Kind of Bing? Try it, Yandex, bro.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Like Tom Hanks.
Try Yandex.
Right, let me Tom Hanks it really quick and use Yandex.
I'm just saying. I've seen Yandex give you better results. You got to be on some weird shit to find the right shit. See? Boom. No bullshit. Fuck Bing, bro. Don't trust Bill Gates. I don't trust Yandex either, but look, it did provide you with the CIA on the front page first result. Like, it didn't give you some sense.
Here it's the fifth or the fourth result. So
no, look all the way to the top. Go to the top, bro.
Archive.org.
Document, bro. First result. They're like, here you go.
Oh, this is on Vimeo. I remember eye-opening truth. I remember this site for something. Buy the truth and sell it not. Also wisdom and understanding and instruction. Proverbs 23:23.
Tom Hanks it out, bro. It's the new movement.
So, the American people have no idea how their government uses their hard-earned tax dollars. The following item came to my attention today. It's about time this came to light. Quote-unquote truthers, as it says here. Truthers have been telling you that our government has been pursuing occult, paranormal, anti-God activities, mind reading, hypnosis, MK Ultra mind control, out-of-body experiences, time travel, remote viewing. The public just laughs and calls us conspiracy theorists, but little by little the truth is coming out. However, it is coming out in a time when people have been primed to accept these activities as just part of our magical, mystical, spiritual awakening and outgrowth of our advanced intelligence and technological scientific development. These are the end times, and demonic spirits are working very hard to deceive as many people as possible. Souls are their goal. Sadly, many people are so brain dead and spiritually dead they have no defense against the onslaught. Our modern society believes that magic is wonderful, Our modern society that believes that magic is wonderful, that drug-induced altered states of consciousness is desirable, that ecstatic dance and totemic costume is the way to find God, that transcendental meditation and Kundalini trance is the way to peace and fulfillment, are so deceived and lost they cannot find the truth. Okay, so this is going to be extremely Christian leaning, I'm starting to feel, but and all this has been accomplished before AI was fully unleashed. God help the world now. So, the Gateway Project. Yeah, so you've never actually tried the process, like the meditation? I'm guessing. Never listened to the Bob Monroe like recording? Where's he gone? Oh, damn. My bad. How long are we back there? My fault, sir.
I fell out of the thing.
My fault.
All right, bro, I was getting a video, but I never fucked with this because, the gateway process is essentially, you got to understand, there's certain rituals and shit that if performed, you're going to open up the doorway for entities to come and interact with you. And for
that's one thing that
these
people say.
entities are not, they're malevolent, because anything you're going to be contacting that's going to start to fucking interfere with you is from these lower dimensions. And what this process is, the Kundalini, bro, this is about opening yourself up to demonic possession. Honestly.
You mean like this right here?
Yeah. Look, the CIA, you got to look into its real origin, and its real origin, okay, is the Vril Society occultists. It in itself is a psyop. Look at what they've done.
I think what Chris is looking for is a eye doser. Try some eye doser, sir.
Look at their fruits, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You remember eye doser by any chance?
What's that?
It was a something that people were using back in when I was in high school, and it was basically listen to these certain frequencies and they stimulate similar experiences to drugs, so you could try. Or there was even like Gates of Hades, where you feel like you were like entering hell. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, different binaural fucking hemisync shit. Yeah, now, bro, I'm not fucking with none of that. That's all on the level of like ritualistic occult mantras. That's the same. It's to bring the vibration. You know what I mean? It's to change your vibration to the vibration of what's been put on there. Like a lot of these, music industry motherfuckers, they release albums at certain times because they gotta, have motherfucking rituals with these fucking albums on a motherfucking altar. You know what I mean? Like put a demon on the damn album. Like there's all kinds of shit going on, bro. Like you have no idea. And like I don't even like to get deep into it because it just gets into such thick details that it's not really gonna be productive for anybody listening unless they, you know what I mean? It's like the worst thing you could do in the pursuit of certain knowledges is to not go all the way. And so if I can't give you all of the details, I'm not going to sit here and bore you with it. But I loaded up a video that I got off the shoot about the flat earth and the motherfucking, whatchamacallit, the Chaldean cycle and how the eclipses have been predicted without using math and how it all goes back to Babylon. If you want to look at it.
Oh, this one here? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How long is it? It's not over an hour or anything crazy, right?
It's I think it's a few minutes.
Okay.
This is very important information. Most people think that NASA can predict eclipses accurately, that they have very advanced knowledge. Therefore, it proves that heliocentric is true. Unfortunately, that's not the case. All eclipse predictions provided by NASA, including this 5 millennium, 5,000 years of eclipses, are using solar cycle invented by ancient Babylonians thousands of years ago. Both solar and lunar eclipses are so predictable because they always repeat in a cycle of 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours. It's called solar cycle and it has nothing to do with heliocentric. Ancient Babylonians believed the earth is flat, the sun and the moon are revolving around the earth, and so do the stars and other celestial bodies. They didn't calculate the distances, sizes, and speeds based on false assumptions and speculations like heliocentric teachings. They simply observed the sky and took whatever it is. With that paradigm, they can predict eclipses accurately. Such predictions are impossible to be done using heliocentric model. In its 5 millennium catalog of solar and lunar eclipses, NASA wrote that all eclipse calculations are by Fred Espenat, a retired NASA's employee. NASA never calculated and predicted eclipses using heliocentric model. They simply hired the best Saros researcher, their retired employee, Fred Espenat, to calculate and predict eclipses using ancient Babylonians method that has nothing to do with heliocentric. NASA even wrote that Fred Espenat is responsible for the accuracy of those 5,000 years catalog of eclipses. For thousands of years, some astronomers collected eclipse cycle all around the world based on Saros cycle. They have started to do this long time before NASA was established in 1958. Astronomers like Fred Espenat simply collected eclipse database from other local astronomers all around the world. As you see in this table, it's made by other astronomer G. Vandenberg in 1955. That's what Fred Espenat did. He is a very good Saros researcher. Why would NASA need Saros cycle if they can calculate eclipses using heliocentric math? Obviously, because they can't. A bunch of mathematical assumptions, when combined together to calculate eclipses, they just don't add up. There's an interesting review from Matt Parker from Stand Up Math's channel. He's the only person who got prestigious title as London Mathematical Society Popular Lecturer, a very smart and articulative mathematician. Here's what he said about predicting eclipses using heliocentric math.
And so I'm going to show you the mathematics behind how we can predict when they're going to happen. We can do the calculations on the elliptical orbit of the moon as the Earth goes around the sun, and we can calculate how often the moon goes between the sun and the Earth. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. It is a wonder we have eclipses at all.
3 more weeks.
But then, out of all this chaos, another cosmic coincidence steps forward to save the day. It's called the Saros cycle, and it allows us to predict when eclipses are going to happen in the reasonably near future.
Some thickheads still don't understand why NASA uses Saros cycle to predict eclipses. They say there are a lot of software predicting eclipses using heliocentric math. You can download free software like Stellarium. It can predict eclipses. Well, if a free software can predict eclipses with heliocentric model, then why NASA, with $19 billion budget per year, can predict eclipses using heliocentric model? Which one makes more sense to you? All astronomy software are using eclipse database from NASA. It's not the other way around. After NASA published this 5 millennium catalog of solar and lunar eclipses, people use the database to make animation using whatever model they want. Just put one eclipse time to another. The software will automatically adjust to make those two eclipses happen as programmed. It's not the other way around. After you get eclipse database, you can make animation with square Earth if you like. You can put whatever distance, whatever size. The software will adjust in accordance to the eclipse dates. Some thickheads even try to run from reality by saying NASA provides a software in its website to predict eclipses. Look at this database used by NASA. 5,000 years catalog of solar eclipse database. You can choose what year, what eclipse type, duration, and oops, it's Saros cycle, not heliocentric math.
Whoops.
This is the 3D movement of their heliocentric model. The sizes, distances, and speeds are not to scale. This is just to make you have an idea of the true heliocentric concept. The question is, how could NASA 48 years ago kept up with the Earth's orbital speed, almost 100 times faster than the speed of sound, and also kept up with the sound speed across the space at almost 60 times faster than the speed of sound?
Shout out to Bruce Lee. Shout out to
Shout out
Muhammad
to Bruce
Ali.
Lee, bro. Be like water.
Shout out to Muhammad Ali as well. Yes, indeed. Be like water, my friends. As he so nobly put it. Shoot, I might even have that. I seriously might even have that in the chamber.
Yo, if you don't bend, you break. The
crazy.
hardest materials break. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. There it is.
Water
Found it.
doesn't bend or break. You know what I'm saying? You put water in a jar, it becomes the jar. You know what I'm saying?
Be like water, my friends.
But yo, water can crash and splash, or it can flow. You know what I'm saying?
What's up with you and you know what I'm saying? What's that about?
That's what I do, bro. That's my thing. Do you have a problem with that?
Notice that. It's your
That's how I
ultimate.
roll.
It's your ultimate filler. It's a lot better than I'll give you that much.
It's my own
Let
filler.
me see if I can find.
But it's also a pulse check. I really do want to know if
No,
you
that's
know
a
what I'm
popular.
saying.
That's a popular filler.
I have to
No, I think
sometimes
I do. I guess that's a good point. Like people don't
I
usually
try to
admit when they don't
communicate.
know. When you're saying,
I
what
try
you're
to
saying.
communicate to a lot of people. I want to really know, like, if you're tracking me. You know what I'm saying?
And there's nothing on the soundboard for it. That's unfortunate. Nothing on the soundboard. Well, there's three things, but they're not. Do you know what I'm saying? Let me
Do what
see.
you want, because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Your heart filled indeed. Being a pirate is a recipe.
Okay.
I'll suck a dirty dick for $10.
Yo,
Wow.
get B-Rad.
Okay then.
You gotta get
All right.
B-Rad
So
from the
that's. I
trailer.
don't know why I did that.
He does the, you know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? B-Rad,
B-Rad
bro.
from. All right. Let me look.
Yeah. Yeah,
Trailer
bro.
Park Boys.
Yeah.
B-Rad. Maybe it'll just come up from B-Rad. Let's see.
That's what people
No,
have
let me
used
try
in
Trailer Park Boys.
I give it to you. I give you the meme. It's perfect.
Never actually watched Trailer Park Boys. I don't.
It's
Might have been
perfection.
probably once.
Yo, Trailer
I
Park
got this
Boys
one
is
from
hilarious.
Trailer Park Boys. Let me see.
They're fucking retarded, bro. It's hilarious.
Work here. It's tectonics. Shit quake. Hope they don't shit on you, Bubbles.
Shit on who?
Shithogs. Big, dirty shithogs.
Why is it that there's literally only 6 sound bites when I type in Trailer Park Boys, and 3 of them have shit in the title?
I was wrong.
Beware,
It's
my
called
friend.
J-Rock.
Shit
It's
winds
J-Rock,
are
you know what I'm saying? Your boy in chat got it. It's called, his name is J-Rock. It's not B-Rad. That's Eminem.
Well, that depends. Can you go fuck yourself?
Dude,
J-Rock.
J-Rock, you know what I'm saying? Well, you got a meme board over there, bro?
Yeah, man, I got a soundboard.
That's great.
I'm
Is
trying
it
to. No, there's
fucking...
nothing. There's nothing for, like, there's just a bunch of other shit that has nothing to do with it. But, like this.
What about
Rock smells trash.
And, this.
There's no J-Rock?
Prepare for trouble.
Wow. All right, I'm done. Do I know what now?
Trailer Park Boys J-Rock maybe will work.
Not exactly the best program here, but J-Rock. Let's see. Oh, there's nothing.
Fuck. Well,
It is what it is.
we'll find
It is what it is. One of these days, maybe on a different on a different server thing.
Can you upload custom sound?
J-Rockism, know what I'm saying?
Fine. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that, no. That's gonna be a soundbite.
I am Telbatus of Boardcott.
Oh my God.
Resistance is futile. Your life, as it has been, is over. From this time forward, you will service only me. You will be assimilated.
It's so fucking good, bro. Who did it?
Talk about clip collection, man. I had to inspire the idea, but I mean, other than
Yo,
that,
that's fucking amazing. How did they do that? Is that AI fucking everything?
probably. I would
Yo,
imagine.
shout out to Talcott Clip Collection. That's amazing, bro. You made fucking.
dude.
You
He's a
made
god.
Talcott the Borg, dog.
Well, I inspired that one. I think was actually made by OTW News. There, actually, believe it or not.
Yo, that was amazing.
Yeah, people are putting some work in, man. I got to get on this AI video editor stuff, man. But I don't want to, like, at the same time entertain the AI. You know what I mean? I don't want to feed the beast, so to speak. So that's why I don't use GPT. You know.
Well, yo, just in case you want to ever do shit, bro, that's a search engine for every AI tool, bro.
What?
Yo,
This in the backstage, you mean?
yeah, bro, I sent you a link to this is like a search engine where you can find whatever kind of AI tool you want to use. It's like it's not AI itself. It just has all the different tools that people have created with AI, and most of them are free.
Future tools.
Yeah.
All right, good shit. So you haven't actually used it yet?
Used what?
This tool here. This
No, I've used
software.
this. I've used future tools to find different AI. I haven't used whatever they're using, but I've used shit like Opus Clips for like making the little shorts that I was putting out, bro. I would put Opus Clips to do the text, and then I would do all the editing of the memes myself. But you know, I've used AI for certain shit just to save time, bro.
Just pretty AI transhumanist agenda vibes here.
I mean, bro, look, I was trying to put out content, you know, and I'm not going to waste my fucking time. You know what I mean? I don't know what you're doing with your content, but if you want to spend more time, then spend more time. Instead, like I was doing voice to text. You know what I'm saying? Doing Talcott clips. I think they came out just fine. You know? I'm not saying use ChatGPT to run your life, but if you want to make memes, I don't think AI could do anything, you know. Feed it memes, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I used AI to turn a Mason logo into this art. I don't see how that really feeds the beast, you know what I'm saying? It's like everything. You use the internet, right? The internet's the beast. You know what I mean? You just have to use it in a way that doesn't give it anything. Don't give your enemy any fucking ammunition. Just give it memes and fight it. I mean,
give it memes.
Yeah. Leave the Matrix, bro. You know what I mean? I tell people, yo, I don't even want to do YouTube or even make any content. Fuck it. But I found what that shit was just hilarious. So, I mean, is that feeding the beast, the Talcott Matrix? I mean, that's funny. It's just entertainment. So, yeah, bro.
Yeah, so I did want to fucking get some sleep because unlike you, I'm actually still up as opposed to just getting up. But I kind of wanted to check out another one of these videos before we
Yeah, I was
got
gonna
out
have
of
to roll.
here.
Sun's about to rise anyway. I was gonna have to roll and get my morning going, but
Yeah,
I feel
so
like there's a lot of truth bombs.
say that again.
I feel like we dropped a lot of truth bombs on this joint.
That's the plan, sir. That's the goal. That's the one of the many goals here and in life in general. I would say. It looks like I lost the tab that I wanted to. Oh wait, this might be it here. Yeah, this is it. So yeah, this is one of the shorter ones here. It looks interesting with the Daniel, whatever his name is, from Get Out as the thumbnail. Some clickbaity optics there. Gateway tapes. The Gateway experience. It's dangerous. I mean, I would play a different video, but I wanted to play a different.
This is the
which is,
first step along your path to a gateway.
I'm coming up on 5 hours, so I played the ones I mainly wanted to. This one's more so just what I wanted to check out. So let me look at.
Bro, I just found the
scripture here.
collection. I just found the Trapped in the Matrix, bro. And I have it ready to watch after the show. It looks amazing.
I mean, I might be down to play it as well before I get out of here. It's kind of short. It's like 10 minutes or maybe
play it.
15 maybe. All right,
It
I'll
looks
play
so
that,
good.
and then I'll play this intro, Gateway Project, breakdown. What is Gateway? Synchronization, sensory perception, holographic universe, and reality.
Look, bro, they want you to
That
empty
was-
yourself so you could become a vessel for demons. I mean, it's the same shit as, you know what I mean? It's like SRA. It's SRA yourself, bro. Let's go SRA yourself, okay? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, some people do, I'm sure. Some sick peeps out there, man. So
I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? This is the same problem with, like, the Gnostics and shit. It all gets into the Kundalini, bro, and all kinds of fuckery. You know what I mean? It's not, it's far off the path. It's a working system that leads to the wrong objective. You know what I mean? All these different hermetically sealed systems. The problem is that they all work, but they only work in their own jar. You know what I mean? They only work within their own sealed system. Outside of that system, it doesn't work anymore. You know what I mean? The vacuum only works in the vacuum.
I mean, I guess it only makes sense for me to end it with Matrix Caught because it was inspired by me, so I guess I kind of have to.
Bro, it's amazing.
That's funny
bro.
when I look it up. My own stream from earlier comes up because I put Matrix Caught in the fucking title. I don't even know if he named it. And my channels come up too. What the fuck? The Rise of Dark Talcott. What is this one? Hold up. Oh, this looks like it's on Jack's fucking channel. Like it saved his channel?
It is.
Yo, this is hilarious. I found one of Jack's playlists. That's funny shit right there. Let's check this one out really quick. Fucking meme. Jack is such a meme, dude. It's incredible. He knows it. That's why he's saving it to a playlist.
I think he loves it.
Of course he does.
I'm going to go volunteer my time and talents to those who want to reduce the population.
We could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Brother, I agree completely.
The biggest question will be what to do with all these useless people. They are basically meaningless, worthless.
Not only worthless, but an impediment to progress. I am about ready to get off and figure out how do I get a hold of the UN and tell these fuckers to hurry it up.
First, we must be ambitious. The time for incremental change and growth of digital access is over.
Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have an opinion? I mean, what's the result?
An epidemic, either naturally caused or intentionally caused, is the most likely thing to cause, say, 10 million excess deaths.
How do you resolve that? I mean, I know the love is there, but...
Subjugate everybody else.
Okay.
To a major cyber attack.
So what does that mean to you then?
A comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole.
You're a twisted motherfucker.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I'd have known this years ago, you know how fucking wealthy I could have been?
No, it's too late.
Oh my God, you've just got to be right. I would love to fucking see you face to face.
Oh my
I'll
fucking
be
god.
honest with you.
Right?
I'm kind of retarded.
Yeah. Me too, man. Me too. All right. The Matrix. If you learned the lesson, then you did everything perfect. You might be interested in this one. Oh, snap. Well, you know me well. You know me well, damsel. So, I guess we have to. Even though I already did the convid stream, we'll check it out. Because why not? I'm here, you're here, we're all queer, allegedly. Let's check it out. Whose video is it? New channel, hopefully. Oh, I know Lincoln. That's crazy. Yeah, Lincoln Kareem is the guy who always rides around New York. Synchronicity, man. Because he's not really a big channel. Although, doesn't he have a much bigger channel than that? 17, not even 1,000 subs. I thought he had a huge channel. Let's check it out. Pfizer Optics, people. Pfizer's old headquarters mural. Oh, what do we have here? Almost kind of look like a Templar cross there underneath the eye Hora. I mean, Eye of Ra there. Well, Eye Horus, whatever you want to call it. 3 wise men, or what's going on there?
So what you see is you got the alchemical process being demonstrated, the great work, right? Everything in here is all different alchemical symbols. If you go back to the zoomed out thing, I could break it down further.
Looking like sigils almost.
Inside of each one of the alchemical instruments, like there's a giant alembic, right? Inside that giant alembic, which is like, there's also a retort. It's showing you that that was the distillation process. It's showing you the alchemical process. They took away like the root of knowledge, and they're showing you that in that one thing, which is a Kabbalistic alchemical depiction that's found like in the Secret Teachings with Manly P. Hall. If you go back in the video, I can show you what I was talking about. It's like a zoomed out. I just saw it for a second, but see the different giant shapes? If you go back a little bit, you see those the giant shapes at the top.
There's clearly a beaker, a couple different beakers there.
All right, so if you look to the left, all the way to the left, but over one to the right, you're going to see a retort, right? Inside that retort is that's a Kabbalistic understanding, I believe, of removing, of like basically arresting the development of mankind at the base chakra of the root chakra of the Kabbalah, the base Sephiroth, removing the access to the knowledge. Well, maybe it's not. I can't see it very well, but I know that in Manly P. Hall's depiction of the great work and shit. But this is that's Thoth, I believe. Yeah. Or Hermes. I can't really tell. It's a beaked. It's also, it looks like though, it looks like they're combining a bunch of shit. Like you've also got an owl like baked into that.
That's what they do, right? What are pharmaceuticals, right?
Because Thoth is supposed to be the Idris, right? But that looks like an owl Thoth. But I also saw the staff. You know what I mean? Breakthroughs that change patience lives. That's what this really says. Okay, so basically they have breakthroughs that are changing their patience. I think they're symbolizing that, because I don't think that's lives. I think it's lives. I think they're stating that breakthrough that change patience lives. And so this is symbolizing like the alchemical process. I think the one next to the round beaker is symbolizing the light. See, nothing is direct symbology. There's also like a 5-pointed star, but they've broken it. So they're showing that they're changing. So like everything is being changed. They're depicting occult things, but not directly exactly. They're changing it. So this whole thing, the symbolism of this whole thing is change. They're changing patience. That's what this all means. Everything else is just there to fuck with you, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
because
this is perfect
everything
wording here, right? Breakthroughs that change patients' lives, like synthetic messenger, the false messenger, the false messiah, aka
you see how
MR
there's
to the NA.
You see below the third person on the right, like if you go from the right at the top, there's 3 people. So you have the 3, but the one in red underneath that one, you see the duality where it's going from light to darkness.
This
all right,
person here is in red?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
top?
Now under him, you see how it's going from light to darkness. It's showing you
Correct.
the change in each one. When these different concepts cross over, it's going from light to dark. See that?
Yeah, they all seem. Well, this one doesn't seem to have it here, but this one does.
It's like there's an
This one
eclipsing.
here does.
There's a change. You know what I'm saying? That's what this whole everything in this symbology is pointing to change. I bet these symbols aren't even the exact symbols. I bet they're all changed. You see?
Yeah, well,
And
there's
then
a
when
whole
you,
lot going on each thing as well. I can't really. I'm trying
I'm just
to look
saying,
at it.
each one of these things is something that exists in the occult knowledge, but it is all changed. And if you look at the headline of this thing is that breakthroughs that change patients lives. That's the statement being made. They're telling you plainly. It's actually not occulted. It's made to appear occulted, but it is not, which is crazy. The only thing that's occulted is that they're trying to point out that it is change. You've got yellow, yellow, red. You see, there's change happening in all these things. That's what this is designed to symbolize. That's my breakdown. I'm sure someone else could pull something else out of it, but I believe they're stating that they have the technology to change people, alter
Well,
us.
Don seems to think
Chimeras.
I think he's trying to imply that I should stay up and that it's coffee time, and I don't know, man. I'm not sure.
Coffee time.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
Possibly,
having
maybe.
the coffee, but I do got shit to do. Sun's gonna be coming up soon. You know,
Yeah.
but I appreciate you having me on. I do want to see the Talcott fucking Matrix really quick if you want to run that.
Holy shit. Let me see if I hold on.
If not, I'll just go and watch it, but I do need to see a
Yeah,
Talcott
all right. Let's
Matrix.
finish this one really quick. I just want to finish this one and then I'll check that out. Why not?
Yeah, no doubt.
I think TML would probably enjoy that as well.
See how everything is different? All these people that were white people are dark people. See that? They're just symbolizing change.
Those are the good days, young. High school. Taking up the chemistry lab. Good times.
Look, that's Pfizer's statement. Breakthroughs that change patients lives.
Yeah, allegedly, sir. Same here. Allegedly. Yeah.
Well, now that's a cult.
There's your Bluetooth again, but yeah.
There's also the Pharo, the Chiro. There's two Chiros.
What happened?
Get naked be out. Description sketchy. Young fella, late 20s, fair complexion, sharp dressing. Just round the full day department store. He's driving a county car, a gray one. Right. You smile, relax, look pleasant. Sharp
Wait,
dressing.
what now?
Just round the full day department store. He's driving a county car, a gray one. Right.
I thought it said ontology. I don't know why it's oncology. Okay, that makes more sense. 175 years of fizzer breakthroughs. Like fucking
Smile, relax,
fizzer. What is this guy's
Fight!
name? Gotta love Pfizer, man. Gotta love Pfizer. Good peeps. Really good peeps there here. The best, amazing people, amazing, incredible, amazing people, amazing medicines. Those figures are considered some of the people who contributed to major advances in modern medicine and pharmaceuticals throughout history.
Bro,
Okay.
it's the Feiza Ashkenazis, bro.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if, because who they call the Ashkenazis now, are they even really the Ashkenazis?
They're the Nazis, bro.
Well, then I'm
Gotta-
allegedly a Nazi because I'm allegedly Ashkenazi. So, which is interesting
Bro.
because I was bar mitzvahed. So that's the ironic thing about Jew Nazis, right? Jew Ashkenazis.
Bro, the Ashkenazis.
Again, we're not promoting any hate speech here. I usually don't use the J word and just say J's, but it is what it is.
I think we're being
Usually
politically
Usually say Zionist.
I say bagels.
Bagels, right. Bagel lords. Jew bagels. Science drives everything should be changed to technology, and symbols drives everything. It's an interesting viewpoint. I don't know if I'd agree with any of that unless under the context that that technology could also be considered spiritual technologies. Which
What's
some
another
would
good
argue, of course, that all technology is spiritually driven and created
I like
through.
to call them
But
the cult of Saturn. You know what I mean?
well, that's on the map, sir.
The Saturn cult.
Yeah, that's on the map, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see.
It's 100%. Yo, Saturn cult is where it's at. It all comes from the Saturn cult.
I think it's at the top. I don't have the
Straight
top.
up. You look at a cube, bro, from its corner angle, you get IXXI. You're seeing the cube right now in the Kabbalistic tree of life. Look at it, right? Look at the left side of the cube. You have the I, then you see the X, and then the X, and then the I. IXXI, 9/11. It's the cube matrix. That's what they're paying homage to. How many lines are in a cube? 13. Listen, okay?
Rockefeller.
It was actually not 13. There's 12 lines in the cube, and then 13 is the center of the matrix. That's what it is. My bad.
So, what was it we were gonna Oh, right.
The matrix.
Right.
It's all related, bro. It's like one thing leads to the next thing. Looping back to Talcott somehow.
That's why I pinned the comment. All right, let me see. Let me try this one more time because I don't think it was there when I looked it up. So he might have. I don't think he named it. Oh, that's right. It's Trapped in the Matrix with Jack Talcott. Trapped in the Matrix.
It's the
for
Talcott
parody
beast.
and entertainment purposes, folks. Say that again.
It's the Talcott beast system prophecy.
Yeah, well, I don't know how many people check this out yet. But we're gonna
Get
check
out
it out
of your
now.
confusion and into the matrix, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, there's layers to this shit, guys. If you're not already familiar with Mr. Talcott clip collection, Mr. Evan, go check him out. It's worth checking out. IXXI.
Yeah, now you know. And once you know, you know.
The Conflicts Matrix. Right. Natural intelligence versus the artificial. It seems that potentially since the beginning of time, that's been the battle. This demiurge. Can I say demiurgic? I might
Look
be
at
making that up.
Look at your icon, right? On the two sides of that thing, you have the two poles of masonry. And then look, you've got the cross, right? Conquering the matrix. See, it's breaking the cube. It's connecting it in a way that it's just, you know what I mean? It's not designed. And so they hate it. You feel me? It's all crazy in the symbology. It's all right here. All the symbolism you need. You've got the diamond. You've got it all. You've got the triangles, the masculine, the feminine. It's all there. The Luciferian sigils. It's all there, my friend. Hmm?
Well, I guess
101.
I guess it's ironic too that I'm getting called out again here in the chat, but he might not even know that he's calling me out. But yeah, my dad
Yo,
was born in Havana, so
look
literally
at the
Havana,
capstone
the
that
capital
the
of Cuba.
builders
So.
rejected. You see it?
What's that now?
Look at the capstone that the builders rejected. It's all built into the symbology of the Metatron's cube and the Kabbalistic tree of life, the DNA structure. It's all built in.
Yeah, it's too bad this doesn't show the whole thing in the top, especially. But you can't even really see what's on the left and the right anyway, let alone. So if it got smaller, it'd be even worse. But yeah.
Well, I mean, it's all just fractal. You can continue this tree all the way up and all the way down. It's all the same. You know what I mean? Once you have the cube, it all originates from the cube matrix.
Yeah, it's interesting because at the same time, a lot of that, this was coming out, a lot of the same type of detailed maps were coming out, like the Great Awakening map and stuff, which obviously that's more Q territory and shit. I think I have that one too. Yeah, right
this
here.
figure that you see, it's not two-dimensional. That's what it is. It's three-dimensional. If you look at it two-dimensionally, it's fucked up. Kabbalistic tree is three-dimensional. It's the three. You have all the platonic solids of the physical matrix. You get what I'm saying? In that cube. In that structure. It's squaring the circle. It's all there.
I wonder if there's any matrix. Let me see. Oh yeah, there is.
Whatever you want to do. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Yo, what's up, bro? You gonna play the Talcott Matrix or what?
I'm kind of retarded.
All right, let's do it. Talcott Matrix, folks. Cotflix Matrix, as TCC put it, or TML rather. Let's get into it. If you've watched it already, then I guess enjoy it again. Well,
that is you.
Just one touch. That's all it takes.
Rant's voice at the beginning. See the synchronicities? I inspired it. You see the synchronicities, folks? I inspired the idea for this. Rant is in the very beginning, and here he is on panel. We're in the Matrix right now. I mean, this is proof. I inspired this. It was my idea. Cotflix took it on. He produced a masterpiece. Your voice is in the fucking beginning of the clip. You're here on panel. We're watching it together. You see how it all works out, sir?
This is amazing.
Incredible. Yeah, it's disturbingly synchronistic. Synchronistic makes it sound more cupcakey. I would say terrifying.
Let's just say amazing. I'm amazed.
All right, let me see if I can figure this out here. Hold up. What's going on? Why is it so big? Ah, I see, because I have it on fucking... Figured it out. Wow, it's even got the advertisement for the Matrix to watch on YouTube on the side. That is hilarious. All right, let's get into it. I'm going to put it in 1.1 speed since I am an 11th degree Mason. Allegedly, folks.
That is you.
Just one touch. That's all it takes. Become part of the Matrix, Jack. That's it. It's over.
Have you ever had a dream that you were so sure was real? What if you were unable to wake from that dream? How would you know the difference between the dream world and the real world? Hey, Bob, still nothing.
It's cold. Why is it so cold?
Tank, we're going to need a signal soon.
Active relation.
APOC, location, targeting almost there. Got it.
Holy.
Jack Talcott, do you want to know what it is?
I most certainly do.
The Matrix is everywhere.
Holy cows.
It is all around us. Even now, in this very room.
Holy cows.
You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television.
Holy cows, man.
You can feel it when you go to work.
Holy
when you
shit.
go to church. when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
Do you have a point?
That you are a slave.
Bullshit.
Born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch.
It's nonsense. I don't mean to swear.
A prison for your mind.
You're such a liar, dude.
Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself.
Let's see it.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Allegedly, you claim that.
Yo, I'm fucking dying. Yo. We might have technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. The Matrix attacks. This is an unfortunate pause in the Matrix. If our host does not return shortly, gonna exit the Matrix. Stay tuned. Yo, it's really good. It's like really, really good. And I hope it returns. I believe our host was smoked by the Matrix for exposing the Talcott Matrix. I think we might be on to something, ladies and gentlemen. Synchronicities in the present. Can I share screen? I cannot share anything. I'm unfortunately the remains of the show once the host disappeared. Somehow it is still live. And so I am here, you know what I'm saying, entertaining you for the moment. Here he is. Welcome back.
What just happened, dude?
The Matrix attacked you, apparently.
Dude, what the fuck just happened, bro? Seriously.
I don't know. But I stayed on here to keep the audience going once I realized.
What the fuck just happened, bro? That was some... I can't even explain what just happened, to be honest.
It's the Matrix. It's the only explanation, bro. It's avoiding exposure. Can't let it stop you, though. We gotta run it again.
Yeah, the Matrix doesn't appreciate your imagined disagreements, brother. Can you screenshot? How long was I gone? 2 minutes? 1 minute?
Like 2 minutes.
That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. Getting doxxed, folks. I apologize to interrupt the fantastic... Like, do I start it over now? Because, you know what I mean?
Yep, you have to.
I have to. I have to start it over. So, fuck you, Tube, or StreamYard, and or Big Tech, and or all of the above, I guess, would be more appropriate. I guess I could also give you a shout-out. I do have the banner here somewhere. Where is it at? Where is it at, man? I might as well just leave it up, too, for the remainder of the video.
Yep.
Unless they deleted it. Unless it's no longer here. The fuck, man? Oh, here we go. There it is. I found it. Alright. Let me try this again. Let's try this one more fucking time. Apologies, folks. Again, we're in the Matrix, apparently. Everything from my childhood, watching all the dystopian classics, apparently is true. We are in some type of simulation of some sort. So, allegedly. Allegedly. All right, no, for real, let's get to it. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, that tab's gone too? What the fuck? What is happening, bro?
Come on, OTW, bro.
Tab's gone.
Fix the show.
Holy shit, man. The fucking tab's gone, man. All right, appreciate Jack's natural cadence. I'm sorry for the 1.1. And I'm not sharing. I'm not screen sharing. It's good stuff. Let's try this again. Let's see. I'm gonna try this one more fucking time. Starting it over, folks. We're starting it over for added effect. We have to. We don't have an option. It's really. We're gonna get an ad this time. Oh, that's right. The Matrix is 2 hours and 16 minutes long. What's 6 times 6 times 6? Right. Let's continue.
That is you.
Just one touch. Thanks.
Whoa, see, now it's fucking me up. I didn't want one, so why is it in 1.5? We're putting it in normal speed. Enjoy the show, folks. Sorry about that. Again.
That is you.
Just one touch. That's all it takes. Become part of the Matrix, Jack. That's it. It's over.
Have you ever had a dream that you were so sure was real? What if you were unable to wake from that dream? How would you know the difference between the dream world and the real world?
Oh.
Hey, Bob, still nothing.
It's cold. Why is it so cold?
Tank, we're going to need a signal soon.
Adaptive relation.
APOC, location. Targeting almost there. Got it. Jack Talcott, do you want to know what it is?
I most certainly do.
The Matrix is everywhere.
Holy cows.
It is all around us. Even now, in this very room.
Holy cows.
You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television.
Holy cows, man.
You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
Do you have a point?
That you are a slave.
Bullshit.
Born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch.
It's nonsense. I don't mean to swear.
Prison for your mind.
You're such a liar, dude.
Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself.
Let's see it.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Allegedly. Allegedly. You claim that. I have seen no evidence.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Fuck it. Down the hatch.
Follow me.
Oh, wow. Hey, praise God.
You wanted to know what the Matrix is?
I've escaped the Matrix, I assure you.
Trinity.
Huh? I think the last guy may have thrown up on your fancy chair. Oh, God. It stinks.
Try to relax. This will feel a little weird.
You!
This is the construct.
What the?
It's our loading program.
Whatever you want to call it, it's self-defeating.
We can load anything from clothing.
Okay.
To equipment.
All right.
Weapons. Training simulations. Anything we need.
Choose what you want from that which is real. If you're wanting things that, it's not realistic, it's not within your reach, it's not available, then you're wasting your time creating your own suffering, wanting for things you can't have. Want that which is real. But many people, they create what is real in their mind based off what they want. But what is real? Is this real? This can't be real.
Is it really so hard to believe?
What is the point of that question? Where are you going with this?
Your clothes are different. The plugs in your arms and head are gone. Your hair has changed. Your appearance now is what we call residual self-image. It is the mental projection of your digital self.
You're not, see, this is the thing. You're not seeing beyond what you want. This is what I talked about earlier. We should be taking what is real and figure out what we want.
What is real? How do you define real?
As long as you know love is real, you have the answer. When you know that the only thing that is real is God, well, then that means that God is everything you know and everything you don't know.
If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain.
Dude, I'm a figment of God's imagination, nothing more.
This is the world that you know.
In your world includes you and everything you know. You better believe the world includes you.
The world as it was at the end of the 20th century. It exists now only as part of a neural interactive simulation that we call the Matrix.
What the heck is going on?
You've been living in a dream world.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm wondering, does that apply to you? Are you trapped in what you think the world is?
This is the world as it exists today. Welcome to the desert of the real. We have only bits and pieces of information, but what we know for certain is that at some point in the early 21st century, all of mankind was looking for an artificially intelligent guru, a daddy.
I don't believe that is an accurate representation. To me, the AI aspect of it is very small. It's a tool. The whole idea is to use technology and mechanization to improve the world. Right now, there's a lot of jobs that are going to be replaced, and this always comes up. What do you do with these people whose jobs are replaced by mechanization and AI? Well, one of the ideas has been that we just harvest their bodies for energy.
And in exchange for human life, We marveled in our own magnificence as we gave birth to AI.
If it is somewhat of an AI-led socialist idea, where the purpose of the economic structure is actually to ensure the best distribution of goods and services and energy throughout the population, if in fact that is accurately defined, is that bad? Because I'm not proposing that people give away their rights to machines.
A singular consciousness that spawned an entire race of machines.
Technology is used for data. The people make the choices, but the distinction is it's not just these asshat authorities, it's actually going to be oversight.
We don't even know whose oversight brought us here, us or them, but we know that it was us who scorched the sky. You see, Jack, thanks to your dumbass energy policies, the machines were dependent on solar power, and it was believed that they would be unable to survive without an energy source as abundant as the sun.
I was stretching and feeling the sunshine on my body again today. Oh, that feeling. The feeling of the warmthness of the sun, knowing that my body and my skin is actually receiving nourishment. That there's a connection between me and the sun and that fresh, clean winter air. It's February. It's early March here. Lost track.
Throughout human history, we have been dependent on machines to survive. Fate, it seems, is not without a sense of irony. The human body generates more bioelectricity than a 120-volt battery and over 25,000 BTUs of body heat.
It's fascinating.
Combined with a form of Talcottian fusion, the machines had found all the energy they'd ever need.
We're so divinely created. How we are generated, it's magical. It is divine creation.
There are fields, Jack, endless fields, where human beings are no longer born. We are grown.
I mean, so what? I mean, if your intention is to make for a better world and you spend your time and energy directed towards that, oh, and if you can enjoy yourself along the way, enjoy what you're doing, man, that's the whole point of life.
For the longest time, I wouldn't believe it. Then I saw the fields with my own eyes. I witnessed the culling of those who offered disagreements so that they could be liquefied and fed intravenously to the living. Facing the pure and horrifying precision of this dystopian nightmare that was said to have originated somewhere in Spokane, Washington, I realized the obviousness of the truth. What is the Matrix, Jack? Control.
I want to correct the Matrix. I want to bring it to order.
The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world.
Okay. I was allowed to say 4 fucking words. What I am offering is incredibly simple.
Let me help you out, Jack. Built to maintain control. In order to change a human being into this.
Why do you think that fucking helps?
I didn't say it would be easy.
Then chill out and recognize that as a man, you can have a conversation and a dialogue like having questions and answers.
I just said it would be the truth.
You've actually followed through with nothing. You're clearly in need of some love. Many people are. What the hell? Oh, jeez. Holy cows, man. Oh, my God. I don't think we're in Spokane anymore.
I can't believe it. Morpheus was telling the truth. Whoa! Oh, hey there, brother. Choose piece, please. Holy fucking shit, brother!
I'm going to be as forthcoming as I can be.
What I'm offering, Smith, is that
we need your help.
I know. People like chaos. I don't want chaos. I'm trying to offer sincerely. Smith, you offer me nothing but. Smith, you're a fucking asshole.
And there you have it, folks. Another masterpiece. The magnum opus, as
that was amazing.
Paul Enslaved put it.
I just want to say that was fucking amazing. Okay.
It really was, and it really leaves you wanting more, right?
Absolutely.
And I think that's the idea. I'm not saying that there's going to be more. I don't know that to be true, but there may be a possibility of that in the future. I'll have to talk to Mr. Alcott.
It was art. Okay.
Yeah. It really leaves you needing a sequel and a trilogy. And then, of course, a fourth that apparently was extremely shitty that I haven't seen yet. Probably for a reason. Not that the original three weren't, Luciferian initiation on the Hollyweird world stage. Again, because it was one of the most well-known, if not the most well-known, dystopian sci-fi.
Yeah, it's heavily Gnostic and all kinds of madnesses.
Yeah, but I mean, you see the synchronicities. I mean, they just seem to point to and confirm that we are indeed in some type of matrix. Again, with you in the very, what are the chances he would include your voice there for that soundbite, and that you're on panel and that we're watching it. It's just, again, I'll give some credit, of course, to Paul Enslaved for kind of having a lot of influence on who Jack would end up becoming in the interwebs, on the panelverse and beyond. But again, so you could say it's a work of Paul Enslaved, Talcott Clip Collection, first and foremost, of course, and Jack Talcott, and then I guess a little bit of Pineal Power that inspired the idea. And it really all started kind of with, is this real? What is real? I mean, it just made sense to me. That was kind of where I got the idea.
All I'm
But
saying
he
is
didn't actually include that part. He should have added a "what is this real?" in my opinion, to the "what is real," but I don't think he did.
Bro, it was just so good.
Yeah. Again, that's the third time I've watched it in like 3 days. So,
like, the dialogues are fucking amazing.
Yeah, Evan is a rare breed, man. Talcott Clip Collection.
I can't imagine how long it took to find all the clips to put it in that order.
I'm sure it takes him a lot of time, dude. I know it does. How do you feel about Jack looks more architect than Neo?
Honestly, bro, 13 minutes probably took him like a week. Like, I do heavy editing and shit, and it's probably like a week of work. Solid editing every day, a whole week.
Now imagine if the editing could get so fine-tuned to where, his face and all that was actually like form-fitted and whatnot.
You could do it. I mean, you just got to use different shit. Like, they were using, I think, masks. Like, they were masking out the clip of the Matrix, and at some parts it was just images that were rotated in different ways on like keyframes. But you know what I mean? I don't know whoever made it, Evan. If they want, they could reach out, and I've got all kinds of crazy software that you could probably use to make it better. If you want to do like face tracking and shit like that.
Yeah, that would take it to a whole nother level, man. That would take it to a whole fucking other level. And I mean, I don't know if you how much of his stuff you've seen, Cotflix, but he's got some that are way better with the editing. That one might have been obviously more difficult considering all the moving parts and whatnot. But
no, I agree. I mean,
regardless,
I totally agree, bro. It was still great. You know what I mean? Like the dialogues was just fucking priceless. Like it, you know what I mean? It doesn't even matter if it was really fluent and shit. It got the point across so good. You know, like this is Jack actually being confronted with truth, bro. He's just like, nah, bro. Like, what's your point? You know what I mean? Like, that's Jack.
it works because Jack thinks he's Jesus.
Bro, what was the fucking clip that I seen earlier though that had Jack with a cyborg like fucking headpiece on and shit? That was OTW's clip.
That was OTW's clip, I think. Yeah, cyborg
that shit was hilarious.
Yeah. It just goes to show you that it must not be too hard because everyone's.
If you get a combination. If you get a combination of what OTW did and crossed it with the Talcott clip shit, that would be epic.
Yeah, Talbot. It's Talbot, the assimilation. Get it like assimilation, but it's a simulation. That's how he spelled it. I like it. It's kind of funny. The spelling.
If you combine those two styles.
Oh,
like,
yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, it's epic. It's fucking epic, dude. One more, guys. One more. I can't help myself. One more time for Adam.
I am Telbatus of Boardcott. Resistance is futile. Your life, as it has been, is over. From this time forward, you will service only me. You will be assimilated.
Like, that's just amazing.
I agree, sir.
I don't know how they did that one, but if they did the Matrix like that one, bro.
Of Boardcott equals Jack bot equals computer equals 666. Are you saying all those things equal 666? This guy is on some other shit. I'm convinced this is an AI in the chat, but some type of gematria, goimatria, as TML puts it, goimatria bot of some sort.
Goimatria, bro.
Well, I appreciate you coming through. Appreciate everyone hanging out. I think I'm going to end it in about just under 4 minutes. 5:55:55.
Yeah,
So,
bro, you have a great day, bro.
Any final words for the audience or myself or
Bro,
yourself?
yo, hats off to whoever the fuck made the Talcott fucking Matrix. That shit was epic, bro. You have a good
Shout
morning.
out to Evan. You got a shout out from Mr. Rant here. Yeah, you've never, he needs to come up on panel sometime. He's come up before. He's been on Talcott's a couple times. Other than that, honestly, I don't know where he's been. I don't know where he's been other than on Talcott's a couple times, maybe on Paul's once. Back in the day, like fucking 8 months ago, we came on my panel a couple times. And I am Gematria Bot. Well, there you go. Gematria Bot's in. Okay, well, that explains it. So my suspicions are correct. I stand correct, not corrected.
Hey, yo, be good, bro. I'll catch you later.
Appreciate you, man. Come back.
You already know.
Deuces. Be easy. Stay up, son. Goimatria. All right, y'all. Got about 2.5 more minutes here. Sun's up. It's almost 8 a.m. Wow, it looks beautiful outside. I think proper circadian rhythm is definitely important. That being said, I definitely don't have that going for me at the moment. But at least I don't think I do, considering I'm going to bed at 8 a.m. It's kind of fucked. But I'll leave you with one more Matrix cut. Again, I mean, I know we watched it already, but
Escape the Matrix, I assure you.
You are the Matrix, Jack. How could you escape that which you are?
You're correct. Can't deny that. I want to correct the Matrix. I want to bring it to order because it's natural. Well, guys, why can't we? Why can't we bring order to the chaos instead of allowing the chaos to order us?
Oh my god.
You got to give up the Matrix if you want to be a ghost in the machine.
I don't exist, and on this world, I am no longer part of this world. I've been excommunicated from my hometown and everyone I know.
I don't blame your town.
I don't exist.
you heard it here first, folks. He does not exist. So, other than that, I think that's about it. I love you all dearly. And fuck you, brothers and sisters. I'm sorry. I don't know why that even happened just now. Maybe one more. One more? What do you guys think? One more? 5 in the chat. Shout out to 5. 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 5 seconds. I really am going to get out of here, though, in about a half a minute. So I'll see y'all soon. Very soon.
Night, I eat it with barbecue sauce. And I flew to the moon last night with a witch. And I took DMT with Easter bunnies. Now that's an example of being crazy. I mean, this is art. And I'm not saying what I do politically is art, but everything is an art form. Oh yeah, one more. 17, 76. More, fan it up. Fucking eyes. Oh, shit.
See, that just makes so much sense because Alex Jones, CiA is the topic for the stream. Goimatria, when goys make connections between shit that looks staged and seems nominally Jewish but can't be proven with arguments. I'm out of here, folks. Love y'all. 555. Peace.